Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.1, The Chain of Time. So welcome back to the show as we now embark on our sixth revolution together, this time the July Revolution of 1830. And as I said, this run will be far more compact than the sprawling epics that we've gotten up to lately. So what we're looking at here is a 6-episode miniseries that will serve as a bridge to 1848, the great year of revolution. In terms of podcast continuity, we return now to the very end of episode 3.54 as we wrapped up the series on the French Revolution. Napoleon abdicates the throne and the Bourbons are returning to power. If you're so inclined, it probably wouldn't hurt to go back and listen to those final episodes on the French Revolution series to get back in the groove. So did you go back and listen to them? Fantastic. Let's dive back in then. By the dawn of 1814, Napoleon and what was left of his army had been pushed back into France, and the whole of Europe was collapsing in on him from all sides. Despite a run of brilliant maneuvers to stave off the inevitable was finally at hand in the spring of 1814. On March the 31st, the soldiers guarding Paris stood down, and the Allies entered the capital. Down in Fontainebleau, about 40 miles southeast of Paris, Napoleon's generals were forcing him to face the grim reality that there was nothing more to be done, and the end was in fact at hand. In Paris, Talleyrand took the lead in both negotiations with the victorious Allies and with the leaders of the Senate, that is, the upper house of Napoleon's imperial legislature. In both cases, Talleyrand had the same object: force Napoleon to abdicate the throne and bring the Bourbon monarchy back to France. Now, there were alternatives to what post-Napoleon France might look like. The Austrians would have accepted the nominal continuation of the imperial structure with a regency government over Napoleon's 3-year-old son. After all, the boy's mother was an Austrian princess. Tsar Alexander would have kept the imperial structure, but he wanted ex-French marshal and future king of Sweden, Jean Bernadotte, to take the helm. But Talleyrand guessed that the best and most stable course would be the return of the Bourbons. And because this idea was supported by the British, and because Talleyrand had long had the ear of Tsar Alexander, the suggestion to bring back the Bourbons carried the day. But Talleyrand did not in any way want to bring back the Ancien Regime or Bourbon absolutism, and he made that clear immediately. The official call for the still self-proclaimed Louis XVIII to come back and rule France explicitly referred to him as merely, quote, the brother of the former king. Talleyrand hoped that this would set an early precedent that regal continuity had in fact been broken by the revolution. One monarchy had died in 1792, and a new one was being born now here in 1814. Further, Talleyrand and his secretaries then hastily cobbled together a constitution that Louis would have to agree to before the Senate would accept him as king. And the specifics of this constitution were not as important as laying down the principle that the legitimacy of the new monarchy would be rooted in national sovereignty, not royal sovereignty. The Senate approved this constitution on April the 6th, 1814, the same day Napoleon abdicated the throne in favor of his son. So after 23 years in the émigré wilderness, the Bourbons were finally coming home. Now, just so we remember who we're talking about here, Louis XVI, the dead guillotined Louis XVI, had 2 brothers. The elder had been known as the Comte de Provence, the younger was the Comte d'Artois. Both showed up at various points during our run of episodes through the French Revolution. D'Artois, for example, was the most reactionary and absolutist member of the Bourbon royal family. He had conspired with Marie Antoinette to drive Louis XVI on a hard line during the early days of the Estates General, and then personally kick-started the émigré exodus on July the 17th, 1789, when he departed the country after failing to convince his brother to crack down harder after the fall of the Bastille. Personally chivalrous in manners, D'Artois was ruthlessly inflexible in his absolutism, and mostly made a nuisance of himself wherever he went during his years in exile. When we talked about how the other heads of Europe found the émigrés to be kind of an obnoxious lot, D'Artois was probably the most obnoxious. He joined in a number of conspiracies and operations to try to undermine the French Republic, most notably in 1795, when he briefly landed in the Vendée to try to rally the failing royal and Catholic forces. We talked about that in episode 3.45. But when the French army started steamrolling Europe, D'Artois could do nothing more than settle down in England and live on a British pension. D'Artois' older brother, meanwhile, had been known for most of his life as the Comte de Provence. Always more moderate and inclined to compromise than his more reactionary little brother, Provence stayed in France until June of 1791, when the royal family collectively decided that it was time to make a run for it. But while Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were caught in the flight to Varennes, Provence made it safely out of the country. With the king and queen and all of their children under house arrest, Provence proclaimed himself regent of France in exile, as the true king could only be considered incapacitated. After the revolution guillotined his brother in January of 1793, Provence and D'Artois recognized their 7-year-old nephew as Louis XVII. Provence maintained his claim to the regency over the boy, however, as he was both a minor and imprisoned by the revolutionary dogs. When poor Louis XVII died of neglect at the age of 10 in 1795, the Comte de Provence declared himself Louis XVIII. No one else in Europe cared to recognize the claim. So for the rest of the Revolution and in all of the Napoleonic Empire, the now self-styled Louis XVIII had been forced to bounce around from Italy to Germany and then to England, trying to stay out of the reach of the increasingly invincible French war machine. But bouncing is perhaps overstating things a bit, as during these years Louis became both physically and mentally stagnant. Once a man of fairly lively intellectual pursuits, he practically willed himself to not keep up with the times. So as the gears of war ground the rest of Europe towards modernity, Louis XVIII engaged not at all with any of the new ideas or realities of the world. He also let his health go completely, and by the time Napoleon was on the brink of defeat, Louis XVIII was obese, diabetic, and suffering from gout. He could not ride a horse. He could barely walk around. Living in England, he continued to insist that he was King of France, and he won the backing of the British government. Now, this was thanks to a genuine affinity for the British that Louis developed while in exile, and for his repeated renunciations of all territory claimed by France since the original declaration of war back in April of 1792. So, above all, putting the Bourbons back on the throne meant putting France back into a box. So thanks to Talleyrand's skillful negotiations and British support, the Bourbons did in fact get the call in the spring of 1814 that they had been waiting for 23 years. As the Allies advanced towards Paris, the British arranged for the Comte d'Artois to go to Switzerland, and from there he crossed back into France once the capital had been captured. D'Artois entered Paris on April the 12th, the same day Napoleon was forced to admit that his dynasty was dead, and he had to abdicate not to his son, but just unconditionally. D'Artois was gratified by the mostly warm welcome he received in Paris, though it was hardly love for the Bourbons currently driving public opinion. Public opinion was in fact being driven by total exhaustion from war and much justified dread about how hard the Allies planned to punish France for, let's say, 25 years of nonstop bloodshed, destruction, and conquest. So, however France felt about the Bourbons was neither here nor there. With Tsar Alexander promising Paris leniency and peace in exchange for accepting the Bourbons, that's a giant gift horse in whose mouth one does not look. With the coast now apparently clear, D'Artois told his brother, hey, it's safe to come on back now, and Louis XVIII was carried on board a ship that crossed him from England to France. With the king on the way, the question became whether he was a new king of a new monarchy or an old king from an ancient monarchy. Talleyrand and the other leaders of the Senate hoped Louis would accept the ultimatum, that he would accept the constitution that they had written, but in a scene reminiscent of King Ferdinand VII's return to Spain that we discussed in episode 5.12, Louis had his own advisors who said, you don't have to accept this ultimatum if you don't want to. In fact, you should ignore it altogether and assert your own terms. So instead of accepting Talleyrand's constitution, Louis XVIII did a really dumb thing and tried to reassert Ancien Regime absolutism. Right? Well, no, actually not. There were simply too many advances that had been made during the Revolution and then the period of the Empire to turn the clock all the way back to 1788, and it would have been insane folly to try. But though Louis was now willing to negotiate with reality, he was not prepared to give up on his own beliefs about royal sovereignty, the divine right of kings, or the continuity of the Bourbon dynasty. So from the outskirts of Paris, he issued a declaration on May the 2nd. He said, "The Senate's constitution has been too hastily written to accept," but what he did acknowledge was the principle that France must have a liberal constitution that recognized, among other things, freedom of worship, freedom of speech in the press, equality before the law, and the continuation of the Napoleonic Code. But critically, these rights would be granted as a free gift from the king to his subjects. They would not be recognized as natural rights that the king was bound to observe. King Louis XVIII then entered Paris the next day and was greeted by a warm crowd, most of them women, there to thank him for representing an end to constant war. So in every way, the king's return to Paris signified an ambiguous marriage of old and new, because as the king acknowledged that some liberal rights would remain in place, he also ordered the tricolor flag struck, and the white flag of the Bourbons rehoisted above the Tuileries Palace. The gains of the revolution may remain, but the revolution itself was over. Over the next few weeks, France's domestic order and international position were reestablished, and both turned out to be surprisingly mild given the conditions into which they had been born. Talleyrand took the lead as Louis's new foreign minister, and he managed to extract from the Allies remarkably lenient terms. And on May the 30th, they all signed the Treaty of Paris. France would be reduced to its 1792 boundaries, which, though not the fabled natural boundaries that had been established when France conquered the Rhineland in 1795, it did represent more territory than they had held on the eve of the Revolution. Of more immediate importance, though, there would be no permanent military occupation and no punitive reparations to be paid. Talleyrand also won France a seat at the coming Congress of Vienna that would finalize the post-Napoleon settlement of Europe. It really did seem like everyone was ready to play it that Napoleon had been the big problem, not France. Domestically, Louis's advisors then worked around the clock on a new charter of government, and critically, it would be called a charter, not a constitution, because as I said, it was going to be granted by the king to his subjects. Promulgated on June the 5th, it began with a preamble about the need for peace and reconciliation, but it also made it clear that Louis XVIII ruled as a member of the ancient and unbroken Bourbon dynasty rather than the founder of a new dynasty. The charter was literally dated as coming in the 19th year of his reign rather than the first. But contrary to the old saw about the Bourbons learning nothing but remembering everything, the charter also said that, quote, "In thus attempting to renew the chain of time, which disastrous errors have broken, we have banished from our recollection, as we could wish it were possible to blot out from history, all the evils which have afflicted the fatherland during our absence." So the monarchy was old, but they were willing to turn over a new leaf. The charter then moved on to a list of bequeathed rights that did not acknowledge the Declaration of the Rights of Man, but clearly drew from it. All Frenchmen were equal before the law. They could worship freely, though the Catholic Church would be considered the state religion. Public office would be open to anyone qualified to do the job, regardless of birth. Taxes would be levied in proportion to fortunes, not social standing. There could be no arbitrary arrest. Freedom of speech and the press would be respected, with necessary exceptions, of course. And private property would also be respected, and super duper big deal here, quote, "without any exception for that land which is called national." And this is a really big deal because remember, the national lands were those lands confiscated from noble emigres and the church and sold over the previous revolutionary generation. Not undoing those sales was incredibly prudent, but it annoyed guys like the Comte d'Artois and the more stubborn absolutists who wanted everything they had once held to be returned to them in full. But Louis and his guys recognized that if they let returned emigres run around reconfiscating all that property, it was almost certain that the restored monarchy would run aground before it even left the harbor. After this benevolent grant of rights, granted by me to you, remember, the King's Charter then moved on to the form of government which was modeled on the British system that Louis himself had come to know and respect. But while establishing both an upper chamber of peers and a lower chamber of deputies, the charter left no doubt in anyone's mind that it would be the king who ruled in the restored Bourbon monarchy. The king would propose laws and then execute them when approved by the chambers. He would appoint all ministers. He would declare war and peace. He would control the army and the finances of state. The men who formed the Chamber of Peers would all be appointed by the king, and he did not have to consult with anyone, and the Chamber of Deputies could be dissolved at his word. In the end, there's no question that in Louis's eyes, national sovereignty was dead and royal sovereignty had returned. But again, there was a balance to all of this. Louis really did plan to at least attempt to rule from the center, and with one royal eye on the world in which he lived, rather than simply up to the god from whom he believed his powers derived. Of the 143 peers created at the beginning of the Restoration, 103 of them had been either senators or marshals during the Empire. These men were to be co-opted, not banished. The huge civil service that had grown up under Napoleon was similarly retained, and 3/4 were carried over in their posts without any kind of great counterproductive purge. Again, Louis and his advisors were doing all of this with the Comte d'Artois squirming uncomfortably next to them, livid that the triumphant return of the monarchy was being so tepid in its reprisals, revenges, and assertions of absolute power. The First Restoration, then, was marked by an attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable. State finances were a mess. The conquered territories that had funded the empire were now all renounced. To meet the demands of France's creditors, the new finance minister recommended not only raising taxes all over the place, but also deep cuts in the one place where you might logically cut, the military. Getting started on a demobilization project, somewhere between 12 and 15,000 veteran officers were marked for retirement at half pay. Now, on the one hand, those are obvious cuts to make, but at the same time, it unavoidably created anger and resentment inside the ranks of the military, who were by now fully subscribing to a stabbed-in-the-back theory that they could have beaten the Allies, but had been sold out by the politicians and the cowards in Paris. On the civilian side, there was going to be no more new hiring into the civil service, which created parallel resentment among that class of young bourgeois students who had been raised to expect long and fulfilling careers in the imperial service and now had no prospects whatsoever. Then, despite the king's promises, more hardcore former émigrés and hardline Catholics started pursuing the return of all their old lands anyway. They also started to exert their old aristocratic privileges, which daily irritated a nation that had long since moved on from archaic feudal pretensions. Then a general post-war economic recession set in, just as everyone was hit with new taxes that in many cases doubled the price of various staple goods. This is all to say that when Napoleon decided he had a chance to make a comeback after laying low in Elba for a year, it's not like there weren't plenty of folks ready for the little corporal to come lead them back to glory. So it was that in March of 1815, Napoleon re-landed in France, attracting adherents and soldiers wherever he went. As every army sent to block the road to Paris promptly defected to Napoleon's side, it became clear that there would be no defending the capital. So after just 10 months in Paris, King Louis XVIII was forced to scamper out the back door and head for the Netherlands. There, everyone fell into backbiting, with the Comte d'Artois and his gang blaming the failure of the Restoration on the fact that they had not sufficiently purged and punished the enemies of the crown, and another, more moderate faction saying, actually, no, you guys couldn't stop poking people in the eye with a stick instead of just being cool, and look where it's gotten us. So sitting in the Netherlands in the spring of 1815, there was absolutely no guarantee that the Bourbon Restoration would not go down as a brief and humiliating dead end in French history. But 100 days later, the remobilized Allies beat Napoleon at Waterloo, the Emperor abdicated again, and he was banished once and for all to St. Helena. When the Bourbons came back the second time, for the now Second Restoration, the whole atmosphere was different. They were being restored, yes, but clearly they were coming in the baggage train of the Allies, as the old saying went. This was clearly a monarchy being imposed on France by her enemies, not one being freely welcomed by her people. But more than that, the Allies were beyond furious that their generosity the first time around had been so egregiously betrayed. So where once Napoleon had been the enemy, not France, France was now in fact the enemy. Within months of Waterloo, the country was occupied by 1.2 million foreign troops, all of whom treated France as a nation to be justly looted, pillaged, requisitioned, and stripped clean. Louis XVIII, meanwhile, was obliged to recognize their presence as invited friends and guests, but to everyone else, they were vicious occupiers. But it wasn't just foreign soldiers running amok. The kind of unreconstructed royalists and hardcore Catholics that surrounded the Comte d'Artois were furious that their countrymen had gone back to Napoleon, and so exacted vengeance of their own. A new white terror swept the country, particularly down in the south, where gangs of royalists roamed free, pillaging and attacking men accused of collaboration with the 100 Days regime. At least 300 lynchings were reported, as were multiple grisly assassinations of prominent officials. In this atmosphere of occupation, pillage, and revenge, the election for the first Chamber of Deputies was finally held in August of 1815. Now, the King's Charter strictly limited suffrage to men over the age of 30 who paid 300 francs in taxes, and limited deputies to men over 40 who paid 1,000 francs in taxes. So the Chamber of Deputies was representative in form, but hardly in function. In a kingdom of 30 million people, only about 75,000 men were eligible to vote, and they voted uniformly hardline royalist. Anyone with more moderate or liberal leanings was either too demoralized to participate or too disenfranchised to even be allowed to vote. So the men who gathered in the first Chamber of Deputies of the now Second Restoration were, as it was said, more royalist than the king. So royalist, in fact, that it gave birth to the name that would define their loose political party, the Ultra-Royalists, or just the Ultras. This first Chamber of Deputies was so right-wing that the temperamentally centrist King Louis dubbed them the Incredible Chamber, and they would immediately cause the king plenty of heartburn as he tried to rule a defeated and divided kingdom. Now, it had been hard enough to govern even with the generous leniency of the Allies during the First Restoration, but as the Second Restoration got going, that leniency was now withdrawn. Talleyrand tried his best to negotiate favorable terms, but his own star was on the wane everywhere. In a bold attempt to strengthen his negotiating hand with the Allies by proving that King Louis found him indispensable, Talleyrand strategically submitted his resignation, and was shocked to find it accepted. And this began Talleyrand's 10-year hiatus from public affairs, much to his surprised chagrin. To replace Talleyrand, the king tapped the Duc de Richelieu, scion of an old noble family who had been an émigré during the Revolution and spent most of his exile in Russia, serving as an administrator for Tsar Alexander. Forced to negotiate a new treaty with the Allies with virtually no hand to play, he was forced to sign humiliating terms. France would go back to its 1790 boundaries. It would agree to an occupying army of 150,000 troops for at least the next 5 years, all of which would be paid for by France. And then on top of that, another 700 million franc indemnity to be paid to the Allies, plus every single scrap of debt that had ever been accumulated by any French government would be repaid in full. Signing the treaty because there was nothing else to do, Richelieu dejectedly observed, "I deserve to go to the scaffold." But if the livid and vengeance-seeking Allies were a problem for Richelieu, who now slid in as Louis's prime minister, the Incredible Chamber was proving even worse. They ran around trying to create a legalized white terror, setting up laws allowing for punitive attacks on their enemies, limits on freedom of the press, special courts that would deal with anyone accused of collaboration with the Bonapartist criminals, and a law that amnestied actions from the past, specifically exempting those same collaborators. And these were just the suggestions they managed to get passed. At least one guy wanted the death penalty for anyone caught possessing the tricolor. This all created unpleasant problems for the king and his ministry, who really were trying to knit the country back together, not exact revenge on anything and everything in sight. But what really caused Richelieu to blow his stack was a movement to close the budget deficit by repudiating France's debts. As you know, we weren't the ones who ran up the bill, so why should we have to pay them? But reneging on the debt would destroy the credit of the state, and basically end France's expectation that it would one day be a great power again. So Richelieu successfully convinced the king that the Incredible Chamber was doing far more harm than good, and in September of 1816, the king dissolved the Chamber of Deputies. New elections were then held in October of 1816 that brought a new batch of deputies that moved the government from the far right to the center right. Many voters who had abstained the first time around showed up in force. Many who had come out in force for the first election now stayed home. But more than anything, electors thought a little bit harder about the men they were voting for. And so, in the place of the ultras, a new group of more moderate constitutional monarchists swelled the ranks of the Chamber of Deputies. Only 90 of the 238 deputies could reasonably be called an ultra. The rest were there to make a go of it on the terms of the charter, that Frenchmen had rights, that there was something resembling a constitutional monarchy going on here, and that the time had come to move on from an angry past to a hopeful future. Now, it was not an easy time to be trying to build that future, because as had happened during the French Revolution, the weather got in the way. 1816 was marked by a late frost and frequent hailstorms that decimated the harvest. Wheat production was way down, and by the end of the year, there was almost no new wine to speak of. So prices began rising on bread by the end of the year, and riots started breaking out in market towns. And no one missed that there were still literally hundreds of thousands of foreign bellies occupying the country that always seemed to be prioritized when it came to divvying up the food. So January 1817 saw a rash of riots that were then followed by another wave in June of 1817, when spring droughts played further havoc with the food supply. Many in France now openly blamed the occupying forces for the skyrocketing prices and food instability, even if they were only one smallish factor among many. For his part, the Duke of Wellington started hinting back home that he could defend his forces if he had to, but at the end of the day, pulling out of France might be preferable than trying to stay. Aided now by a more moderate Chamber of Deputies, Richelieu's government then strengthened France's international standing by prioritizing payment of the indemnity and promising to meet every reasonable claim of debt laid at their feet by foreign creditors. They went back to cutting expenses and raising taxes, which did earn enough goodwill out in the world that the government was able to strike a deal with prominent banks in both London and Amsterdam to help finance French debt, which all on its own shot up the value of French bonds, because if prominent British and Dutch banks like what they see in France, everyone else could too. So Richelieu was soon in talks to see what the real final payoff amount would have to be to convince the occupying powers to pull their troops out of France once and for all. Now, all this austerity and bond buying wasn't exactly triggering boom times in the French economy in 1817, but at least the weather held, and with peace reigning, support for the king's government was pretty high, though d'Artois nearly blew it all when he sent frantic memos to the Allies saying, "If your troops pull out, France will fall back into revolution." This memo was then leaked to the press, and it made the regime look more than ever like it was simply a government imposed by the enemies of France, and who needed those enemies to stay in power. But while this minor scandal did not ultimately undermine coalescing faith in the monarchy, it did help embolden ever more liberal men to step forward and try to participate in the government. So in September of 1817, the elections brought enough of these liberals into the Chamber of Deputies that they actually formed a working majority. These guys might be old Bonapartists, unreconstructed Republicans, or simply left-leaning constitutional monarchists, the last of whom were a rising force that became a party of their own, dubbed the Doctrinaires, and they had the special privilege of being led by one of King Louis's favorite courtiers, Élie Ducasse. The common son of a notary who had risen in the imperial service, Ducasse had talked his way into the court, and the king all but fell in love with him, called him "my son," and the two shared a relationship so intimate that they met daily in the evenings before bed, and it became Ducasse above all who the king listened to in matters of state. And, by the way, it was Ducasse who leaked d'Artois' memo to discredit the now discredited ultras. So the increasingly liberal government then moved in on some prized territory the ultras had been trying to stake out for themselves: the army. The National Citizens' Army of France had been a glorious wonder for 25 years, and in the wake of Napoleon's defeat, d'Artois and the ultras had been trying to dramatically reduce its size and turn it back into what it had once been, the walled-off preserve of the aristocracy. Basically, they wanted their old jobs back on the same terms they had had before: experience and training not prerequisites for senior commands. In March of 1818, though, the government and the chambers passed a series of laws on the military that pushed back against this return to ancien regime military service. They ensured that conscription would still be a viable tool of recruitment, rather than relying strictly on mercenaries. Advancement through the rank would be based on merit, experience, and training, not simply doled out to random dandies who fancied themselves a general. Finally, they laid the groundwork for a reserve army of veterans who would be recalled in times of national emergency, and this last was particularly troubling to the ultras, since every veteran who might possibly be so called were veterans of Napoleon's army. Now, far from being troubled by all this, the other powers in Europe were ready for a monarchical France to retake its place in the concert of powers to help them keep the general peace. So, in September of 1818, the quadruple alliance of Britain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria met with France to hammer out the final terms of the withdrawal of foreign troops, and, if all went well, to formally invite France back into the great power fold. Now, we actually touched on this meeting very briefly in episode 5.23, because it did go as everyone hoped. In exchange for a final payment of 265 million francs, the Allies would withdraw from France by the end of November 1818, and France would be an equal party at the table again. Now, if you can't remember exactly why I talked about France's readmission into the concert of Europe during episodes on Spanish-American independence, you'll remember in a second, I promise. Now, though Prime Minister Richelieu had done a pretty good job navigating the stormy seas and securing the liberation of French territory, he was center-right in a regime that was going center-left. The elections of 1818 brought in a majority of liberals, and included, for example, the return to public life of the Marquis de Lafayette, who was elected to the Chamber of Deputies, and as the times, rather than the objective beliefs, mark a man's position in politics, Lafayette once again found himself representing the far left of public opinion, even if he himself had never changed. So, Prime Minister Richelieu found himself on the losing end of a vote of no confidence in the Chamber of Deputies, and he resigned his position. And though technically replaced by an old general, it was really Élie Ducasse who led France from his new position as Minister of the Interior. The increased liberalism of the government was given immediate display in March of 1819, with a series of laws on freedom of the press that firmly established the principle that a man's opinion did not become a crime just because it was expressed publicly. Now, there would be limits to the freedom of press, of course. Defamation and libel and pornography would still be punished or censored, as were attacks on His Sovereign Majesty. But in general, the rule would be that there was freedom to speak without fear of immediate prosecution. So with liberalism on the advance, the ultra-royalist Comte d'Artois complained incessantly to his brother, "You're helping our enemies." The king got so annoyed that he finally rebuked him. He said, "The system I have adopted, and which my ministers are faithfully following, is founded on the maxim that I must not be the king of two peoples, and the chief goal of my government is that these two people, who are so much in evidence today, should eventually become one." But if d'Artois was mortified by what was going on around him, he was enraged by what happened next. In the elections of September 1819, 35 of the 55 open seats went to unabashed liberals, including, scandalously, the Abbé Gregoire, who we last saw here on the Revolutions podcast advancing the cause of the blacks and coloreds in Saint-Domingue, but who everyone in France remembered as a member of the National Convention, who had openly supported the murder of Louis XVI. Gregoire's presence in the chamber was an affront, and marked the end of the move to the left, as things now swung back around to the right. Ducasse himself took his center-left principles, made them firmly center principles, and then when he started running into trouble with his left wing, started making them center-right principles in search of new allies. To inoculate the government from radical liberalism and the potential return of neo-Jacobism, Ducasse got rolling with the infamous law of the double vote. The purpose of the law would be to increase the size of the Chamber of Deputies by 173 seats, and these new seats would be voted on only by electors who paid the very highest amount in taxes each year, meaning that now fully 2/5 of the Chamber of Deputies would be elected solely by a small group of super-rich landowners. Since this group would also get to retain their vote in the regular elections, the law got dubbed the Law of the Double Vote. The years of liberal advance, though, finally ended abruptly on February the 13th, 1820, when the Duc de Berry, the eldest son of the Comte d'Artois and future hope of the Bourbon monarchy, was murdered at the opera by a fanatical Bonapartist. The ultras seized on the notion that the assassin had been a part of a vast liberal conspiracy that seemed to be sweeping Europe. See also, for example, the mutiny at Cadiz, which we talked about in episode 5.17. Ducasse was forced to resign, and Richelieu returned at the head of a more right-wing government. In the wake of Berry's assassination, new restrictions on civil liberties were imposed, as was a pullback from the laws on freedom of the press. With liberal papers being censored, men had to literally take to the streets to hear news that wasn't strictly conservative and supportive of the government, leading to a riotous atmosphere in June of 1820 that got explosive when the long-rumored law of the double vote passed on June the 18th. Believing they had just been permanently barred from ever having a say in government, a liberal conspiracy did break out, with plans to combine an army mutiny with demonstrations in Paris in August of 1820, but as so often happens with these things, the plans were leaked by men who got cold feet at the last minute, and the uprising had to be called off. So by the end of 1820, the ultras were flying high. The posthumous son of the Duc de Berry was born in September, revitalizing the Bourbon line, and, for example, all but eliminating any hope that the more liberal and enlightened cousin of the Bourbons, the Duc d'Orléans, might someday ascend to the throne. Hint, hint, foreshadow, foreshadow. Then, in the November elections, the ultras exploited the new law of the double vote and swept the liberals into irrelevance. The rest of 1820 and 1821 saw a general crackdown against liberalism everywhere in Europe by the conservative powers. Austria invaded Italy to quell the Carbonari revolts, which were liberal secret societies that had been built up first to oppose the French occupation, but who now planned to follow the lead of the Spanish and force their monarchs to adopt a liberal constitution. A few French liberals had fled to Italy in the wake of their own failed uprising in 1820, and then came home fully briefed on how to build a Carbonari insurrection of their own, with a discrete hierarchy of cells and members paying dues, and everyone keeping at least one gun with 25 bullets close at hand. With the ultras now appearing to have arranged the voting laws such to secure a permanent majority for themselves, the liberals decided extra-legal action was now fully justified. The Carbonari movement and structure spread rapidly through liberal circles, including through the chateau of Lafayette, who once again found himself an active revolutionary. But as had happened in 1820, the planned revolt broke down. It was from a mixture of a lack of really strong leadership and the plans being betrayed before the launch date, which was set for November of 1821. So the whole thing had to be called off. Lafayette literally had to turn his coach around and go home before anybody found out what he had been up to. Feeling their oats now, the ultras forced the moderate Prime Minister Richelieu to resign at the end of 1821. And foolishly, that move was backed by those liberals remaining in the Chamber of Deputies who believed an ultra government would fatally discredit itself. And instead they ruled France uninterrupted for the next 6 years. By this point, Louis XVIII was completely checked out of government, from a mixture of ill health and indifference, and it was really only by dumb luck that Joseph de Villèle was tapped as prime minister. Though Villèle was an ultra, he was not an ultra-ultra. A practical administrator, he was later scorned as an economist politician by his more extreme allies. But by refusing to adhere to the wishes of those more extreme allies, retake all the national lands, for example, Villèle managed to keep the threat of liberal revolution at bay for 6 years. That threat of liberal revolution was also undermined by the French invasion of Spain in 1823. As we discussed in episode 5.23, the Quintuple Alliance was playing whack-a-mole with the liberal uprisings, and none had risen higher or more successfully than the Mutiny of Cadiz, which had forced King Ferdinand VII to accept the Constitution of 1812, and, of course, also all but guarantee the loss of Spanish America. A royalist uprising in Spain in 1822 had been suppressed, and in the aftermath, King Ferdinand found himself under house arrest. This led the other European powers to approve a plan for France to invade and sweep aside the Spanish liberals. The French army invaded in April of 1823, and by September had secured all of Spain, broken the liberal government, and restored Ferdinand to his absolutist rule. Now, all on its own, this was demoralizing for French liberals, but even extra demoralizing was the conduct of the army. The army had not mutinied, it had not revolted, it had never disobeyed orders. The army had always been considered one of the key disgruntled parties that would be necessary to topple the ultras, but the invasion of Spain appeared to have given the army a sense of purpose again. So instead of being a backbone of liberal revolution, they helped suppress one. And of course, as a good quick war often does, patriotism in France exploded, and everyone rallied around the triumphant crown. The final crushing blow for the liberals came in the elections of November 1824. Of the deputies elected, 3/5 of them were nobles, 1/2 had been émigrés during the Revolution, and only 19 could be considered liberal. Triumphantly dubbed by the conservatives the Restored Chamber, the new Chamber of Deputies was incredibly even more right-wing than the Incredible Chamber had been. By now, though, the king, who had never been in good health, was flagging badly. By the end, he literally could not keep his head up. In one of his last public acts, he addressed the opening of the Restored Chamber in March of 1824 and said, "The time has come for us to close the last wounds of the Revolution by repaying the émigrés for their lost property." Now, he still did not mean that the land should be returned to them, just that the state ought to cough up for the lost property. Though by now it is worth noting that many former émigrés had made their own private arrangements to regain lost titles. But a plan was now being put forward to raise funds to pay out claims for the lost émigré property. What was left of the left claimed that this was unnecessarily punishing France for the revolution, while the right was disappointed that the king was still not advocating full restoration of their property, and that any indemnity payout would seem to close the books forever on any restoration of property. But even here now at the end of his life, the king tried to maintain a middle line. Anything less he thought would be disastrous, and as he now recognized that he was probably dying, he openly lamented that the Comte d'Artois had not died before him, believing that his brother's ultra policies would destroy the restoration, a prediction that would soon prove all too prescient. After slipping into a final, fatal spell in September of 1824, thanks to a kind of gross mixture of wet and dry gangrene, old King Louis XVIII died on September the 19th at the age of 68. He had never lost the faith that he was God's chosen king of France, had endured half a life of exile with patient determination, and then managed to last a decade on the throne, giving the restoration some hope of permanent success. But of course, with no sons of his own, the crown ominously passed to the head of the ultras, the ultra of the ultra-royalists, the Comte d'Artois. Next week, the Comte d'Artois will become God's chosen king of France and be recreated as King Charles X. But if it was in fact true that Charles was now God's choice, it was clear that it was also God's choice that the Bourbon monarchy be destroyed. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.2, Charles the Simple. So last time, we did a quick run through the first decade of the Bourbon Restoration, covering the reign of Louis XVIII. Today, we'll pick up with the ascension of Louis's little brother, the reactionary ultra-royalist Charles X, and then burn through the first 5 years of his reign to take us right up to the brink of the Revolution of 1830. because the thing I'm most excited about doing in this short mini-series is getting into the hour-by-hour detail of what a rapid-fire 3-day insurrection really looks like on the ground. So these first 2 episodes are about getting us to 1830 with a basic idea of what the hubbub is going to be about, but the meat of the thing is going to be a practically real-time account of the 3 glorious days. So as we saw last week, when the Bourbons returned to France, they reopened a bunch of old questions the Revolution had supposedly answered a long time ago. Would the aristocracy regain title to their old lands? What was the proper relationship between the church and the state? Who could vote, and for what, and how often? What about the vast industry of newspapers, periodicals, and pamphlets that had grown up since the Bourbons last ruled France? Who should be allowed to publish, what, and when? And then their return also created new questions. What was the real balance of power in the restored monarchy? Did the king really rule with all the expansive powers outlined in the Charter of Government? Or, despite that exact wording, was the king in fact bound by the will of the 2 legislative houses, the lower chamber of deputies and the upper chamber of peers? And what about that more ominous will, the general will? Who represented it? And how much influence should the nebulous concept of popular opinion play in Restoration politics? For the first decade after the Restoration, King Louis XVIII had tried to respond to these questions from the middle ground, and with an eye on that nebulous popular opinion. He always tried to make the political weight of the monarchy a true center of gravity. Yes, he believed the list of rights in the Charter had been his to give his subjects, and that the legitimacy of his rule came from divine right, not by social contract. But he also made sure to never force a constitutional crisis by simply ignoring the wishes of his subjects. For example, on the critical question of whether the king or the chambers would have the final word on who served in the government ministry, for example, the king never let the issue come to a head, because if a minister really lost the confidence of the chambers, Louis went and found a new minister. Even when his own personal favorite, Élie Ducasse, lost the confidence of the chambers in 1820, the king accepted Ducasse's resignation rather than put down a stubborn foot. Louis's awareness of popular opinion also led him to support the basic principle of free speech and let criticism of his regime float freely, as long as it didn't go too far, of course. If a newspaper started getting too obnoxious, the ministry often found it more convenient to secretly buy out the paper and close it rather than bring down the legal hammer that might give opponents of the regime a martyr to rally around. And then, of course, in terms of the broader swings of politics, Louis's temperamental centrism led him to curb the extremist pull of both the right and the left. When the political environment started out way too far to the right with the Incredible Chamber of 1816, Louis dissolved them and brought everyone back to the middle. When things swung too far to the left by 1820, again, the center reasserted itself and things returned to a middle ground. After the law of the double vote swung things back to the extreme right again by 1824, with the election of the so-called regained chamber, well, that's when Louis' centrist instincts should have been felt again, and the center maybe would have again held. But instead Louis died, and his younger brother Charles ascended to the throne. As the leader of the ultra-royalists, Charles X had no interest in ruling from the middle. But Charles was about to discover that even though he didn't want to compromise, it was actually way harder to rule by arbitrary fiat than he imagined it would be, and he was forced to swallow 5 years of embarrassing royal weakness before he finally blew his stack and brought revolution back to France. But when Charles ascended to the throne in September of 1824, he didn't yet know how much resistance he would eventually face, because in the beginning, he had that ultra-royalist regained chamber to work with. Remember, that chamber was 3/5 nobles, and 1/2 had been former émigrés, and they all agreed with the basic line Charles had been pushing since the beginning of the Restoration, to re-establish as much as possible the social, political, and economic divisions of the ancient three estates. Ever since the Third Estate had gone on strike and turned the Estates General into the National Assembly in 1789, the recognition of the separate and aboveness of the aristocracy and the clergy had been denounced attacked, and then stomped out of existence. In the heat of revolution, the nobility had been abolished, and the church had been all but secularized and turned into a subservient branch of the state. Charles and the other ultra-royalists had been frustrated by King Louis XVIII's unwillingness to truly restore the ancient order of things. But now, he had a free hand and a friendly Chamber of Deputies. So the first thing Charles started pushing for was a general re-Christianization of France, both socially and politically. He himself was ostentatiously pious and deferential to the clergy, which made him an object of fun for the decidedly un-Catholic population of Paris, but also a trigger for brewing paranoia that the king planned to make France bend a knee to the Pope. Charles invited cardinals back into the Council of State, and then his government started appointing various high-ranking ecclesiastics to administrative posts, giving the clergy access to direct state power they had not really held since before the Revolution. And in particular, the whole education system was being given back over to the church. And feeding the general anti-Catholic paranoia, the Jesuits were being invited back in along with everyone else, despite a royal ban that barred them from France that dated all the way back to the 1760s. Now, we last saw the Jesuits getting the boot from Spanish America, which had, of course, rankled the local Americanos, but in the secularized circles of France, the Jesuits represented not the bringers of forbidden knowledge and seditious liberal ideas, but a conspiracy of arch-Catholics looking to place France back under the yoke of religious superstition, a yoke that had been tossed aside during the Revolution. In response to this, there was a little outbreak of pranks and vandalism of churches, trashing holy relics, spoiling holy water, that sort of thing. In response to this vandalism, Charles revealed one of his great character flaws, the tendency to wildly overreact. On April the 20th, 1825, the Chambers passed a law on sacrilege, ratcheting up punishment for vandalizing churches, profaning the host, or polluting holy water. The new punishment for these random acts of petty vandalism would be, that's right, death, which struck a lot of folks as a wee bit harsh. Now, on its own, throwing out the death penalty for relatively minor acts of vandalism was going to cause some angry murmuring, but the murmuring got louder when it turned out that the new law on sacrilege only applied to Catholic churches. You could still do whatever you wanted to a Protestant church, but it would be death for messing with the Catholics. So the law on sacrilege felt like the thin end of the wedge for reversing the principle of freedom of religion that was enshrined in the Charter. And it was frankly hard to give Charles and his buddies the benefit of the doubt on something like this when everyone knew exactly who they were and what they wanted. Before we move on from this, though, I should note that the law as written was never actually applied. No one was put to death for profaning the host. So the whole thing turned out to be a PR blunder that made a lot of people angry, even if nobody ever lost their head for, peeing in the holy water. With this initial nod to the Catholic Church passed, the Chambers turned to the former émigrés and passed the law on indemnity payments, reimbursing the émigrés for all their lost property. Now, if given a truly free hand, Charles would himself have likely demanded full restoration of property. But as we've seen roughly 12 dozen times since episode 1.1 of the Revolutions podcast, the triumph of one party or faction often leads to a split inside that victorious faction. And so it was for the ultra-royalists. The Regained Chamber quickly split into two camps. The hardliners, the true ultra-royalists, whose head remained in the clouds, and the defectors, a group willing to at least keep one foot on the ground. For the defectors, I think it was one thing to make grandiose absolutist claims when they were a minority opposition, quite another to try to follow through with it all now that they were in power. The last thing they wanted was to provoke another revolution, so they pulled back to the center, which is why the ultra-royalists dubbed them the defectors. These defectors, working with the more practical Prime Minister Villèle, pushed forward the indemnity payment that had been cooked up first by King Louis XVIII, that national lands would not be restored to their original owners. Those owners would instead submit claims and get paid off according to the validity of said claims. In total, the estimated value of all the lands was reckoned to be somewhere north of 900 million francs, which is how this whole project became known in the press as the émigrés billion. Over the next few years, 20,000 families would file 700,000 individual claims, and though in the end the émigrés billion wound up only being about 600,000 francs, it was still a fairly large diversion of resources for a kingdom in shaky economic health. With the law on the indemnity coming just weeks after the law on sacrilege, everyone was now on notice that the new regime favored the church and the aristocracy above everyone else, which is to say, the First Estate and the Second Estate above the Third. The following month, on May the 29th, 1825, Charles X held his official coronation, and critically, he took the ceremony back to the cathedral at, and I'm just going to say it like this, Reims. Don't at me about the pronunciation. I know it's like Ross or something, but I can't make my mouth say it, so don't make me say it. I'm just going to call it the cathedral at Reims, where French kings had been getting crowned since the 900s. But the cathedral had not hosted a coronation since young Louis XVI back in 1775, which was now fully 50 years ago. Now, there had been 2 coronations since then, of course, when Napoleon became emperor and when Louis XVIII had been restored, but both of those had taken place in Paris, which now considered itself in every way the capital of France. The Parisians were a bit put out by what they now considered a snub, and doubly so when reports started coming back that not only had King Charles prostrated himself before the archbishop, another sign of the re-rise of unreconstructed Catholicism, but also that the same archbishop had then gone on to deliver a sermon denouncing both the charter of government and freedom of worship. When Charles returned to Paris a few weeks later, he was greeted by very subdued crowds and not a little bit of open disrespect. And though Charles was outwardly confident to the point of arrogance, he was also hypersensitive and thin-skinned when it came to criticism. He took every caricature, song, and scathing, mocking pamphlet as bordering on treason. They called him Charles the Simple, which was both a dig at his intelligence and a callback to one of the old Carolingian kings, one of the ones who had been deposed. Charles's ego just couldn't take being made fun of or disrespected, and he certainly did not think his subjects had the right to make him look the fool, which was now a daily occurrence in the press. He was getting sick of it, and he wanted to do something about it. But then Charles ran into a problem called the Chamber of Peers. Remember, the Chamber of Peers was the upper house of the French legislature, and was supposed to correspond to the House of Lords in Britain. Now, it might seem a little counterintuitive that the upper house would be the ones resisting the king, but remember, a lot of the peers that had been created were holdovers from the empire. Most of them had been high-ranking army officers, and while maybe not the most liberal guys around, they certainly had an esprit de corps built around respect for talent, where merit counted for more than birth, and some fundamental grounding in revolutionary principles. That, however much those principles were a sham by the end of Napoleon's reign, they still had powerful meaning. And then joining those guys were a bunch of peers who had been created during the years of liberalism under Élie Ducasse. So as Charles entered his second year on the throne, ready to take a reactionary turn, the Chamber of Peers became an anchor that refused to allow the king to make his pivot. In April of 1826, the peers took their first stab at open defiance. Prime Minister Villèle presented a bill that was designed to rebuild the fortunes of the aristocracy and further the move towards the re-erection of the three estates, if not in name, then at least in fact. The French nobility had always had a problem with inheritance, specifically that estates did not go lock, stock, and barrel to the eldest son, but had to be divided amongst however many male heirs there were. Now, this had been a problem before the Revolution, and had been the leading cause of the impoverishment of the rural nobility, but the years of revolution now made it virtually impossible to build and maintain an estate that would persist intact through time. Every time a father died, his lands were divvied up between his sons. So Villèle now proposed a law called the Rights of the Eldest, which would have allowed for significantly larger chunks to be passed to the eldest son. Not the whole thing, but a much larger portion, and critically, that those estates could then be entailed. They could not be broken up in the future. But though the bill passed the Chamber of Deputies no problem, the Chamber of Peers rejected it, which was a major embarrassment for both Villèle and King Charles. But there was no way for Charles to undo the vote unless he was willing to shred the charter of government, which, yes, he wanted to do, but no, he was not yet ready to do. It was perhaps because he felt he could do nothing about the peers that King Charles turned his wrath on the press, who he and Prime Minister Villèle held responsible for the peers' behavior. So far as Charles was concerned, the press was abusing the freedom that they had been so generously granted by the crown, and certainly they had egged the Chamber of Peers into rejecting the rights of the eldest and then cheered them on when the peers had stood firm. So by the end of 1826, the ministry was floating a new press law that was dubbed the Love and Justice Bill, which is exactly the sort of Orwellian language you want to use when you're planning on revoking freedom of the press, because the object was simple: to make it far more difficult to run a newspaper that said anything critical of the regime. Stamp duties would be increased to make publishing financially out of reach for all but the wealthiest owners, and then fines for infractions would be increased to serve as a deterrent to coming anywhere near what the ministry considered the line. And the approval process for new publications would be significantly more rigorous, and investigations would be made into the political leanings of both owners and editors. Without question, the object was to muzzle the press, and then keep them muzzled. But again, the Chamber of Peers wasn't having it. The bill was presented on April the 17th, 1827, and they voted it down. Villèle was again embarrassed, and Charles was raging. I mean, what good was it to be king if you couldn't even muzzle an unfriendly press? It was outrageous. It was in this atmosphere that Charles's next great wild overreaction played out. Now, climbing into the Wayback Machine for just a second, when Charles had re-entered Paris back in April of 1814, he had been greeted by companies of the Paris National Guard, who had then escorted him around the city. Each year since then, Charles enjoyed celebrating the anniversary of his return to Paris with a grand review of the National Guard out on the Champ de Mars. The Guard remained now, even here in 1827, what it had always been since its creation right after the fall of the Bastille in 1789, a militia of middle-class bourgeoisie who felt that they, more than anyone else, represented the spirit of '89 and patriotic French nationalism. Though in the wake of Napoleon's fall they had indeed welcomed the Bourbons back as a means of restoring peace, morale and enthusiasm for service had been on the wane for quite some time, and most of the sort of men who served in the Guard were not very happy with the reactionary regime that Charles was trying to run. So though this anniversary review in April of 1827 was supposed to be a remembrance of a happy shared memory, there was very little happiness out there in the ranks. Now the Guard was about 20,000 strong, and for the occasion they mustered out on the Champ de Mars on April the 29th, 1827. Now Charles already had a bad feeling about the day, when he found the crowds lining the street growing ominously quiet as he approached. When he first left the Tuileries Palace, it had been all, "Long live the king!" But now, as he approached the Champ de Mars, a stony silence set in. Then when he actually got down to the review, things started out okay, but then voices started catcalling out from the ranks. They said, "Down with the Jesuits and down with the king." Men refused to remove their hats, and troublemakers refused direct orders to pipe down, leading to a few scuffles out in the ranks. But here's the really important detail. There were 20,000 men out there on the Champ de Mars, and at most we're talking about a dozen or two malcontents making a bit of a scene. So in the grand scheme of things, the mildly embarrassing spectacle wasn't the problem, but rather how Charles reacted. Believing that they all now were really against him, the next day he got up and ordered the Paris National Guard disbanded. Completely disbanded. You're done. Go home. Don't come back. Now, the men may have been getting a little tired of the burden of service, and it wasn't quite as noble a calling as it used to be, but still, this was a pretty big slap in the face to wake up to to be told that this thing, this institution that you do in fact take some pride in, and which represents one of the chains of time that remained unbroken going back to 1789, it was offensive. However big the handful of enemies Charles had in the ranks on April the 29th, he had, let's say 20,000 more by the afternoon of April the 30th. And then, wait for it, the National Guard was disbanded without the slightest effort to also disarm them. The men were allowed to keep their guns and ammunition, and I promise this will not be the last time we see those guns or that ammunition, which are all now sitting in the homes of 20,000 men whose honor has just been seriously besmirched by the increasingly hated King Charles X. Then just a month later, Prime Minister Villèle introduced a measure to further consolidate the voting power of the richest landowners in France, and with luck, cut out exactly the sort of bourgeoisie who hovered right on the line of suffrage. Again, exactly the sort of guy who might have been serving in the now disbanded Parisian National Guard. The plan was to tie electoral suffrage to jury duty. As with voting, jury duty was restricted to only those who paid over a certain amount in taxes. But for those who just barely crossed the line, jury duty was a time-consuming burden that they simply could not afford, and so most tried to avoid it. By explicitly making the electoral lists identical to the juror lists, Villèle figured that most would simply decline participation in both rather than subject themselves to jury duty. But a few canny liberals, aided by a few canny defectors, noticed a way to exploit the proposal to their advantage. One frequent complaint for years, and especially since the passage of the law of the double vote, was that qualified voters were being unjustly prevented from casting a ballot. Despite meeting all the qualifications, agents of the government would simply declare them ineligible and tell them to move along. They would be barred from the proceedings. This corrupt maintenance of the electoral rolls had been depressing turnout for years because nobody was allowed to see the rolls, and so it was nearly impossible to win a challenge. But the jury lists, on the other hand, those had to be updated every year, be scrupulously maintained, and posted publicly for all to see. If that list became identical to the voting list, a man could not be turned away just because the ministry didn't like his politics. My name is on the list. I get to vote, and I can prove it. So rather than fighting the bill, opponents of the government embraced it and passed it overwhelmingly in May of 1827. Then they got going with a massive effort to register to vote as many of their friends as possible. In 1820, the number of voters had peaked at about 110,000, but by 1827 that number had fallen to just 70,000, with most of the losses coming from the liberal opposition. Over the summer of 1827, the registration drive put close to 20,000 names back on the list. Trying to head off the force he had just accidentally unleashed, Villèle recommended that the king dissolve the Chamber of Deputies entirely and hold a new vote in November, one that would renew the entire chamber for 5 years, that would hopefully get the vote in before the opposition was able to swamp the polls. He also recommended that the king create 76 new peers to stop the obstinate Chamber of Peers from constantly blocking the king's will. Combined, the measure should have guaranteed a majority for the government for years to come. To increase the chances of success, Villèle also had the king announce the dissolution on November the 5th, with elections then scheduled for just a week later. Villèle believed that this wouldn't give the opposition enough time for them to get their act together. But he drastically underestimated the organization that had already been going on under the radar. The liberal opposition was surprised by the announcement, yes, but they also had mobilization networks ready to go to pack the polls at a moment's notice, and that's exactly what they did. The subsequent election saw, first of all, a 25% uptick in voter turnout, with all of it coming from the opposition side. And then second, when the returns came back, the government did not command a majority in the Chamber of Deputies. A tidal wave of new liberal members came flooding in, and they combined with a rump of hard-right ultra-ultras who hated Villèle's pragmatism, and they all voted that they had no confidence in the prime minister. So on January the 5th, 1828, 6 years after first taking office, Villèle resigned. His plan to pack the Chamber of Deputies with supporters of his government could not have backfired harder. Upon successfully ousting Villèle, a new caucus of deputies formed back around the center, with defector types aligning with the large influx of liberals and cutting out the hard-right ultra-royalists altogether. From the king's unhappy perspective, the only way to mollify this group was to elevate some kind of centrist, and so he plucked Jean-Baptiste de Martignac, a man he did not like nor agree with. Anything less, though, would likely have triggered a real constitutional crisis. But Charles was really, really unhappy about what he was being forced to do, especially because his verdict on the revolution, from literally the beginning, was that his older brother, Louis XVI, had made far too many concessions, been far too lenient, and not cracked down hard and fast when he had the chance. Now faced with a hostile Chamber of Deputies and a hostile Chamber of Peers, both of them flexing their independent muscle, Charles found himself in the heat of the moment caving rather than fighting. It ate at him, especially because pamphlets were now making the rounds that maybe his enlightened cousin Louis-Philippe, the Duc d'Orléans, might make an attractive alternative to King Charles the Simple, which was almost verbatim the kind of pamphlet that had been floating around Paris in 1788 and 1789. All of this ate at Charles, because in his mind it was all happening over again, and he was making the same mistakes. So Charles then spent the rest of 1828 stewing unhappily, as his ministry and the chambers worked together on policies that were not at all to his personal liking. Most egregious was in July when they re-liberalized the press laws. They abolished the cumbersome permit process for men wanting to start new periodicals, and they did away with special investigations into the individual political leanings of an editor or an owner to determine whether they would be allowed to express their opinion. Critics of Charles were naturally emboldened. Charles himself grumbled. Hunkered down with his inner circle of ultra-royalist friends and advisors, he tried to figure out what, if anything, could be done. In the spring of 1829, the king finally found a piece of legislation he might be able to use to dissolve the unfriendly Chamber of Deputies and form a new government. A piece of legislation that sounded pretty good on the outside, but which contained a poison pill sure to be rejected by the chambers that would allow Charles to pounce and say, "Look, what can I do? These people won't work with me. I have to have a new ministry, and I must have new deputies to work with." The issue at hand was reforming the local administration of the departments, and the legislation stipulated that administrators would now be elected locally by local constituents rather than appointed by the central government. And like I said, this sounds pretty good, but the poison pill was that suffrage for these local elections would be even narrower than in the regular elections, and more or less be made up of the same group who benefited from the law of the double vote. The real object of the bill, then, was to further the long-standing ultra-royalist aim to rebuild the wealth and power of the old Second Estate. But the really real aim, as I said, was to get the chambers to reject the measure, so that the king could plausibly throw up his hands and say, "I just can't work with these people." The chambers did indeed reject the proposal in April of 1829, a rejection that allowed Charles to say that he had fatally lost faith in the short-lived ministry of Martignac, and give the king the opportunity to form a new ministry, a ministry made up of men that he wanted, which is another way of saying men that nobody else wanted. The king waited until after the chambers went into recess at the end of July 1829 before making his surprise announcement that he was turning out the Martignac government and bringing in as his new prime minister his old friend and ultra-royalist Jules de Polignac. It was a shocking turn of events, as it was guaranteed Polignac would not be supported by either the Chamber of Deputies or the Chamber of Peers. Polignac had been born in 1780 into an aristocratic family with close connections at court to Marie Antoinette. Emigrating with his family as a teenager, he had returned to France under the general amnesty offered by Napoleon, but he spent his time acting as an agent of arch-aristocratic royalists still working to bring the Bourbons back to power, and he was implicated in a plot to assassinate Napoleon in 1804. After being captured, Polignac then spent the next 10 years locked up in prison, and it would appear that those 10 years in prison, often in isolation, turned Polignac into a bit of an odd duck. and rumors long swirled around him that he believed he was now taking his orders directly from the Virgin Mary, though it's also possible this was just a bit of slander, an extension of the general mockery of the backward piety of Charles's court. But it wasn't just Polignac who would be problematic. In every department, the new minister appointed by Charles seemed designed to be provocative and unwelcome. Most weren't even particularly qualified for the jobs they were given. But they all shared a loyalty to Charles and his ultra-royalist principles, and after 5 years of being forced to work with men he did not like or agree with, this is what Charles wanted, and he was the king. So he was now prepared to say, this is what you are going to get. Besides, he didn't plan to worry too much about the opinion of the deputies, since for the moment he had no intention of recalling them from their recess to voice their complaints. Indeed, after they departed Paris in August of 1829, they would not be recalled until March of 1830. So all of these moves, of course, inflamed popular opinion, and the presses went crazy, but Charles and Polignac had a plan to shore up their position before the Chamber of Deputies was recalled. The always available expedient of starting a nice little patriotic war. A nice little patriotic war would rally the nation behind the king, so that when the carping deputies did come back to Paris, they would be opposing a strong king preparing to lead his army into battle and bring back a measure of the old glorious days of imperial expansion. So next week, Charles will announce his plan to go beat up Algiers, with whom France had been in a bit of a diplomatic kerfluffle with for the past 2 years. Not that it will stop the deputies from registering their displeasure when they do reconvene in March of 1830, but Charles will simply use that as an excuse to dissolve them and call for new elections. King Charles now seemed to be deliberately provoking the constitutional crisis he had spent the last 5 years avoiding, and it was taken for granted in liberal circles that he was planning a royalist coup d'etat to abolish the charter of government. But before we get into all of that, we will begin next week by catching up with the man who will be the ultimate beneficiary of everything that is about to happen, and that's the 57-year-old first cousin of King Charles, Louis-Philippe, the Duc d'Orléans. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.3, Help Yourself and Heaven Will Help You. So last time, we covered the first 5 years of the reign of King Charles X of France. Finally free of Louis XVIII's annoying centrism, Charles went into his reign believing that he would be able to pursue an ultra-royalist agenda with impunity. Now, this seemed like an okay bet in 1824, but as we saw last week, the progression of Charles's reign was that each new year brought with it stiffer opposition to his program than the year before it. Far from being the absolute monarch he always dreamed of being, Charles found himself checked by the legislative chambers, attacked in the press, and frustrated by his own inability to impose the royal will. Well and truly fed up by the summer of 1829, King Charles X found himself ready to walk down that same trail once blazed by another King Charles, our old dear friend Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland. If you recall, from way back in episode 1.2, King Charles I spent the first 5 years of his reign getting into repeated fights with Parliament over taxation, the church, and the all-important question of whether the king or Parliament determined who sat in the government ministry. And how had Charles I responded? That's right, he dismissed Parliament in 1629 and refused to recall them, beginning his 11 years of personal rule. Now, here in France, almost exactly 200 years later, King Charles X was ready to do the same thing over many of the same issues. I mean, exactly the same issues, particularly the fight over whether ministers were answerable to the king or to the Chamber of Deputies. Now, that Charles X was following Charles I is not that surprising. The two men shared a few similarities. They were both younger royal sons who had not been raised to expect to wear the crown themselves. They were both unimaginative and inflexible in their convictions, and they suffered from a lack of healthy self-confidence, which led them to hide their fragile egos behind the absolute majesty of the crown. So both wound up convinced that an attack on them personally was an attack on the crown, and an attack on the crown was an attack on them personally. Their inability to compartmentalize the public role of being a king from their individual private life did not lead to healthy emotional reactions. They could not, for example, even fathom that there was such a thing as honest and loyal opposition. So as we saw at the end of last week's episode, King Charles X set out on this path once walked by Charles I. Fed up with everyone telling him he had to compromise and sacrifice his God-given royal prerogatives to a bunch of carping deputies, Charles let the chambers go into recess in August of 1829, and then announced that he was appointing a whole new ministry, led by the unpopular reactionary ultra-royalist Jules de Polignac. Oh, also, there is no specific timetable for recalling the chambers. This abrupt change in government triggered widespread panic among the opposition liberals, and not unjustified paranoia that the king was about to stage a royal coup d'etat, that he would suspend the charter of government, refuse to recall the chambers, and then rule by arbitrary fiat, basically setting up his own version of personal rule. The opposition presses exploded with responses that ran the gamut from sober analysis to wild-eyed conspiracy theories, and those same papers' advice about what to do ran the same gamut. From, well, let's wait and see what he does, to, no, we need a preemptive second revolution and we need it right now. The expectation that the king was getting ready to make a decisive move against his enemies was even held by his ultra-royalist supporters. The royalist presses painted the opposition liberals as nothing less than neo-Jacobin revolutionaries who threatened the peace and good order of the kingdom. And the royalists encouraged the king to invoke Article 14 of the Charter of Government, which all sides were now circling around, as the clear means by which a royal coup could be effected. So, what the heck is in Article 14, you say? Well, I quote it now in full, and the key bit comes at the end. Article 14. The king is the supreme head of the state, commands the land and sea forces, declares war, makes treaties of peace, alliance, and commerce, appoints to all places of public administration, and makes the necessary regulations and ordinances for the execution of the laws and the security of the state. Interpreted broadly, that final clause of Article 14 gave the king two important means of establishing personal rule. First, that if he determined the security of the state was at issue, he could make necessary regulations and ordinances to address the crisis, including, for example, suspending all civil rights. Then, once those rights had been suspended, he could invoke the appoints to all places of public administration and makes necessary regulations and ordinances, part of the article, to govern by executive fiat, because any new decree could just be called one of those necessary regulations and ordinances. The important takeaway, though, is that any potential royal coup was not going to suspend the charter. It would instead run right through the charter, and from King Charles all the way down, the royalists consistently painted themselves as the defenders of the charter of government against illegal encroachment by radical revolutionaries in the Chamber of Deputies. Now, so far, I've been talking about liberals and the opposition without naming any names or getting too deep into the details. And that's because I wanted to keep things moving through the first two episodes. But now that we're right on top of 1830, it is time to introduce a few of the key players on the liberal side, because though not even they knew it yet, they were in fact about to launch a revolution. You will also notice that I said last time we were going to open this week by bringing the Duc d'Orléans into the picture, but I made a last-minute editorial decision to punt on that until later, and instead focus your attention on three guys who are really important as individuals, but who also stand in as representatives of different factors in the coming revolutionary equation. Those guys are Jacques Lafitte, François Guizot, and Adolphe Thiers. Jacques Lafitte was the richest and most powerful banker in France. Born the son of a carpenter in 1767, he had come to Paris in 1788 to apprentice in a banking house. He rode out the revolution from behind a desk, where his natural financial talents led to successive promotions up the ladder. His fortunes really picked up, though, after 1799, when his firm shrewdly backed Napoleon Bonaparte's coup of Brumaire, leaving the company very well positioned to make a lot of money during the Consulate and the Empire. By the time Napoleon was crowning himself emperor in 1804, Lafitte was being groomed to one day take over the banking house, and in 1808 he completed his rise, became head of the bank, and along the way, something of a poster child for the rags-to-riches life the Revolution had made possible. Look at this son of a carpenter who has now become a wealthy and influential banker. But though a Bonapartist in good standing, during the chaotic transformation from collapsing empire to restored monarchy, Lafitte found himself amongst those being courted by the returning Bourbons. A leader of the Paris bankers, Lafitte was definitely a man to be co-opted rather than purged. Now, always interested in politics, Lafitte was elected to the First Chamber of Deputies in 1815, and as both a banker and a low-born son of a carpenter, he was, almost by necessity, a liberal politically. He was a constant backer of the liberal swing of Restoration politics, and as a result often found his banking interests threatened by ministers who didn't want him to get government contracts. Along with all of his liberal buddies, Lafitte was booted from the Chamber of Deputies in 1824. That was the regained chamber election. But he came back when the opposition started flexing its muscle again in 1827. A leader in both political and economic circles, Lafitte stood at the head of a clique of liberal Parisian financiers who were pushing for a dependable constitutional monarchy. Believing King Charles to be a feeble and incompetent monarch, Lafitte directed his time, attention, and most importantly his money to the cause of the liberal opposition. And Lafitte's house will become the headquarters of the Orleanist faction of the insurrection when everything goes crazy at the end of July 1830. So the banker Lafitte will be providing a lot of the money to underwrite the coming regime change. Providing the ideological ammunition for that regime change was François Guizot. Born in Nîmes in 1787, Guizot was the son of a bourgeois Protestant who was executed in the Terror in April of 1794, stamping Guizot early with an aversion to the bloody excesses of revolution. After the death of his father, his mother took him to Geneva, where he was raised and received an education in part inspired by Rousseau. In 1805, Guizot came back to Paris as the teenage tutor of a wealthy family, and after a few years, he made a major splash in the literary scene and became one of the most popular young writers of the day, eventually undertaking a translation of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, so kudos for that. By the time Napoleon fell, Guizot was a highly regarded writer and academic, and as the Restoration settled in, Guizot became the leading intellectual light of the doctrinaires, those left-leaning constitutional monarchists led politically by Élie Decazes. In 1819, Guizot founded a new literary journal called The Courier to expound on his liberal constitutional monarchism, and he sparred with ultra-royalists on the right and radical Republicans on the left. Guizot truly staked out the intellectual underpinnings of a political ideology that would become known as juste milieu, the middle way or the golden mean, always putting yourself between whatever two extremes are out there. If you do that, you'll always be in good shape. After the doctrinaires lost influence in 1820, Guizot turned his attention back to literary pursuits and, among other things, published a history of the English Revolution covering the reigns of Charles I and Charles II, so kudos for that as well. But by the late 1820s, politics was back on the front burner, and Guizot wrote relentlessly critical articles about the incompetent King Charles, and, along with everyone else, Guizot was appalled by the appointment of Polignac. Guizot was in fact now convinced that saving the monarchy would mean getting rid of the king. At that moment, Guizot's suspicion that the king might have to go to save the monarchy was shared by a young man who would eventually emerge as one of Guizot's great political rivals, Adolphe Thiers. Born in 1797, Thiers completely missed the revolutionary part of the French Revolution, and he grew up under the regimes of Napoleon. Abandoned by a shady father, young Adolphe's education was bankrolled by wealthy relatives, and he emerged with a law degree and set up a practice in Aix-la-Chapelle in 1818. But Adolphe Thiers came equipped with an uncontainable raw ambition to make a name for himself. At what? At anything. It didn't matter. He wanted to make a name for himself. And so he moved to Paris in 1821. Upon arrival, he submitted articles to all the best newspapers and soon landed a regular gig at one called the Constitutional, in part for taking a penetrating whack at Guizot and the impotent moderation of the doctrinaires, who were, at that moment, being swamped by ultra-royalist reactionaries. Thiers believed that the only way to push back would be an equally energetic defense of liberal principles. Now, ultimately, Adolphe Thiers has a pretty mixed historical reputation, but I will admit to you all that I am personally drawn to him for two reasons. First, after making his splash in the Paris literary scene, Thiers was introduced around at all the best liberal salons, and he met Lafayette, and more importantly, he met Talleyrand. Now, Talleyrand was approaching his 70th birthday, but he had lost none of his cunning, nor his desire to get back into government, and he saw in Thiers an energy that he could harness. As a friend later said of Thiers, there was enough gunpowder in his nature to explode 6 governments. So Talleyrand made a point to guide the young man's political development and became a key early mentor. So yes, the fact that Adolphe Thiers is Talleyrand's protege means that I'm already in the bag for him. The second reason I'm drawn to him, though, is that the thing that made Thiers really rich and really famous was his work as a historian. His historical work is what made his name, his fortune, and his reputation, because in 1823 he published the first 2 volumes of the first true history of the French Revolution. Up until that point, takes on the revolution usually came in the form of memoirs of participants or eyewitnesses. Thiers, however, was coming from the first generation of scholars for whom the revolution was really history, not a living memory, and his history of the French Revolution is now considered the founding text of French revolutionary historiography. In the history, Thiers helps cement that most enduring of analytic frameworks, namely that there was a good revolution in 1789 and a bad revolution in 1792. He praised the enlightened principles of the liberal nobility, like his new friend and patron Lafayette, and he thrashed guys like Marat and Robespierre for being bloodthirsty extremists who wrecked everything. Eventually spanning 10 volumes, the history was enormously popular and made Thiers the equivalent of a millionaire by the time he was 30 years old. Now, on its own, this history is worth talking about, but it also played a part in the contemporary politics of the late 1820s, because Thiers was scathing in his attacks on the pig-headed aristocracy, who were so wrapped up in protecting their own venal privileges that they could not see the destruction they were doing, nor the revolution they were creating. And during the reign of Charles X, this was commentary that no one missed the point of. It was even harder to miss the point of the commentary that he was trying to offer in the popular presses. After the appalling arrival of the Polignac ministry, the articles Thiers submitted for publication were simply too scathing for the more risk-adverse papers who did not want to bring the king's hammer down on their head. So, with the powerful voice of Thiers in danger of being silenced, we bring ourselves back to the banker Jacques Lafitte, who, along with a consortium of rich liberals, including Talleyrand, bankrolled a new paper in January of 1830 that they called The National. Thiers was put in charge of it, along with 2 other guys whose names I won't trouble you with, and given now free rein. The National published articles explicitly comparing 1830 to, for example, England in 1688, and saying, look, if the king is not going to respect the people's participation in government, then it is the king who should get the boot, not the people. Thiers himself wrote a hugely popular article that popularized the essential aphorism of the liberal opposition: the king rules, but he does not govern. Okay, so getting back to the main story here, guys like Lafitte and Guizot and Thiers were among those convinced that the king was planning some kind of royal coup. But what none of them knew was that neither King Charles nor Polignac were actually planning to stage said coup, at least not in 1829. Though no one knew it at the time, the provocative new ministry had neither the will nor, frankly, the ability to stage anything so bold as a coup d'etat. Now, for sure, Polignac had some vague plan to change the electoral laws to ensure that, as he put it, mediocre men driven by turbulent and revolutionary passions would be forever barred from serving in the Chamber of Deputies, but the Prime Minister was a very passive agent of history. He believed that everything would just sort of magically work itself out on its own. Polignac trusted in the will of God without quite realizing that when you become prime minister, you are actually the one who God or history or whatever is working through. So you might actually have to do some work to bring about God's will. Polignac's optimistic passivity set the tone for the rest of the ministry, and so far from staging some lightning coup, literally months went by without any action at all from the ministry, not just in the power struggle with the liberal opposition, but on any matter of state whatsoever. The new ministry was not working round the clock to take over the kingdom. They were in fact often reported to be dozing off during meetings and shrugging at the day-to-day responsibilities of their office. So summer turned to fall, turned to winter, without the expected other shoe ever dropping, which allowed the royalist press to paint the liberal press as a bunch of hysterical lunatics who were jumping at shadows. Fully 6 months passed after the elevation of the Polignac ministry before Polignac decided it was time to actually do something. The charter of government could be vague on a few points, but the budget was not one of them. The budget had to be approved by both the Chamber of Deputies and the Chamber of Peers to take effect. So in January of 1830, the king finally called for the chambers to reconvene in March. But critically, Polignac recommended that the king submit to the chambers only the budget. All other matters would be withheld from their consideration, and instead those decisions would be made by the king invoking his Article 14 powers. Presenting only the budget would then provoke one of two reactions. Either the chambers would approve the budget and life would go on with the king now clearly in the driver's seat, or they would make a big fuss and the king would have an excuse to dissolve the chamber and call for a new election. The latter, frankly, being the most likely. With a new election then probably in the making, the ministry also got going with a plan to bolster the reputation of the regime with a fun overseas adventure. They wanted to go capture Algiers. Now, this adventure was designed to satiate the cravings of an entire generation who had been raised on Napoleon's imperial expansion. Everyone in the prime of their life here in 1830 had spent their childhood or adolescence or young adulthood reading reports of the latest smashing victory of the French army and lists of additional territory added to the French Empire. Whatever they thought of the emperor by the end, Napoleon had stamped this generation with an expectation that the French were meant to conquer and to rule. When the Bourbons came back, they brought with them a renunciation of that entire mentality. I mean, that renunciation was probably the single biggest reason the other powers of Europe had decided to bring King Louis XVIII back in the baggage train. So for the past 15 years, the nationalistic yearning for great victories abroad had been pretty much ignored. Sure, the French had successfully invaded Spain in 1823, but that wasn't the same thing, since they were really just acting as muscle for King Ferdinand. Now, France had played some leading role in the crisis of Greek independence that was unfolding in the 1820s over in the Ottoman Empire, but there they played an ambiguous game of negotiation and clandestine support, and mostly ensuring that the fire did not spread. So the Polignac ministry was not insensible to the lamentations in the press that once glorious France was being frittered away by the lethargic, inept, and cowardly Bourbons. And so Polignac concluded that some kind of operation to bolster national morale was just the thing he needed to trap the liberal opposition between an ultra-royalist monarchy and the common men and women of France, who would thrill that the king was restoring national glory. Algiers offered a perfect target, because it came with a prepackaged casus belli and was well outside the sphere of influence of Russia and Prussia and Austria, none of whom objected to the operation. The cause for war was that way back in the 1790s, the French Directory had contracted to buy Algerian wheat to feed its armies, but in the tumults that followed, no French government ever repaid the debts. When the Restoration came around and everyone in Europe was invited to submit their claims for repayment, the Dey of Algiers, the Dey being like the governor of Algiers, duly submitted his claim. But the claim was never taken up, and the Algerian debt never paid. So finally in 1827, the Dey deliberately insulted the French consul resident in Algiers, trying to provoke a settlement, and in response, King Charles ordered a naval blockade of the city. But with Algiers easily defensible from a sea attack, and with the thin blockade easily runnable by smugglers, pirates, and privateers, The blockade turned out to be as expensive as it was pointless. So by the end of 1829, most people were looking for a way to honorably break off the 2-year-old blockade, but Polignac said, what if we went the other way? Rather than pulling back, what if we really leaned into it? Now, no senior commander in either the army or the navy liked the idea of invading Algeria, and it actually took Polignac some time to go down the list of senior commanders until he finally found someone willing to take the assignment. In February of 1830, the king approved a plan for an invasion force of 37,000 men and more than 100 warships to go land, besiege Algiers, and capture it. With word now leaked of the planned expedition, the liberal opposition came out hard against it. Nearly everyone predicted it would be an expensive failure, and the opposition differed amongst themselves only on what they thought Charles was really up to. Some correctly divined that it was an attempt to cloak the regime in the cape of glory to permit further attacks on the charter of government, while the more radical amongst them believed that the plan was actually to seize the personal treasury of the Dey of Algiers, reckoned to be a pile of loot worth some 150 million francs, that Charles could then use to buy off the army, as a step in the royal coup they believed now more than ever was coming. One way or the other, though, the connection was drawn early between this foreign war and domestic politics, that, quote, a victory in Algiers is a victory over our liberties. So this was the atmosphere into which the chambers finally reconvened after a 7-month hiatus on March the 2nd, 1830. In the weeks leading up to it, everything about the conduct of the king and his ministers seemed designed to provoke lockstep opposition that would allow the king to dissolve the chambers rather than try to work with them. The ministry did very little outreach to deputies who could potentially be bought off or convinced to support the regime. They did very little to prepare the deputies for the fact that they were going to be presented only with a completed budget that would be voted up and down, and they never even bothered to ask what little bits of pork could be slipped into said budget to make a particular deputy vote yes instead of no. Then the speech opening the session from the king left no one with any room to doubt what his expectation of the chamber was. After a boring review of state finances, the king wrapped things up with a threat that snapped everyone back to attention. He said, if criminal maneuvers rise up obstacles against my government, which I hope will not be the case, I will find the strength to overcome them with my resolution to maintain public order in the just confidence of the French people and in the love that they have always demonstrated for their kings. This gauntlet thrown down, the Chamber of Deputies went ahead and picked it up. In their next session, they appointed a committee to draft a response to the king, and since the liberal opposition still held their majority, it shouldn't surprise you that only members of the liberal opposition were allowed to sit on the committee. The response they drafted was presented to the whole chamber on March the 15th and read, in part, Sire, the charter, which we owe to the wisdom of your august predecessor, and which your majesty is firmly committed to defend, consecrates as a right the participation of the country in the discussion of public affairs. That intervention ought to be, it is in fact, indirect, widely regulated, fixed within limits exactly drawn, and we would never permit that anyone dare violate those limits. But it is positive in its result, because it is based on the permanent accord between the political views of your government and the wishes of your people, the indispensable condition of the normal conduct of public affairs. Sire, our loyalty, our devotion, compel us to tell you that this accord does not now exist. So what they're saying here is, yes, we know that you have all these powers, but unless some sort of working relationship exists between the ministry and the Chamber of Deputies, government simply cannot function. And it strongly implied that it was now up to the king to dismiss his unpopular ministers. 221 deputies elected to sign this reply to the king, which is how the 221 became not just a list of names, but also an abstracted stand-in for the entire apparatus of liberal opposition in the Chamber of Deputies. Predictably, the king did not take the response well. He told his ministers that he had no intention of negotiating with this 221. If they were not going to support his government, then it would be them, not the government, who would be dissolved. So 2 days after receiving the reply, the king sent a few of his ministers down to the Chamber of Deputies to deliver the news. Their session was at an end. Goodbye, go home. Now, this, of course, caused an enormous hubbub in the hall as both deputies and the audience in attendance exploded at the abrupt end to the session that had only just begun. But there was nothing anybody could do about it. The king had spoken. The session was terminated. But though the chambers were now again on hiatus, the king did not yet officially dissolve them or call for new elections. With the power to control the calendar in the ministry's hands, they wanted to wait for just the right moment to strike. Some advised waiting until September because the electoral/jury rolls were set to be revised in August, so there was an opportunity there to manipulate those rolls to their advantage. But there was a problem with that. They did still need a budget, and September was a long ways away. But by now, Polignac was getting good news from the Army and Navy, who reported that preparations for the Algerian expedition were ahead of schedule, and they would all be ready to launch by the end of May. So, putting two and two together, the ministry submitted a plan to the king. We'll have you wait until the eve of the expedition to announce the dissolution of the chambers, and then schedule elections to begin on June the 23rd, with luck in the glorious wake of a great overseas victory. With everything for the Algerian expedition still on track in May, the king officially announced on May the 17th that the Chamber of Deputies was dissolved and that elections would be held on June the 23rd and July the 3rd. The first round being the quote-unquote regular elections, the latter being the upper departmental election open only to those who qualified under the law of the double vote. All available reports indicated that the vote was going to be razor thin, and some ministers wanted to know what would happen if the king's party lost. Was the king ready to go even further in his invocation of Article 14, or would the ministers have to resign? In typical fashion, Polignac brushed off the need to think too far ahead, and he told the king, quote, "We will think of everything, sire. Everything will come in time." So going into this election, the Liberals are just way ahead of the Royalists in terms of organization. They've been actually working steadily on it for years, and the leading apparatus for this organization was a club called Help Yourself and Heaven Will Help You. It's almost too perfect how much this organization contrasts with Polignac's theory of, everything will work out in the end. Run by a central committee in Paris that included Jacques Lafitte and Lafayette and François Guizot, it had branches now all over France. And though it will be easy to say that it resembled the old Jacobin network, the Help Yourself Club was far less about fostering passionate oratory and debate, and much more about nuts and bolts electoral organizing. The men running the Help Yourself Club committed themselves to re-electing every single one of the 221. They hosted dinners and parties for these candidates, raised money and spread it around both above and below board. They also held training sessions to instruct electors on the rules of voting to avoid disqualification, which was a tactic they all correctly assumed would be a core part of the ultra-royalist campaign strategy. This group also commissioned a little manual on electoral rules and made it available for free, because who could vote and who could not vote was probably going to count for far more than the individual personalities of the candidates. Alongside this voter mobilization and education project, the liberal presses were blasting out claims that if the King's Party won, that national lands were going to be reconfiscated, that tithes and feudal dues would come back, and that the church would get its own massive lump sum payoff for all the lands that they had lost in the revolution. Now, mostly this was a bunch of exaggerated half-truths, but King Charles and Prime Minister Polignac were frankly perfect villains for the liberal voters and the presses that served them. With the election now in full swing, the invasion of Algeria was then launched right on schedule. Between May the 25th and May the 27th, the entire fleet sailed away, carrying with them the hopes and fears of the entire kingdom. The liberals made aggressive hay that this adventure was folly and destined to fail, and they were happy to report that shortly after leaving, the fleet had to hole up for a week because of relentlessly bad weather, a most inauspicious beginning to the adventure. But though stalled, the invasion was not called off, and on June the 13th, the fleet dropped anchor off the coast of Algeria and prepared to land their forces. That same day, June the 13th, 1830, the people of Paris woke up to something that they had never seen before. In the official government paper, the Monitor, was a direct appeal from the king to support royalist candidates in the election. He said, among other things, "Do not permit yourselves to be misled by the insidious words of enemies of public tranquility. Reject the groundless suspicions and false fears that would shake public confidence and excite grave disorders. Electors, hasten to your colleges. Let no reprehensible negligence deprive them of your presence. May a single sentiment move you. May a single flag rally you. It is your king who asks this. It is the Father who calls you." This direct appeal was a risky move, as it shattered the fantasy that the king was above and beyond politics. King Louis XVIII had warned his little brother to not ever be the king of two people. But with his direct appeal, Charles made it clear that he was in fact the king of only one people. The risky strategy of directly involving the king didn't even help. Within days, Polignac had intelligence reports coming back saying that it hadn't moved the needle at all and had perhaps even stiffened the opposition. It looked like the 221 were going to get reelected. So what were they going to do now? After discussing various options, the ministry settled on a plan to postpone the elections of 20 departments identified as being the strongest base of opposition. Saying that the tangle of challenges and counter-challenges to various individual voters' qualifications prevented the vote from going forward on time, the ministry pushed those 20 departments back to July 12th and 19th, hoping that the friendly departments voting first would create a wave of momentum that would depress turnout and blunt the energy of those unfriendly departments when they voted a few weeks later. They announced all this on June the 18th, which was coincidentally the same day the army was able to report that they had landed all their troops on Algerian soil. So this looked great for the ministry. A little patriotic fever would run through the first round of voting, which would run through only friendly districts. Victory looked like it might still be possible. So it came as an especially hard blow when the first round of elections ran on June the 23rd, and almost every one of the 221 standing for re-election in those supposedly royalist-friendly districts was re-elected, and it was clear that the Liberals were now on their way back to a majority. The second round of voting on July the 3rd produced the expected royalist candidates, but not enough to offset the damage done on June the 23rd, and certainly not enough to offset the fact that those 20 unfriendly districts were about to dump their guys into the basket too. The king and his ministry were facing a humiliating defeat. On July the 4th, an enraged King Charles stormed around a meeting of his ministry demanding answers and swearing that he was not going to let the opposition deputies illegally seize control of the government just because they had won some damned silly election. He said that he would not compromise on the sanctity of the Charter of Government, which gave him the right to appoint his own ministers as he saw fit. If the chambers tried to impose their will on him, they would find the king perfectly ready to invoke Article 14 to stop the opposition from threatening the security of France and destroying the Charter of Government. Now, in the midst of all this, though, the invasion of Algeria was somehow, miraculously, still going according to plan. On July the 5th, the French army successfully forced the Dey of Algiers to surrender, and they entered Algiers. They won, they captured it. Though it was supposed to be just a punitive expedition, and the occupation only temporary, the king was then able to announce that France would not be leaving, and instead they would be annexing Algeria, beginning, almost for the sake of a single election, 130 years of colonial occupation. But though the victory was popular in the streets, the dread of it being tied to domestic tyranny never went away. Indeed, it was now heightened. At a public ceremony celebrating the victory a few days later, the Archbishop of Paris said, "May the enemies of our God and our King everywhere and always be so treated." With the king's appeal from just 2 weeks earlier, making it plainly clear who he thought his enemies were, the Archbishop's words were a giant flashing alarm bell. But though the Algerian expedition had gone exactly the way Polignac and the king had hoped it would go, in the end it didn't matter much. The 20 postponed departments had 100 seats up for grabs, and they went 89-11 to the Liberals. With all balloting complete, almost every one of the 221 were re-elected, with a bunch of new friends now joining them in the Chamber of Deputies. The Liberal majority was now 270 to 145. It was a brutal wipeout for the king, and the only question was how he now planned to so treat his enemies. In the days after the election, the ministry again convened to hatch some kind of scheme to get out of this. And it was finally here, in the third week of July 1830, that they really got to planning what you might call a royal coup, even though they didn't seem to quite recognize what they were doing. An atmosphere of angry resentment now hung over the Tuileries Palace, and they were simply looking for a way to stop the king's enemies from coming to power. And so, fatefully, they sat down and drafted 4 ordinances. 4 ordinances that have become known to history as the 4 Ordinances. First, the newly elected Chamber of Deputies was dissolved. Yes, before they even had a chance to sit. Second, the date for new elections would be September the 6th and 13th. Third, a new electoral law would be in effect for those new elections. Only the top 25% of taxpayers would get to vote, and that tax assessment would exclude things like the window and door tax, which is how lawyers and merchants and the urban bourgeoisie paid their taxes. The clear intent being to give all voting power to large conservative landowners. Fourth, and finally, freedom of the press was suspended. Printers would have to apply for permission to print and then renew that permission every 3 months. And in the meantime, the government could close any press it wanted at any time for any reason. Now, obviously, the ministry knew that these 4 ordinances would be controversial and provoke a response from the opposition, but boy, oh boy, did they ever underestimate that response. Next week, the 4 ordinances will be published, and yes, indeed, they will be controversial, and yes, indeed, they will provoke a response from the opposition. Because though no one knew it at the time, everyone was now just hours away from the beginning of the July Revolution. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.4, Stop the Presses. Following the elections of June and July 1830, King Charles X was completely over it. Over what? It. All of it. Everything. He had just used every dirty trick he could think of to defeat the liberal opposition, and for his efforts, the ultra-royalists actually lost seats in the Chamber of Deputies, where once they had battled 221, they were now facing a liberal majority of 270. Fearing that the monarchy was about to be railroaded into irrelevance, to a place where the king rules but he does not govern, Charles felt extraordinary measures were now justified. And so he sent Prime Minister Polignac off to draft the 4 ordinances that we ended last week's show with. The Chamber of Deputies would be dissolved before it had a chance to sit. New elections would be held under laws that restricted the vote to only super-wealthy landowners. And to stop the spread of the liberal virus, freedom of the press was revoked. Now, this might seem a bit of an overreaction by Charles, but he did not want to make the same mistakes that his brother Louis XVI had made. Charles believed that the French Revolution had succeeded because at every turning point, Louis had vacillated, compromised, acquiesced. To wit, Louis had given the Third Estate an inch, and they had taken his head. So, faced with what he thought was an analogous situation, Charles did what he had advised Louis to do all the way back in 1789, crack down hard and fast. But learning the lessons of history does not guarantee that following the opposite course of action is automatically correct. For example, Charles X of France is about to provoke a revolution where one does not yet exist, and though he will not lose his head, he will lose everything else. On the night of Sunday, July the 25th, 1830, Prime Minister Polignac summoned the editor of the official government newspaper, the Monitor, to the palace at Saint-Cloud, about 5 miles outside of Paris, where the royal family was residing for the summer. The editor met with Polignac, and the prime minister handed over a sheet containing the 4 ordinances, told the editor to print them in the morning edition, along with a supportive editorial. Now, the editor was a good soldier, and he agreed to do both, but made it plain that he knew what he was holding in his hand. This was the announcement of the royal coup everyone had been talking about for the better part of a year. With the 4 ordinances in hand, the editor returned to Paris, ordered his crew to begin setting the type, while he drafted an editorial. They all worked through the night, and the explosive edition was ready to go in the morning. Once it rolled off the presses on the morning of Monday, July the 26th, the Monitor was distributed across Paris. Individual subscriptions were delivered to homes, and bulk commercial subscriptions were distributed to street peddlers, cafes, and reading rooms, shops that stocked every kind of publication imaginable, and where the news would often be read aloud to those who could not read or afford a paper of their own. That morning's edition of the Monitor sent a jolt of electricity through everyone who read it. Right there, big as life, were these 4 ordinances rewriting the rules of the political game. The supportive editorial argued that the ordinances were necessary to prevent the seditious and libelous press from planting the seeds of revolution. It said, "At all times, the periodical press has been, it is in its nature to be, only an instrument of disorder and sedition." The editorial went on to say of the recent political conflicts, "It must be recognized these agitations are almost exclusively produced and excited by the freedom of the press." Then, after ticking off a long list of all the mean and nasty things the press had said and done, it had discredited public officials, twisted facts to suit their own ends, encouraged defiance, both among civilians and soldiers, and even revealed military secrets not meant for the public to see. The editorial then wrapped up by saying that the liberal opposition planned to destroy the charter of government, and so the king was rightly invoking Article 14. Now, on this morning of July the 26th, that liberal opposition was not in fact planning to destroy the charter of government. They were instead scattered all over the country. Most deputies had gone home for the recent elections, and they still lingered in their home constituency. It was a brutally hot last few weeks of July 1830, and Paris was kind of a crummy place to be. Only a dozen or so of the deputies and opposition leaders were actually in Paris when the 4 ordinances hit the street, though among those still in the city was Adolphe Thiers, who was among the first to learn of the stunning development. Once the contents of the day's Monitor was known everywhere by about 10 a.m., copies were handed to messengers and agents who ran it around to the neighboring communities and departments as fast as they could ride. Lafayette got word out at his chateau about 50 miles southeast of Paris. The banker, Jacques Lafitte, was at his estate about 100 miles north, while Francois Guizot was on his way back from Nîmes and only found out because he happened to run into a messenger going the other way. But everywhere the Monitor landed, the jolt of electricity hit. Because have you heard the news? The coup is on. As the news spread through Paris and beyond, the streets of Paris began to fill up. For many workers, Monday was already a holiday, and many more had their routines disrupted by the confusing arrival of these surprise ordinances. So mostly confusion reigned, as no one knew what any of this really meant, and so they naturally converged at cafes and reading rooms to hear the latest news, and for both, there was no better venue than the Palais Royal. You guys all remember the Palais Royal from the French Revolution, of course. It's where Desmoulins made his speech on the eve of the fall of the Bastille. It's where Charlotte Corday bought the knife. Owned by the Orléans family in 1789, it was still owned by the Orléans family in 1830. Now, it had been confiscated during the Revolution, of course, right after they chopped Philippe Egalité's head off, but no French government had ever sold the property, and so it was one of the few confiscated properties that the Bourbons were able to return to their original owners. And so, after the Restoration, they gave it back to the Duc d'Orléans, and Orléans had restored it to the social and retail hub it had once been. So here in 1830, no less than in 1789, the Palais Royal became a combustible mix of anxiety, confusion, heat, anger, and defiance. I will also mention at this point that I've done a little something different for this revolution. As I've been writing, I found myself constantly going to a Google map of Paris to pinpoint key streets and addresses, locations of barricades, that sort of thing. So I went ahead and created a shareable Google map with all the key locations of the Revolution of 1830 marked down, and it's available to view at revolutionspodcast.com. There are layers for each individual day that you can toggle off and on. If you turn them all on, you'll just see a mass of red clashes everywhere, or you can turn on just a layer for a single day, like today, Monday, July the 26th, 1830, where you'll get the location of the Palais Royal, the offices of the National, and where a drunk mob will soon be chucking rocks. It's kind of an experiment, but I hope it works. Please enjoy. So in Paris, the people most forcibly agitated by the four ordinances were the people directly threatened by its contents. The revocation of freedom of the press was a direct existential threat to the publishing industry. And I don't mean the journalists, we'll get to them in a second. I mean the people who worked in the industrial business of printing. Paris was a major world capital, with one of the most vibrant publishing cultures in Europe, and all of it was served by printers, typesetters, delivery drivers, paper salesmen, whatever. No less than the glove makers or the cobblers, the printers were an economic class, and at all levels, the press laws threatened their livelihoods. So at the very top, publishers met with other publishers to discuss the fate of their businesses. Then journalists would gather with journalists to craft literate responses to the crisis. We'll get to that in a second. And then workers would gather with other workers to keep abreast of the latest developments and figure out how they were going to feed themselves. But the printers were not the only ones threatened, and alongside them was the general bourgeois business interests, the owners of factories and medium-scale ventures, many of them based right there in Paris. For this group, it was the electoral law that was directly threatening, because these bourgeois men of business were the ones who would be cut out of voting if only the top 25% of taxpayers qualified. I mean, they were prosperous, but not that prosperous. And I should also mention that this was the same group who were organizing and who had been organized by the Help Yourself clubs. They had just come out in force to support the liberal opposition, and so there was a reason that their class was being targeted for removal from the voter rolls. On July the 26th, most of these guys were actually already congregated in one place, the Hôtel de Ville. They were there for an election to a local commerce commission, but the day's agenda was derailed into a discussion about what to do with these ordinances. A few suggested closing their businesses the next day to protest, which would also allow workers to further fill up the streets, but the meeting broke up with no firm resolution. Above these bourgeois owners were the bankers and financiers of Paris. These guys would qualify for the vote no matter what, and they were not in danger of starving if they missed a few days' work, but they all agreed that falling under the arbitrary whims of the Bourbon dynasty was bad for business. Now last week I introduced Jacques Lafitte, who was a leader in this clique of bankers and certainly one of the most popular, but he was not the only leader, and he had a rival in the banker and mine owner Casimir Perier, who was himself an opposition deputy, one of the 221, but also a staunch doctrinaire, one of those left-leaning constitutional monarchists like François Guizot. With the more aggressive Lafitte out of the city on Monday the 26th, Perier was able to take an early hold of the reins. He called together a small group of about a half dozen deputies to meet at his house in the afternoon. Now, these guys all feared popular revolution as much as they hated the tyranny of Charles X, and Perier was clear that this was no time to go off and do something stupid. They would have to gauge events very carefully, because if they got out too far in front of events, they might trigger a revolution, or worse. Meanwhile, getting back to the journalists, who are kind of at the heart of all this, representatives of 12 of the papers most likely to be shut down met with André Dupin, the principal attorney of the doctrinaire liberal paper, The Constitutional. The publisher of The Constitutional had asked Dupin to render judgment on the ordinances, and, hearing the news, other publishers flocked to his office to hear the verdict. Dupin was himself also one of the opposition deputies, one of the 221, and he now found himself giving public legal advice to a packed office, and he was unequivocal. He said the four ordinances are illegal, and the newspapers have not just a right, but a duty to resist. Now, some of the more conservative editors, that's small c conservative, were not thrilled that they were about to have to stick their necks out, but Dupin told them they were going to have to stick their necks out. Did I mention that André Dupin is also a long-standing intimate associate and close confidant of Louis-Philippe, the Duc d'Orléans? Because, well, he's also that. If the editors who met with Dupin tended towards the conservative side of liberalism, it was partly because the more aggressive side were congregating a few blocks away at the offices of Adolphe Thiers and the National. About 50 men crammed into the office, and they were united in agreement that the king was trying to silence them. And beyond the political battle, they all acutely felt the threat to their livelihoods, because no less than the printers, Shutting down the presses meant financial ruin for the journalists. The National had already run off a hastily drafted response calling for a tax strike until the ordinances were rescinded, but the men who now gathered at the offices of the National believed the press should issue a single joint statement, and they sent Thiers and a couple of other guys into the back office to draft a response. He came back out and read it aloud to the assembled group. People have often predicted during the past 6 months that the laws would be violated, that a coup d'etat would be attempted. The public, with good sense, refused to believe it. The ministry rejected the prediction as calumny. Nevertheless, the Monitor has finally published these memorable ordinances, which are the most flagrant violation of the law. The legal regime is now interrupted. That of force has begun. In this situation, obedience ceases to be a duty. The citizens first called upon to obey are journalists. They ought to give the first example of resistance to the authority which has defied the law. The assembled journalists then elected to sign this declaration of resistance as individuals rather than official representatives of their papers, but they left with a pledge to jointly publish the response in the morning. And as they dispersed to their respective offices to prepare, Thiers noted that it was entirely likely that they would all be in jail this time tomorrow. So with the 4 ordinances having provoked immediate and widespread resistance, the king was well prepared, right? Given his determination to stand his ground, to not make the same mistakes as his brother, all the necessary preparations to stand that ground had been carefully laid, right? Haha, what kind of podcast do you think you're listening to here? The king took his cues from Prime Minister Polignac, and Polignac, as usual, was like a lazy cat lying in a sunspot and not particularly interested in your human concerns. So Polignac did not notify any of the prefects or sub-prefects out in the provinces, nor did he tell the police forces in Paris, nor did he alert the army or the navy. Basically, anyone who might be needed to help the king stand his ground found out about the 4 ordinances in the morning paper along with everyone else. Now, when he signed the ordinances, King Charles had said to his ministers, "These are great measures. Much courage and firmness will be required to make them succeed. I count on you. You can count on me. We are united in a common cause. For us, the issue is life or death." But you would not have guessed that it was really life or death, based on the amount of planning done in advance of the 4 ordinances, which was literally none. But satisfied that all was well, the king went off hunting, and the rest of the family played whist. The crowds at the Palais Royal only grew as Monday wore on. By the evening of the 26th, the palisades and gardens were packed and humming, and it was there that the first little confrontation of the July Revolution unfolded at just about 8 o'clock. A group of police entered the garden to seize an unapproved press from one of the stalls. Now, this wasn't one of the opposition newspaper operations, but it was a small press operating without a license. For the moment, though, all the police endured was heckling as they removed key pieces of equipment from the press, and they were able to withdraw without any violence. But news that the police really were out shutting down presses caused even more people to flood into the Palais Royal because that was now officially the place to be. With the crowds growing, the police chief decided to shut down the Palais Royal and make everyone go home. So at about 10:30, the guards herded people out of the garden and locked up the gates. But the crowd that spilled out onto the street, the Rue Saint-Honoré, was now drunk on irreverent energy, indignant exuberance, and, of course, quite a bit of wine, and they were not ready to go home. This mass of people then split into 2 smaller groups. One set off towards the Ministry of Finance building, which was a symbol of Bourbon tyranny and mismanagement. As they marched, they shouted out political slogans like "Long live the 221" and "Long live the Charter," "Down with Polignac," "Down with the Bourbons." As the crowd rolled along, they also introduced one of the hallmarks of the Revolution of 1830, and that's the destruction of the streetlights. Already a staple of central Paris, the streetlights usually hung from poles that straddled the entire length of the street. A few of the more intrepid protesters cut the cables and toppled the poles. So watching from afar, this might have looked like a slow-moving wave of smothering darkness that was also shouting, "Down with the Bourbons." Spooky. When these guys got to the Ministry of Finance building, they chucked rocks at it, which, if chucking rocks at the Ministry of Finance building isn't the most effective form of protest, it certainly has the benefit of being the most viscerally honest. So they kept chucking rocks. The other group had a similar idea, but they headed off towards the Place Vendôme, where the Ministry of Justice building was, because they had heard a rumor that Prime Minister Polignac was there right then. Maybe they could throw some rocks at him. The rumor turned out to be true. Polignac was, in fact, at the Ministry of Justice building, but the Prime Minister had gotten reports of disturbances at the Palais Royal and was anxious to split the scene, but he did not get out fast enough. Accompanied by the Minister of the Navy, the Baron d'Ussy, Polignac's coach was spotted and identified, and the crowd let launch an avalanche of bricks and rocks, forcing the coach to do a sharp U-turn and run away at full gallop. Polignac's coach managed to get back into the Place Vendôme, where they made straight for the office of the local police commander to see what measures were being taken. And both ministers were shocked to see the men on duty just kind of lounging around, as if there weren't destructive mobs rampaging around Paris as we speak, like right over there, you can hear them. The local commander said, well, I'm trying to get another 150 more guys down here. And Polignac said, well, that is not enough. I'm going to have to put the Royal Guard on alert. And this was like a great record scratch stop moment for the Baron d'Ussy, who later wrote all of this down in a memoir that's one of the principal sources for the Revolution of 1830. He turned to Prime Minister Polignac and said, the Royal Guard hasn't been put on alert already? And Polignac turned to him and said, and I quote, you worry too much. And that was when the Baron d'Ussy started to wonder if perhaps maybe he wasn't actually worrying enough. But this night of protest and rock throwing came to a natural end. By midnight, the crowds had lost their coherence and everyone drifted home. And so the chief of the Paris police was able to record at the end of this day that the most perfect tranquility continues to reign in all parts of the city. No event worthy of attention is recorded in the reports that have come through to me. This is what the police chief of Paris is writing down just about 8 hours before the official start of the July Revolution. Life does come at you fast. So on the morning of Tuesday, July the 27th, 1830, the first editions from the defiant opposition newspapers rolled off the presses. But it was not the unified protest that its organizers had hoped it would be. The riots from the night before had caused a few papers to back out, rather than egg on violent unrest. And then the more doctrinaire liberal papers, like the Courier and the Constitutional, said that they would not print because they were resisting the king's illegal actions, and it would be hypocritical for them to break the law. So it was left to just 4 of the 12 papers to run the joint statement of resistance that had been written by Thiers. The National, of course, but also the Times, the Globe, and the Journal of Commerce. So trying to stop the spread of the proscribed material, the police were out in something resembling force on the morning of the 27th. They carried now finally a complete list of which publications were approved for sale and distribution, and they went around to the cafes and reading rooms and said, if you don't want to get arrested, you better stock only approved publications. Because remember, Charles doesn't want to ban all of the press, he just wants to ban the unfriendly press. The police also kept a close eye on the city's network of coaches to monitor distribution and make sure nobody was transporting proscribed papers. But though they fanned out and only had 4 papers to worry about, they still could not stop the spread of the sensational Declaration of Resistance. It made its way down to the Palais Royal and other public centers, where its contents were read aloud to gathering crowds of eager listeners. The Declaration of Resistance marks the beginning of the July Revolution, and it is the reason that Tuesday, July the 27th, 1830, is the first of the 3 glorious days. While the 3 glorious days were getting started, King Charles was rolling out of bed at St. Cloud, and he discussed events with Prime Minister Polignac. Having gotten bricks thrown at his head the night before, Polignac was now recommending a more forceful hand in Paris, specifically the army. And the man who would be tasked with leading the military operation was Marshal Auguste de Marmont. When Marmont was called to meet the king, he had no idea he was about to be tasked with maintaining order in Paris. And like everyone else, he had only heard of the 4 ordinances in the paper the previous afternoon. A moderate liberal by disposition, Marmont was personally dumbfounded by the move, and he said to a friend, well, you see, the lunatics, as I foresaw, have pushed things to the extreme. I will perhaps be obliged to get myself killed for acts which I abhor, and for acts of persons who have long filled me with disgust. At about noon on July the 27th, the king and Polignac sent Marmont off to Paris to do just that. Now, though Marshal Marmont only got this assignment because it was his turn in the regular assignment rotation, his appointment was filled with pregnant meaning. Marmont features prominently in the stabbed-in-the-back myth that had grown up among Napoleon's veterans after the abdications. Marmont had once been a close intimate of Napoleon Bonaparte, like really super close. They had gone to school together. The Italian campaigns, the trip to Egypt and back, the coup of Brumaire. Marmont was Bonaparte's aide-de-camp through all of it. But after a lifetime of devoted service, Marmont found himself in the vicinity of Paris as the Allies were closing in on the capital in April of 1814, and he opened up negotiations and allowed his army to be surrounded. Marmont's betrayal left his name as a synonym for treason, just like Benedict Arnold is for Americans. And many of the Napoleonic veterans who considered Marmont the literal definition of treason would soon be manning the other side of the barricades. Before Marmont arrived to take over the operation in Paris, the police forces were still taking the lead in trying to enforce the four ordinances, and with a few defiant newspapers publishing, they had to make good on the threat to go shut them down. But the police were moving awfully slow. They certainly had not identified papers deemed most likely to resist and posted men at those locations early in the morning, and they didn't exactly spring into action when the first editions hit the street. It was not until about noon that the police finally approached the offices of the Times, and by then its editor, Jean-Jacques Baud, had locked the door and barricaded himself inside. The police brought in some locksmiths to open the door, but they fled in the face of a hostile mob forming around the offices of the Times. This standoff would last for the better part of the afternoon. Then a few blocks up the road at the offices of the National, Thiers and his associates also locked the doors, but they were broken easier, and workers were brought in to disable the presses, that is, remove critical pins, that sort of thing. But to everyone's astonishment, there were no arrests. The police had orders to stop the presses, but they did not have arrest warrants for any individual journalist or editor, and there would be no individual arrest warrants for at least another 12 hours. And FYI, the Bourbon response to events is going to be just about 12 hours behind where they need to be for the whole run of the July Revolution. So instead of arresting anyone, the police simply locked up the doors of the National and departed. They didn't even leave anyone to guard the premises. And so as soon as the police were gone, the same workers who had been hired to take the presses apart came back, unlocked the doors, and repaired them. Now, I don't know exactly how long the National was out of commission, but it could not have been more than a few hours, maximum. So once again crammed into the sweltering offices of the National, Thiers and his colleagues settled on a plan to emulate the course of the early stages of the French Revolution. And remember, Adolphe Thiers has written one of the definitive histories of the French Revolution, and he knew exactly what he was doing. If we open our hymnals to episode 3.12, The Great Fear, we will recall that in the aftermath of the fall of the Bastille, the Paris electors, that is, the men who had just elected the delegates for the Third Estate to the Estates General, reconvened of their own accord and asserted preeminence in municipal administration. This gave birth to the Paris Commune. Knowing all of this history chapter and verse, Thiers recommended that the electoral colleges, who had like their brothers of old just recently taken part in an election, reconvene to assume administrative functions, as the king's illegal conduct had left a power vacuum to be filled. After this meeting broke up, Thiers then led a delegation of like-minded journalists to the house of Casimir Perrier, who was by then hosting 30 to 40 opposition deputies in his house, including now François Guizot, who had finally returned from Nîmes. The assembled deputies were agitated by the ordinances, but they were also afraid of going too far too fast. They were worried that a single misstep would cost them their position, and they were worried, frankly, that any kind of resistance was doomed to failure. All they would agree to was to have Guizot draft a response to the four ordinances, saying that it was illegal and they would resist. Then Thiers and his guys showed up and demanded the deputies rally the electors of Paris to create an active unified resistance. But Perrier was himself resistant to the resistance. "Look around," he said. "Who are we?" And he had a point. This was 50 guys in a room. I mean, who knows what, if any, wider movement they actually represented. But more importantly, ever the consummate doctrinaire, Perrier said that our cause is a just cause because it is a legal cause. The king won't adhere to the law, so we must. Otherwise, we lose the moral high ground. Not realizing that he was asking everyone to put on a straitjacket that the ultra-royalists had already shunned. Above all, though, Perrier said we cannot allow things to turn violent, and all the deputies were in agreement on that front. They were the opposition, yes, but that did not mean they wanted to trigger a revolution. Now, as these delegates and journalists met at Perrier's house and compared their mutual aversion to violent revolution, a violent revolution was breaking out in the streets below. And this was literally going on at the same moment, just about 3 p.m. on Tuesday, July the 27th. And as had happened the day before, crowds had been gathering all day at the Palais Royal, where, despite official censorship, it was fairly easy to read or hear the opposition's declaration of resistance. And though the journalists who signed that statement knew that they meant resistance to a point, the men and women out in the street just heard, "Resist. You have a duty to resist." And so the crowds that gathered, made up of people shut out of work, people who were unemployed already, radical students from the local schools, families who had shuttered their retail operations, they all heard resist. Literally resist. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the police tried to get in front of things by once again closing the garden of the Palais Royal. But just like the night before, this just pushed everyone out on the Rue Saint-Honoré. So, as I just said, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just as the deputies were at Perrier's apartment talking about how they must not let violent revolution break out, the first shots of the July Revolution were fired. A detachment of police cavalry pushed their way into the crowd milling around in front of the Palais Royal to begin the process of forced dispersal. Pushing, shoving, and a few flying objects later, 2 more cavalry detachments entered the fray. The proximity of loaded guns to a hostile crowd inevitably resulted in some of those guns going off, and the first blood of the revolution was spilled. But that was just a little prelude, because when the crowd refused to disperse, the police reformed on a skirmish line that covered the breadth of the Rue Saint-Honoré, and about 4 p.m., they slowly and methodically marched down the street to force the crowd out of the area. During this push, rocks and projectiles flew out of the crowd, and more shots were fired. This time, bodies hit the ground, and the first dead martyrs offered themselves up to the god of revolution. The skirmish line, though, did successfully clear the street, but those who dispersed now had the bodies of the dead with them, which they paraded up and down the streets of Paris, saying death to the ministry, death to Polignac, death to the Bourbons. Now, just a few hours before these events, Marshal Marmont had arrived at the Tuileries Palace to assess the situation. Now, Polignac had told Marmont that he would have just about 13,000 men at his disposal, which Marmont, being a career army officer, knew was just a number on paper. And it turned out that he only had about 10,000 men on hand. And worse than that was the complete lack of officers. All 4 of the lieutenant generals were absent from their posts, and fully half the officers were on leave of one kind or another. I mean, when I say preparations for the alleged royalist coup were abysmal, this is what I'm talking about. So what Marmont really had on hand was about 4,600 of the elite royal guard, including some of those vaunted Swiss regiments, 5,000 regular troops of the line, and about 1,500 municipal police and security forces. He was still at the Tuileries Palace getting a handle on things when the first shots were fired at the Palais Royal, which was literally just a couple of blocks away. Marmont ordered all of his forces out of their barracks to go occupy key ministry buildings and public squares, and by 5 o'clock that night, Paris was under something resembling military occupation. A very light, very officerless military occupation. While these forces fanned out, the agitated people of Paris mostly let them go unchallenged, but many more got to work on their own military response to this crisis. They began constructing barricades. Now, technically, barricades in Paris had first appeared way back in 1588 for the Day of the Barricades, but that was kind of a one-off event. During the French Revolution proper, barricades had really only shown up once. That was when the army marched into the Saint-Antoine to crush the sans-culottes once and for all. We discussed that in episode 3.41. So it is really here now in 1830 that the barricades become synonymous with urban revolution. Now, we're going to talk more in depth about them next week. So for the moment, just know that in the narrow streets that branched off from the Rue Saint-Honoré, residents began constructing protective barricades. When Marmont found out, he sent out detachments of 30 to 40 guys to tear them down. So the first honest-to-God fighting of the July Revolution broke out around 6 o'clock that night, when a detachment sent to clear barricades from a street linking the Rue de Rivoli with the Rue Saint-Honoré. The Parisians fought back and had to be driven off by a bayonet charge. An hour later, another detachment came under bombardment from the roofs and windows of a street they were clearing, and the soldiers opened fire. The crackling of gunfire could now be heard off and on for the next several hours. At about 8 that night, with this gunfire crackling, a larger meeting of liberal journalists and deputies and electors gathered at a house just about a quarter of a mile down the street. At this meeting, they all tried to outdo each other in oratory, but once again, few concrete measures were agreed upon. And in fact, one of the participants wrote of this meeting, "How many useless words are spoken in this kind of meeting cannot be imagined by a person who has not attended one. There are the earnest and the impetuous who want to speak to satisfy their temperaments and to soothe themselves by declaiming at random. There are the boobs who want to tell you what they have seen and heard, believing it very important because it is all that they know. Then there are the vain who, preoccupied with themselves, insist upon explaining their conduct. I recall that a large part of the time was spent in listening to a former professor of history who, after having been a liberal, like all his fellows, left us to become an assistant in the faculty of letters. He made both an apology and a mea culpa, explained to us that events had enlightened him, and swore to us that he was now really one of us." Meanwhile, all around central Paris, law and order was breaking down. Emanating out from the Palais Royal, there was just now general rioting and looting and vandalism. The lights came down all over the place, and the whole central core of Paris slowly went dark block by block, an ominous sight for those watching from the Tuileries Palace. Some Parisians sought revenge for the earlier killings and specifically attacked the guardhouses, looting them for weapons and supplies before burning them to the ground. The vastly outnumbered guards mostly just stood to one side or tried to get away as fast as they could. At about 10 that night, a large crowd gathered at the Place de la Bastille on the east end of town. Forming where the French Revolution itself had once begun, this growing crowd planned to march on the city center, but they were blocked by a phalanx of soldiers and police. There were more flying bricks and rocks and more vandalism, but the crowd at the Bastille did not force their way forward. In fact, as had happened the night before, the unrest in the streets was cleared out by midnight. It was reported all clear enough to Marmont that he recalled his troops to their barracks and sent an optimistic report to the king that all was well. Now, King Charles was perfectly willing to believe this optimistic report, as it merely confirmed what he already believed. When more dire reports had come in earlier in the evening, and an attendant duke recommended immediately ordering more troops to Paris, the king had replied, "You are mad, my dear duke. I repeat to you for the 100th time, there is nothing to do or to fear. It is a straw fire that will make only smoke." Charles went to bed that night, perfectly convinced that even the smoke would be dissipated by morning. But we wouldn't be here talking about all of this if it was just a straw fire. And though Charles did not know it, the July Revolution was already on. He was going to sleep at the end of day 1 of the 3 glorious days. And before we leave today's episode, though, I do want to look back and recognize something really important, that there are actually 2 revolutions going on simultaneously here, and for the moment, there's very little communication or coordination between them. The first was the bourgeois resistance, the opposition liberal deputies and electors and journalists. These guys are all fairly well-to-do. They're prosperous and respected. Many were doctrinaire-style liberals who abhorred Bourbon tyranny, but who also abhorred popular revolution. Their revolution was playing out in the homes and salons of prominent politicians, bankers, and businessmen. But down in the streets, there was another revolution, a massively decentralized, spontaneous uprising composed of a motley array from the working classes. These were the old sans-culottes. They were students, shopkeepers, craftsmen, printers, and army veterans who were now literally out fighting in the streets. Next week, the cautious conservatism of the liberal bourgeoisie will be overtaken by the mass uprising of the workers. The July Revolution would not be decided in respectable parlors, or thanks to a finely crafted speech. It would instead be decided in the streets of Paris, athwart the barricades. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.5, The Barricades. As we saw last time, the July Revolution got going in earnest on Tuesday, July the 27th, 1830. An attempt by King Charles X to shut down presses had triggered resistance from the liberal opposition and violent unrest in the streets of Paris. But as we also saw last time, the rash of initial skirmishes around the Palais Royal and the Louvre and the Tuileries Palace on the evening of the 27th had mostly dissipated when darkness fell. This allowed Marshal Marmont to send his optimistic report to the king, saying, all is well. When he got up on the morning of Wednesday, July the 28th, Marmont regretted writing this letter, because it turned out that he was about to enter day 2, that is, day 2 of the 3 glorious days. So reports came into the Tuileries early that morning that far from giving up and going home, the Parisians had stayed up all night working. Working on what, you ask? Working on larger and stronger barricades that now loomed defiantly in neighborhoods across Paris. And so, as promised, it is now time to talk a little bit more about these symbols of urban revolution. For starters, a barricade is nothing fancy. Most of them started with a pile of cobblestone ripped out of the street, on top of which were then dumped anything big and heavy that happened to be on hand. Street rubble and debris, overturned carts and wagons, couches, desks, doors, whatever. Now, some of these barricades were low walls, not much taller than a backyard hedgerow. Others were imposing monoliths that were as steep and tall as the buildings that surrounded them. Now, the purpose of the barricades was twofold. First, from a tactical standpoint, they obviously provided a defensible position behind which one might fight, let's say the French Royal Guard, should they decide to go marching around Paris. No point in just standing in the middle of the street and getting shot. But the other purpose was more strategic. The barricades allowed the Parisians to literally control access to the streets, to turn Paris from a latticework of crisscrossing streets into a surreal maze filled with dead ends. With the help of the barricades, the Parisians would be able to prevent scattered enemy forces from coming to each other's aid, if, say, widespread street fighting were to break out simultaneously at points throughout central Paris on, let's say, Wednesday, July the 28th, 1830. Now, directing these efforts and teaching the Parisians the finer points of basic strategy and tactics were old veterans of Napoleon's army. Though there was no centralized command to speak of on the Parisian side on the 28th, all these old Napoleonic veterans came out of the woodwork to assume natural authority over the defenses on their local block. If everyone is standing around wondering what to do, and a guy comes down and says, well, I was at Austerlitz, so you should do this and that, you're going to do whatever that guy tells you. Whether he used to be a private or a sergeant or a lieutenant, he probably knows more about these things than you do. Now, from a political standpoint, the Napoleonic veterans had been simmering on a low boil ever since Napoleon's abdication. They felt the emperor could have won, but he had been stabbed in the back by treacherous politicians. They also believed that the Bourbons had shamefully abandoned France's national honor. These guys had been spoiling for a fight for quite a while now, and with only limited contact between each neighborhood, the veterans cobbled together something resembling an organized resistance. By the morning of July the 28th, they were ready to fight. Adding to Marmont's growing sense of dread were further reports that the Parisians were also now scouring the city for arms. They raided government buildings and guardhouses, metalworks, gun shops, private homes. Any place that might have weapons was ransacked, and anything that might be turned into a weapon was turned into a weapon. So at about 9 that morning, Marmont sent a dispatch to the king drastically reassessing the situation. Copying language from 1789, almost certainly on purpose, Marmont now wrote to King Charles and said, quote, "This is no longer a riot, it is a revolution. It is urgent, your majesty decide on the means of pacification." While he waited for the king's instructions, Marmont did what he could. He sent word to garrisons outside of Paris to send as many men as possible to reinforce Paris. He also sent troops out to once again occupy key buildings and public squares. But he was now running into a problem. The regular common soldiers had zero interest in fighting the Parisians, whom they had a heck of a lot more in common with than their aristocratic officers. Companies sent out often never came back. Instead, the men offered their services to the Parisian resistors and crossed over to the other side of the barricade. By mid-morning, then, Marmont got his reply back from the king, which was helpful, but not super helpful. The king had declared martial law in Paris. All civil law was suspended, and Marshal Marmont had blanket jurisdiction over everyone, up to and including the power of life and death. Marmont appreciated the clarity of his authority, but there was nothing in the letter from the king about reinforcements or resupply or any kind of answer to the political question that had led to all of this, the 4 ordinances. But though martial law was now in effect, nobody in Paris knew it. In defiant solidarity, most printers in Paris refused to handle any order bearing the royal seal, and what few declarations were printed up could not be posted on the streets of Paris, because crowds would come round menacing the men putting them up. The declaration of martial law literally wound up in the gutter. Capping off this run of bad news was a report that at about 11 o'clock, a large, angry crowd had mustered in front of the Hôtel de Ville, Paris's city hall. Easily overcoming the limited defenses of the building, the Parisians pushed their way in and occupied it. Now, mostly they went round ransacking the joint for supplies and arms, but shortly after taking the building, they also raised that simple symbol that everyone recognized and could rally around, the tricolor flag. It now flew for the first time in 15 years. It really was a revolution. While the tricolor was being hoisted by the streets, the respectable liberal opposition met at around noon, and for the first time, the stable core of 40 or 50 deputies composing the heart of the opposition were joined by the banker Jacques Lafitte and the hero of 2 worlds, the Marquis de Lafayette. Both, remember, had been out of Paris when the 4 ordinances hit, and had not gotten back to the capital until late on the night of the 27th. At the opening of this meeting, François Guizot presented the response to the 4 ordinances that he had been tasked with drafting the day before. And if that already feels like ages ago, just try to remember how compact the timeline is for all of this. It's only been about 50 hours since the 4 ordinances first hit the streets back on Monday morning. Guizot's response said, among other things, that the 4 ordinances were, quote, "in the eyes of the undersigned, directly contrary to the constitutional charter, to the constitutional rights of the chambers, to the public law of the French people, to the jurisdiction and order of the courts, and are capable of throwing the state into confusion that will compromise both the peace of the present and security of the future." Events were, of course, already proving this prophecy correct. The opposition liberals accepted the statement and ordered that it be printed and distributed. Then, they resolved to diffuse this state of confusion that will compromise both the peace of the present and the security of the future by sending a small delegation headed by Jacques Lafitte to the Tuileries Palace to negotiate some kind of ceasefire with Marshal Marmont. As the liberals were making this decision to try to negotiate with Marmont, Marmont was making a few fateful decisions of his own that would ensure that the day was consumed by the confusion that will compromise both the peace of the present and security of the future. With reports now coming in of violent unrest escalating everywhere, Marmont decided to send his army out in a great show of force. He massed all of his troops into 3 large columns at around noon and dispatched them in 3 directions. The first was to go occupy the Place Joachim du Ballet, the second was to occupy the Hôtel de Ville, and the third was to occupy the Place de la Bastille. All these points are marked on the map of Paris at revolutionspodcast.com that if you go to and look at, I think will make everything I'm about to say just a wee bit more intelligible. Now, a charitable reading of Marmont's strategy is that he had learned his lesson from the night before. The night before, he had sent out small 30 to 40-man detachments to clear barricades, and those detachments had been attacked because they were small and isolated. Guardhouses across the city were also currently burning one by one because the individual units holding the guardhouses were outnumbered. So by massing his troops, Marmont hoped to overawe the Parisians and make them think twice about chucking their damned rocks. It would also preclude the possibility of individual soldiers defecting, as they would all be under close order and watch by their officers. That is the charitable reading. The uncharitable reading, one, for example, that would be embraced by the son of King Charles X, was that Marmont was intentionally sending his forces out to be consumed by the streets of Paris because he was planning to betray the king as he had once betrayed Napoleon. Now, nothing that I have read makes me think Marmont was literally sabotaging his own forces on purpose. So I wind up in kind of a middle ground between these two reads, that whatever Marmont's plan had been, he really did not think about what might happen next. He had no experience combating urban guerrillas. I mean, it's 1830, who does? And Marmont simply did not conceive how much he had just set his army up to fail. So the first column set out to occupy the Place Joachim du Bellay, and while they marched down the Rue Saint-Honoré, they cleared a few barricades and endured some random enemy fire, but nothing they couldn't handle. Now, if you really want to get into this thing, I've marked the Place Joachim du Bellay on the Google map, and if you drop the Street View guy in there, you can take a look around, because it's not that different from the way it was in 1830. It's an open-air space surrounded by buildings with 4 streets leading in and out. Even that fountain in the middle there dates back to 1550, so even that was the same. Okay, so with this royalist column having entered this space, what do you think happened next? Correct. The Parisians converged on the buildings, took positions in the windows, and opened fire. The soldiers scrambled to take cover behind the fountain and any overturned shopping stalls they could convert into quick bunkers, but they were now pinned down. And while they were pinned down, the rest of the Parisians barricaded the 4 streets. The column was now trapped. So maybe an hour after setting out, 1/3 of Marmont's army was now trapped and cut off. Did I mention that when they took off at noon, they were issued 11 cartridges apiece and had no food, no water, and no wine? I mean, there is a reason that one of the explanations for all this is that Marmont was a traitor intentionally sabotaging his own army. The second column, meanwhile, headed down along the right bank of the Seine on their way to the Hôtel de Ville. When they got there, they discovered that the Parisians who occupied the building had barricaded the entrance to the large square in front of the Hôtel de Ville, now helpfully known as the Place Hôtel de Ville. To confront this barricade, the advancing column broke out the cannons and blasted away with grape shot until the Parisians fled. And this was, I should mention, the first whiff of grape shot in Paris since Napoleon's famous whiff in 1795. The column then cleared the barricade and pushed their way into the Place Hôtel de Ville, and there found themselves in the same predicament as the first column. They were caught out in an open space surrounded by tall buildings and barricades. Now, this column was not in quite as dire straits as the first column, because they did continue to hold the street that they had just come down. If worse came to worse, they could pull themselves out. They were also lucky in that the Parisians holding the Hôtel de Ville decided they could not hold the building in the face of a cannon-wielding column of professional soldiers, and so exited out the back door. The royal forces were able to enter the building and, more importantly, strike the tricolor. The third and final column had a slightly easier time of it in the early going. Marmont ordered this third column to take a wide swing north through the boulevards to drop down on the Place de la Bastille from above. This route allowed them to mostly bypass the barricades in the center of Paris, and though they came under some light attack, it was not enough to slow them down. But during some of those light attacks, the soldiers in the column had fought back, and by the time they reached the Place de la Bastille, some of them had already discharged every cartridge they had been issued. But when this column arrived at the Place de la Bastille, they found it mostly quiet, and so they proceeded down to the Saint-Antoine, once the home base of the sans-culottes during the French Revolution. The column found this neighborhood also mostly peaceful, with the residents not firing shots so much as complaining about overpriced bread and unemployment and economic distress. The leader of this third column later said that the whole July Revolution could have ended right there, had he brought with him not a company of soldiers, but a wagon load of gold. So finding this section of Paris mostly quiet, the third column could now hear the active fighting that was going on at the Hôtel de Ville, and they were determined to go reinforce their comrades. And that is when things got really bad for column number 3. When they turned around to march back the way they had come, they discovered that in the meantime, the Parisians had barricaded all the streets. They were cut off deep in the east end of Paris, and like the other two columns, had no food, no supplies, no water, no wine, and they were running low on ammunition. Now Marmont was not oblivious to what was going on. The first column had gotten a message back through the lines to request immediate reinforcements, so the marshal dispatched a company of royal guards and a company of Swiss guards, but Paris was now a brutal maze of traps. The royal guard proceeded down a street, but soon ran into a barricade. When they turned around to find an alternate route, they found a barricade had been built behind them too. So they too were now trapped, and had to simply hunker down and hold out. The Swiss, meanwhile, did not get trapped by barricades, but they had only been recently posted to Paris, and none of them were familiar with its confusing explosion of streets and alleyways. Make a long story short, they went left when they should have gone right, and it took them hours to finally find the Place Joachim du Bellay. Marmont also got a message from that third column way out in the east saying we need more ammunition, but when the messenger tried to make his way back, he found his path blocked by the same barricades, now keeping that third column bottled up in the east end. It's safe to say that within just a few hours, this 3-column attempt to pacify Paris had turned into a complete disaster. It was just as the scope of this disaster was becoming known that the Lafitte delegation approached the Tuileries Palace. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, they boldly approached the palace and requested an audience with Marmont and Polignac. Believing it prudent to open a dialogue, Marmont let them in. But at the outset of the meeting, he said, "Look, I can't negotiate with a gun to my head. You tell the streets to stand down. That will be the prerequisite for any talks." But Lafitte and his guys said, "Actually, you've got it backwards. Look around you. The prerequisite for talks is that the king repeals the 4 ordinances. Until that's done, no one is going anywhere. The barricades will all be manned." Marmont said, "Well, that's a political matter, not a military one, so why don't I go get Polignac and see what he has to say?" But in a fit of pique, Polignac refused to meet the deputies. As usual, he believed that this was all just going to work itself out, and that there was no need to show weakness to a bunch of treasonous rabble. So, Lafitte's delegation departed without any firm commitment one way or the other. After this meeting, the Lafitte delegation returned to the house they had been meeting at and informed their fellow deputies that Marmont had been noncommittal and they had not been able to see Polignac at all. After this discouraging report, Jean-Jacques Baud showed up with the proofs of Guizot's response. Remember, Baud was the editor of the Times, the guy who had barricaded himself inside his office the day before. Well, he had been tasked with printing Guizot's response to the 4 ordinances and had helpfully gone through the statement, stripping out all of the flowery pleasantries, the cliché respect for His Royal Highness whom we all love and respect, etc., etc. The deputies agreed to the changes, though they all now hesitated to sign. Remember, these guys have really done nothing more than talk for these last few days. It was the journalists who had signed the Declaration of Resistance, and the Parisians who were now fighting out in the streets. This was the moment when the opposition deputies could have put down their names as revolutionary leaders. But they balked, and in the end could only agree to list the names of those who had been present at the meeting. As Lafitte wryly noted, "In this way, if we are defeated, no one will have signed. If we win, we won't lack for signers." Back at the Tuileries, Marmont wrote a dispatch to the king summing up the meeting with Lafitte. Marmont, remember, is by nature a centrist liberal. He thought the 4 ordinances were a terrible idea. He thought Polignac was literally a stupid man, like straight up unintelligent. He sympathized with Lafitte's point. So he told the king, "Look, I'm not preparing to evacuate Paris or anything, but it is getting dicey down here. I think you should negotiate." So Marmont personally recommended the king consider the liberal demands and repeal the 4 ordinances. But unbeknownst to Marmont, Polignac had already sent a dispatch to the king while Marmont was busy with Lafitte that said, "Don't worry about anything, everything is fine, this is no time to get scared, and quit. Don't make the same mistakes your brother did, it's cool, I promise." So, when King Charles received Marmont's dispatch at about 4 in the afternoon, he was already primed to believe that Marmont was exaggerating, possibly for nefarious reasons, that he was maybe already in league with the opposition. Marmont got his answer from the king as evening approached. It said, quote, "Concentrate your forces and hold firm." That was it. Gee, thanks. At that moment, Marmont's forces were anything but concentrated. With darkness approaching, each column was going to have to figure out for itself how they were going to extract themselves from the trap that they had fallen into. The commander of the first column decided that with darkness falling, there was nothing to do but simply fight their way out. The most direct route out of the Place Joachim du Bellay was down the Rue Saint-Denis. So, with night falling, the first column launched an all-out attack on the barricade blocking the Rue Saint-Denis. Pushing the Parisians off the first barricade, the soldiers cleared it out and slowly moved south down the street, only to find a second barricade now blocking their way. Now just picture that these are very narrow streets, like glorified alleyways really, flanked on both sides by buildings as tall as 6 stories. As this column struggled down the street, they were shot at and pelted from roofs and windows above. Fighters would burst out of doorways, lobbing projectiles and firing muskets before disappearing back into the building. It was a deadly and nerve-wracking advance. The column cleared the second barricade, and then of course found a third barricade in their way, and they had to do it all over again. But though this was a traumatic and grueling fight, these were professional soldiers, especially the Swiss, and the column was able to keep moving forward. About a third of a mile of fighting later, they finally emerged out of this deadly chute into the Promised Land, the right bank of the River Seine. When the column got to the river, they turned right and marched to where the Pont des Arts is right now, at the southern corner of the Louvre, and there they bivouacked, waiting for instructions about what on earth they were supposed to do next. Out in the east end of Paris, the third column was about to face an even more intense version of the Battle of Rue Saint-Denis. Still trying to get to the Hôtel de Ville to reinforce the troops there, the third column tried to push straight west out of the Place de la Bastille down the Rue Saint-Antoine. Now, these days, the Rue Saint-Antoine peters out where it meets the Rue de Rivoli, but in 1830, it was a straight shot to the Hôtel de Ville, following what is today the Rue François Miron. I really do recommend you go to that Google map I've been telling you about so that you can have some idea of what's going on here. Now, the first attempt to reach the Hôtel de Ville seemed like it was going to work. Under pretty light fire, they were able to make it to an intersection just 350 yards from the back of the Hôtel de Ville, but there they ran into a huge barricade, one of the big mothers, 10 feet tall at least. As the third column approached this barricade, though, they found it ominously silent and empty. This was because the Parisians were massing on the rooftops and high windows above and waiting down little alleyways and inside the buildings. The column cleared the barricade, but as they tried to move through all the debris, the Parisians exploded from every window, door, and rooftop. Swarmed on all sides by musket fire and projectiles, the third column was forced to retreat. While the officers in charge of this column huddled and tried to figure out what to do next, the Parisians rushed back out onto the Rue Saint-Antoine and built fully 7 barricades in the span of just 1,000 feet, covering a line between that first big barricade and the Church of St. Paul. As night began to fall, the third column decided to make one last go of it. They began their advance down the street, and as had happened at the Battle of Saint-Denis, the Battle of the Rue Saint-Antoine was a grueling advance through 7, count them, 7 barricades. The soldiers hugged the walls of the buildings as best they could to avoid the projectiles from above, which I should mention included an array of chamber pots, which, gross. But though under constant attack, the column managed to keep moving forward and clear their way through the 6 new barricades, but that left them at the base of the big mother that they had gotten to the first time. At this barricade, the two sides waged an intense firefight that lasted nearly a half hour, but the barricade held, the Parisians did not flee, and the third column was forced to retreat. Again. The commander in charge of the column admitted defeat. Night was upon them. The guys at the Hôtel de Ville were just going to have to fend for themselves. unable to go north back through the boulevards because of all the barricades, and unable to go west because of all the barricades, the third column was forced to go on a circuitous route south that eventually took them across the Austerlitz Bridge to the relative safety of the left bank, which they then followed back towards the Tuileries Palace. So both the first and the third columns then retreated back to home base without having received orders to do so. They were cut off from orders, and simply doing the only sane thing they could do under the circumstances. But they would face no reprimands, because unbeknownst to them, Marmont had in fact sent out orders for everyone to retreat back to home base. The only column to remain in place until that order arrived was the second column at the Hôtel de Ville. Still controlling the street in and out of the square, a messenger was able to come through at about 10 o'clock that night with orders for them to abandon the Hôtel de Ville and come home. So the column withdrew back to the river at about 11, but with full darkness now having set in, the Parisian fighters offered little resistance. So the second column evacuated in good order to the Seine, and then they marched back towards the Louvre. By midnight, all the royalist forces were back at home base. Between them, there was not one shred of good news to share. So far as they were concerned, Wednesday, July the 28th, 1830 was not day 2 of the 3 glorious days. It was instead the crappiest day of their lives, and they were really ready for it to be over now, please. Now, oddly enough, the opposition liberals were as demoralized as the royalist soldiers. They had agreed to reconvene at 9 o'clock that night, but with active fighting and barricades erected everywhere, many of the deputies stayed home, rather than meet back up. Only 1 or 2 of them even welcomed the idea of fighting in the streets, so the very fact that there was fighting in the streets was already demoralizing enough. They had also heard rumors that garrisons from across France were marching double time to Paris and would probably be at the capital in the morning. So even if there was good news today, it was all likely to be crushed tomorrow. So like I say, most of them stayed home rather than go out again. But the dozen or so deputies who did pick their way through the barricades were the most energetic and committed among them, including Jacques Lafitte. Having received no response at all from the king about rescinding the 4 ordinances, Lafitte was now convinced that the end goal of all this would be regime change. Deliberately invoking England's glorious revolution of 1688, Lafitte got all puffed up and said, "William must replace the Stuarts." And then Lafitte broached for the first time the idea that the part of William would be played by the Duc d'Orléans. Lafitte also said that from this point on, his house would become the headquarters for a war against the Bourbons on behalf of the Orléans. Though, funny thing about this, no one, not Lafitte, not anyone, had actually talked to the Duc d'Orléans about whether he was cool with a revolution being waged in his name. So at the break of dawn, Thursday, July the 29th, 1830, day 3 of the 3 glorious days, Paris was quiet and still. A few of the opposition liberal journalists who had fled the city when the arrest warrants came out now gingerly picked their way back into Paris, and they were convinced that the royalist forces had been victorious in their absence, that the insurrection had been crushed. The revolution, if it had ever been a revolution, was defeated. But it turned out they were reading things backward. It was quiet because all the royalist forces were pulled back to the Louvre and the Tuileries and were not planning on leaving. And overnight, the Parisians had redoubled their barricade-building efforts, though redoubled doesn't quite capture it. Nearly every block in and around central Paris now boasted a barricade, and historians estimate that something like 4,000 of them were erected over the night of the 28th and 29th of July. Far from defeated, the Parisians now controlled Paris. With nearly all of Paris in the hands of the insurrectionary Parisians, a member of the Chamber of Peers, named the Marquis de Semonville, picked his way through to the Tuileries Palace to consult with Marmont. Where Marmont was a liberal centrist, Semonville was a conservative centrist, and he was there to do what he could to detach the king from the ultra-royalist ministers who were so obviously destroying the monarchy. At 7:30 that morning, Semonville met with Marmont and said, "Look, here's what you need to do. Arrest Polignac and the other ministers. They are to blame for this. And then for God's sake, get the king to rescind the 4 ordinances." But Marmont refused to take things that far, And so Semonville went to Polignac and said, "Look, jackass, you have to drop the 4 ordinances. You're about to lose Paris." Polignac refused, so Semonville said, "Fine, I'm going to send Clou, and I am going to see the king personally." And Polignac said, "Oh yeah? Well, let's see who gets there first." And I kid you not, these 2 old men ran as fast as their little old legs could carry them down to their respective coaches, and then their respective coaches raced to St. Cloud. Now Charles had of course gone to bed the night before, believing matters were well in hand, and he was in for a rude awakening. Now, as I said last time, the Bourbon response to the July Revolution was routinely about 12 hours behind events. So here Semonville is trying to get the king to rescind the 4 ordinances, but the time to rescind the 4 ordinances had been the night before. By the morning of July the 29th, that was no longer good enough. Lafitte got up on the morning of July the 29th and began laying the groundwork for regime change. Though he still had not been in direct contact with the Duc d'Orléans yet, Lafitte made his house home base for a self-organized Orleanist faction dedicated to ensuring that this revolution did not become a Republican revolution. Lafitte and his guys in fact planned to leverage fear of the Republic, which in those days was still synonymous with terror, to get everybody to go along with the changeover to the Orleans. Among those at Lafitte's house that morning was Adolphe Thiers, who had gone into hiding the day before and now emerged again. Lafitte sent Thiers to drop a broadsheet trumpeting the Duc d'Orléans as the people's champion, without knowing if it was actually true. At noon, Lafitte then hosted an open meeting of opposition delegates, electors, and journalists. With the royalist forces obviously not leaving the Tuileries Palace and Paris in the hands of the Parisians, it was time for some kind of provisional government to step in to direct events. Again, the object for these liberals was not now only to defeat King Charles, but also to box out the more radical element outmanning the barricades. The right sort of men needed to guide this thing, or it'll be Madame la Guillotine for the lot of us. So, on their own authority, this meeting selected a half-dozen men to be provisional municipal commissioners, who would then establish a headquarters at the Hôtel de Ville and take central control of this decentralized insurrection. All of the commissioners were upstanding liberals, men of business and finance, and holding good doctrinaire values. François Guizot and Casimir Perrier were among the commissioners. Now, there is no way to know whether the authority of this municipal commission would be accepted in the streets, and it kind of felt like only one man had the answer to that question, and that man was the Marquis de Lafayette. After departing the meeting at Lafitte the day before, Lafayette had been approached by the old officers of the disbanded National Guard, who said, "Look, we're getting back together, and we want to name you as our general-in-chief." Now, this request obviously had deep personal meaning for Lafayette. I mean, he was the one, after all, who had first created the National Guard, almost exactly 41 years earlier. He had designed their uniforms, he had designed the revolutionary cockade, and he had been the leader of the National Guard for their first 3 years, before the revolution had swept him aside in the summer of 1792. So, even though he was now 73 years old and had not given a military order since that same summer of 1792, Lafayette said, "Yes, I will do it." So at that meeting at Lafitte's, as they were self-declaring a municipal commission, Lafayette stepped forward and said, "I'm self-declaring myself the leader of the reconstituted National Guard." Most of the men in the room were thrilled at the idea of Lafayette and the bourgeois National Guard running the show in Paris, rather than these irregular bands of street fighters. So Lafayette then sent out a general order to all National Guard officers, calling on them to come back and fight for the tricolor again. If, after the restoration of Louis XVIII, the Bourbons had pursued a policy of unite and forget, Lafayette now offered a more visceral call: unite and remember. By the time the municipal commission was setting up in the Hôtel de Ville, with Lafayette alongside them setting up a headquarters for the National Guard, the Parisians were busy expelling the last forces of the Bourbons from Paris. Now, Marmont's plan on the morning of July the 29th was to form a ring around the Tuileries Palace and the Louvre, and do as the king said, concentrate his forces and try to hold out. But at about 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire western end of this line defected to the Parisians. With a huge gaping hole in his line, Marmont then ordered one of the 2 companies of Swiss guards inside the palace to go out and fill it. But when they left, I'm not making this up, they left one of the doors open. Some Parisians noticed the open door, a mob came together, and everyone rushed inside. Now, this did not have to be the decisive moment of the July Revolution, but the thing is that the Swiss guards inside the palace were now being swamped by a mob of angry Parisians, and they knew full well how things like that turned out. The Swiss Guard was something of a hereditary vocation. It drew from a pretty small circle of families, and many of the guys on duty there in July of 1830 had relatives who had been massacred in August of 1792. Fathers, brothers, cousins, and uncles. So unwilling to follow their unfortunate relations, the Swiss guards hustled out the back door. Now, all they were trying to do was get out of the building so they didn't get massacred. But when the French forces saw the Swiss forces making a run for it, everybody panicked. Before Marmont knew what was happening, his entire army was in disorganized flight up the Champs-Élysées. Marmont grabbed a horse, but he was not able to get out in front of his troops until he reached where today the Arc de Triomphe sits. It was about 1:30 in the afternoon, and when Marmont turned around, he saw the tricolor being hoisted above the Tuileries Palace. There was no point going back now. His men probably would have disobeyed the order anyway. Paris was lost. The capture of the Louvre and the Tuileries Palace marked the end of the 3 glorious days of fighting. Paris had won, King Charles had lost. The final casualties on the royalist side were 150 dead and 530 wounded, while on the Parisian side it was 496 dead and 849 wounded. All in all, a pretty reasonable number given the circumstances. And though no one knew it, really no one would have believed it if you had told them, the fighting was now over. Next week, we will move on to the final stage of the July Revolution, as the opposition liberals grab the reins of the revolt and steer it, very often against its will, in the direction of the Duc d'Orléans. King Charles X will finally wake up to the fact that this really is a revolution, but as usual will come out with concessions to save his hide 12 hours after those concessions stop being good enough. Believing that all he had to do to win was to not be like his brother, to be tough, to not concede anything, to not compromise over anything, King Charles would soon find himself signing his own abdication. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.6, The Duc d'Orléans. So, a funny thing happened on the way to the final episode of this series on the Revolution of 1830. I am locked in the final edits for my book, The Storm Before the Storm, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic, forthcoming from Public Affairs, fall 2017. Those edits kind of gobbled up all my time this week, so we have a slight revision to our schedule here at the Revolutions podcast. This week's episode, as you might have already noticed, is a bit shorter than usual. That is because I had way less time to work on it. But fortuitously, this did solve my problem of where I was going to shoehorn in the backstory of Louis-Philippe, the Duc d'Orléans. It had gotten kind of long and was getting in the way. So I have taken that backstory and present it to you now as a standalone episode. We'll get back next week to wrap up the Revolution of 1830. This week, we are going to get Louis-Philippe to the Revolution of 1830. He is, after all, kind of important to the climax of the story. Louis-Philippe was born on October the 6th, 1773, the firstborn son of his father, the Duc d'Orléans. Now, we know all about the elder Duc d'Orléans, right? Philippe Égalité. Not only did he pop in and out of the French Revolution series, going back to the First Assembly of Notables, but I did a whole supplemental episode on him. It was episode 3.34b. As I said in that episode, There was then, and is now, a version of history that paints the French Revolution as a conspiracy orchestrated by Orléans to overthrow his cousin, Louis XVI. If you believe that version of history, then 1830 is nothing less than the culmination of a project that had been ongoing since 1789. Now, I personally don't really believe that version of history. I don't really think that there was a sinister Orleanist conspiracy. It was just that as the senior cadet branch of the royal family, those who were unhappy with the Bourbons always tended to gravitate to the Orléans. Louis Philippe's father was always a bit of an intentional iconoclast who embraced modern ideas almost specifically to raise a middle finger at his more traditionalist royal cousins. So rather than his children being educated by traditional aristocratic tutors, the Duke placed them in the hands of Madame de Genlis, one of his former mistresses, who was a passionate devotee of Rousseau. Louis Philippe and his two brothers, his sister Adelaide, and a few other random children were put through an intensive program of physical, mental, and emotional education. Their days ran from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and included, in addition to math and literature and philosophy, lots of physical exercise, like they were forced to complete tasks while wearing weights around their ankles. All of this was very experimental. All of it was very demanding. But Louis Philippe and the rest of the Orléans brood did emerge with a laudable physical endurance and incredibly wide-ranging knowledge of the world that most aristocrats of their day lacked. Louis Philippe was just emerging from childhood as the French Revolution got going. He was about to turn 13 when Finance Minister Calonne declared the monarchy broke in 1786. He was 15 when the Bastille fell, and then by sheer coincidence, it was actually on his 16th birthday that the women marched to Versailles and dragged the royal family back to Paris. He personally witnessed the final leg of that procession from his own window. But while his father was off playing a direct role in the revolution, Louis Philippe's involvement would be limited because A, he was just a teenager, and B, he had been enrolled as a colonel of dragoons and now had military duties to attend to. But he did join the Jacobin Club in 1790 when it was still simply the Friends of the Constitution, and most of the liberal nobility were members in good standing. Because he was stationed at a garrison near the border with the Austrian Netherlands, Louis Philippe missed the drama surrounding the attempted breakout of his cousins in June of 1791. But the flight to Varennes had enormous consequences for the young man. You'll recall that in the wake of the king's recapture, something like half the officer corps of the French army deserted. But as a good liberal noble, the now 18-year-old Louis Philippe stayed on, and in fact, suddenly became the senior-most colonel in the entire French army. When the Girondins declared war on Austria in April of 1792, Louis Philippe was promoted to lieutenant general and attached to the staff of the new commander-in-chief of the French army, Dumouriez. In the early days of the war, Louis Philippe showed himself to be a courageous patriot. He was cited for bravery at the pivotal Battle of Valmy, and then cited further for distinguished service at Jemappes and Neerwinden as the French armies first advanced towards the Netherlands and then retreated in early 1793. Over the winter of 1792-1793, Louis Philippe's father was back in Paris wrestling with the most difficult decision of his life. The king was now on trial, and the newly restyled Philippe Égalité had to decide how far he was willing to go down this revolutionary road. With the final vote approaching, would he really vote for his cousin's death? In December 1792, Louis Philippe was on leave in Paris, and while home, tried desperately to talk his father into recusing himself from the final vote on King Louis's fate. But Philippe Égalité did not take his son's advice, and in January 1793, famously voted death without appeal to the people. With the execution of the king coming amidst a broader turn towards a more aggressive revolutionary agenda, Louis Philippe became disillusioned with the whole project. In March 1793, he wrote an intemperate letter to his father denouncing the increasing excesses of the convention, and then the following month found himself brought into General Dumouriez's plot to stage a coup. Now, even though Louis Philippe was non-committal about the coup, the fact that he knew about the plot but did not report it left him a marked man. When Dumouriez's conspiracy was uncovered and the general ran across the lines to the Austrians, Louis Philippe had no choice but to follow him. After he crossed the lines, Louis Philippe would spend the next 21 years in exile. But his emigration had more immediate consequences for the rest of his family. The newly born Committee of Public Safety put his father and the rest of the Orleans family under house arrest. So it was as a direct result of Louis Philippe's emigration that his father was arrested. And because that arrest led directly to Philippe Egalité's execution in November 1793, Louis Philippe would spend the rest of his life blaming himself for his father's death. He was in Switzerland when he got the news. His father is dead, and he was now the Duc d'Orléans, if such a thing even existed anymore. After depositing his sister Adelaide in the care of some nuns in Switzerland, the newly minted Duc d'Orléans began an unhappy exile. He was orphaned by everyone and everything. Supporters of the revolution considered him a traitor. Supporters of the monarchy would not forgive the Orléans for the death of King Louis. So he had to travel under an assumed name and eventually settled for a year in Switzerland working as a math and language instructor. He was able to do that until he accidentally knocked up a young cook's assistant and had to move on. Unwelcome among the various émigré communities, Orléans had to keep on the move, and he made his way from Germany to Scandinavia over the next few years. While he traveled, the revolution peaked and retreated, and the Directory took over France. Orléans was living in Denmark in 1796 when he was located by agents of the Directory. Wanting to clear anyone with royal blood out of Europe to hopefully ensure the sustainability of the French Republic, these agents offered Orléans a deal. If you go to the United States, we will release your two brothers from custody and send them across the Atlantic to join you. With a chance to save his brothers, Orléans took the deal and sailed for Philadelphia, arriving in early 1797. Good to their word, the Directory released his two brothers, and the reunited trio set themselves up in the émigré community of the United States. There, the Orléans were better treated, as they now lived among a grab bag of French exiles. Some families had fled the Jacobins, some had fled the monarchy, still others had only recently arrived after fleeing the Directory. The Orléans brothers lived a fairly comfortable life in the United States and paid calls on various notables, for example, making the obligatory pilgrimage to Mount Vernon to spend some time with George Washington. But eventually the three brothers got good news. Their mother, the last member of the family still in France, had been granted permission to move with her new husband to Spain. Free of the Directory's potential retribution, the brothers broke their promise to stay in the United States and arranged passage to England. Upon arrival in England in 1800, Orléans put out feelers to his cousin, the Comte d'Artois, who had himself settled in London. A lot of water had passed under the bridge since 1793, and the Duc d'Orléans suggested it was maybe time for the extended royal family to get back together. And odd as it may seem, d'Artois was open to the suggestion. Towards the wider world, the Comte d'Artois was an inflexible ultra-royalist who scrupulously maintained grudges, while his brother, Louis XVIII, was open to forgiveness and compromise. But when it came to the inner circle of the family, their roles flipped. D'Artois is the one who wanted to mend all fences and unite the royal family, while Louis XVIII bore eternal enmity and deep anger at the entire Orléans family. Louis XVIII would never not believe that the Orléans hadn't staged the revolution to kill his brother. He would never not believe that the Orléans weren't plotting against him even now. But for the sake of the greater royalist cause, the families publicly reconciled. The Duc d'Orléans then settled down in England and lived there from 1800 till 1808 with the help of a British pension. He would later consider these days the happiest of his life. In 1809, the Duc d'Orléans was 36 years old and still a bachelor. So he flipped open the registry of eligible aristocratic daughters and soon found a perfect match. Marie Amélie, a daughter of the branch of the Bourbons who still reigned in Sicily, and also the niece of Marie Antoinette. So Louis Philippe put out his feelers, arranged the marriage, and in 1809 the couple wed. The following year, Orléans tried to join the Peninsular War on the side of the Allies, but the British ministry blocked his attempt. They did not need a man with a possible claim to the French throne running around loose in Europe, so they barred him from service. Instead, Orléans settled with his new wife in Sicily, and together they started making babies, eventually producing 5 boys and 3 girls. It was while in Sicily that Orléans was also reunited with his sister Adelaide. Having spent her own years in exile bouncing around Central Europe trying to stay out of Napoleon's clutches, she was now a grown woman. Worldly, intelligent, erudite, and full of energy, Adelaide joined her brother in Sicily and elected to eschew starting a family of her own, instead becoming a member of her brother's family. She was a sister to his wife, a second mother to his children. Aunt Adelaide became a powerful and beloved presence inside the Orleans family. And above all, she became her brother's personal and political confidant. It eventually became impossible to tell where his thoughts ended and hers began. So from their home in Sicily, the Orleans monitored the collapse of Napoleon. At first, I imagine Orleans watched Napoleon's setbacks with some gratification. But by 1814, I imagine his emotions had become a bit more conflicted. The fall of Napoleon would lead to major tensions inside the royal family. If a restoration came, would it be a Bourbon restoration? Or would the old branch die, and the Orleans finally be called to the throne? But as the emperor's abdication became more and more certain, the Duc d'Orléans let it be known that he was not, repeat not, a candidate for king. He recognized Louis XVIII and pledged to support him. Now this may have been his own convictions talking, but I also imagine he was helped along by his British patrons, who had themselves settled on Louis as their man. When the Comte d'Artois made his way to Paris in April 1814, the Duc d'Orléans soon followed. And though King Louis XVIII did not like Orleans one bit, for the sake of royal unity, he appointed his cousin Lieutenant General of the realm and restored to him all family property, which is how the Orleans reacquired the Palais Royal. Now, though the family was officially reunited, the events surrounding the 100 Days ended any possibility of personal reconciliation between Louis and Orleans. With Napoleon on his way back, Orleans boldly declared that he would remain in Paris and not leave until the king ordered him to do so. Now, on the one hand, this is Orleans doing the opposite of what he had done in 1793, when he had run away and gotten his father killed. But King Louis always believed that Orleans was trying to hang around to act as a plausible alternative monarch if Napoleon should lose and the Allies decided to dump the Bourbons. So the king ordered Orleans to vacate Paris. But instead of joining the royal court at Ghent, Orleans took his family back to England. Again, Louis believed this meant Orleans was actively positioning himself to become king of the Second Restoration. Partisans on either side will keep the debate about Orleans' intention going for the next 200 years. People still argue about it. But at least on the surface, Orleans never wavered from his recognition of Louis XVIII. And when the Second Restoration came, Orleans once again let it be known that he was not a candidate for king. During the Second Restoration, tensions continued to simmer between Orleans and the king. Now, the public face was all happy unity, of course, and Orleans was named to the Chamber of Peers. But in fine Orleanist tradition, his home in the Palais Royal became a magnet for bourgeois liberal intellectuals, old Bonapartists, and doctrinaire-style constitutional monarchists. Orleans was happy to entertain these guys because their values were his values. But it annoyed King Louis, who thought the whole thing reeked of an Orleanist conspiracy. Orleans only seemed to confirm the king's suspicion when he gave a speech in the Chamber of Peers in October 1815, expressing disapproval of the new White Terror that had been sweeping France. Now, it's not like King Louis was himself a huge fan of the Terror, but he did not care for Orleans' critical tone, nor the applause he received for said critical tone. The king ordered Orleans to vacate the country. Packing up his family, Orleans returned to London and lived there for the next 2 years. He was finally allowed to return to Paris in 1817 and resettled in the Palais Royal. During the next few years, Orleans focused on restoring his family's properties, refurbishing the Palais Royal back to what it had once been, and sending forth an army of lawyers to track down and disentangle deeds to old Orleans property. Though reconfiscation of the national lands would never be official policy, Orleans worked out private purchases to reconstruct the family portfolio. When the émigré's billion came along, he got in on that action, submitted a bunch of paperwork, and got a huge payout. By the mid-1820s, the Orleans were back to being one of the richest families in France. But in keeping with the spirit of the times, Orleans did not live as an old feudal lord. Instead, he lived as a member of the urban bourgeoisie. he had a knack for business and often handled his own contract negotiations, earning him a good reputation among the men of, say, Jacques Lafitte's set, who were impressed that the Duke was a man to be treated as an equal at the conference table. Orleans continued to mingle easily with the crowds at the Palais Royal and hosted salons that attracted all the best sorts. He even broke with royal tradition and had his sons educated in school rather than at home with private tutors. Rich, respectable, and available, the Duc d'Orléans might have even been considered a man of the people. King Louis XVIII did not like any of this. From his perspective, the very existence of the Duc d'Orléans was a threat to the Bourbons, especially as their branch of the family seemed to be going extinct. When the Duc de Berry was assassinated in 1820, the line of succession in the Bourbon family stood as follows. First, the 63-year-old Comte d'Artois, and then second, d'Artois' last living son, who was himself 45 years old and childless. Third, the Duc d'Orléans. Now sitting on a clutch of 5 sons, almost overnight it became dangerously plausible that the Orléans would in fact one day be the kings of France. But the late Duc de Berry's miracle baby, who was born in September of 1820, put an end to all of that. And though he really had endlessly said he did not want to be king, when the miracle baby was born, Orléans cornered men who were there to witness the birth and grilled them about whether or not they had seen the umbilical cord connected to the mother. When these witnesses confessed that yes, it was all true and they had seen it with their own eyes, Orléans cried, "Then it is true. We will really count for nothing in this country." But while Orléans' relationship with King Louis was always abysmal, the Comte d'Artois continued to be generous and inviting. When Louis died in September 1824 and the Comte d'Artois became King Charles X, one of the first things he did was invite Orléans and his family to the palace to make them feel not just officially welcome, but really, truly, personally welcomed. It's one of those odd quirks of history that there was really no one in the Bourbon family who treated Orléans better than King Charles X, the man Orléans was destined to overthrow. Now, this bond between Charles and Orléans only existed at the intimate level. Their politics could not have been more different. Orléans remained what he had always been, a liberal-leaning constitutional monarchist, and Charles remained what he had always been, an ultra-royalist absolutist. When, for example, Orléans had gotten the boot from the country in 1815 for denouncing the White Terror, Charles had been the one actively cheering it on. So it was with a great deal of studied grimacing that Orléans watched Charles's reign unfold. The kind of bourgeois liberals Orléans had long surrounded himself with were forming the core of resistance to the new king's ultra-royalism, and Orléans could only shake his head as Charles responded with increasingly reactionary measures. Like everyone else, Orléans considered the appointment of the Polignac ministry in 1829 to be a baffling mistake. And then Orléans was sitting just to the left of Charles when the king delivered his inflammatory opening to the Chamber of Deputies in March of 1830, the one that led to the address of the 221 and the beginning of the boulder of revolution rolling down the hill. Well informed of both ministerial policy and the liberal opposition, Orléans began to fear that the king was losing his grip. But despite those fears, at the end of July 1830, the Duc d'Orléans, like everyone else in France, had no idea just how loose the grip was becoming. He certainly had no idea that he was on the verge of becoming king. But as usual, one man suspected that the Duc d'Orléans was about to become king: Talleyrand. In mid-June 1830, as the elections for the Chamber of Deputies unfolded, Monsieur de Talleyrand paid a call to the Duc d'Orléans. Now 76 years old and all but an invalid who had to be carried in and out of salons, François Guizot famously described Talleyrand as looking like a dead lion, the old master mentally was sharp as ever. When he arrived at the Palais Royal, he retired to a private room with Orléans and Adelaide, and the three of them had a brief conversation that Talleyrand later recalled to a friend. With some talk in the air that Orléans might marry his son to King Charles's daughter, Talleyrand said, "The elder branch is finished. Be careful not to give your son to Mademoiselle Berry. Alone you may succeed. Linked to them, you'll be chased out as well." Now, of course, not even Talleyrand realized that they were all just weeks away from the Revolution of 1830. But he did know something was brewing, and that when it hit, the Duc d'Orléans would be living in Paris and make for a very enticing alternative to the increasingly unhinged Charles. So it really did seem possible that what had begun in 1789 might now be finished in 1830. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.7, The Last King of France. Okay, so we have come now finally to our final episode on the Revolution of 1830. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. As you know, it's all about the great sweeping arcs of history around here, so getting to do an hour-by-hour account of a sudden, sharp, and wholly unexpected revolution has been pretty dang fun. So before our detour through the backstory on the Duc d'Orléans last week, we left off that hour-by-hour account in the early afternoon of Thursday, July the 29th, 1830. The Swiss guards had just retreated out of the Louvre, triggering a panic among Marshal Marmont's remaining royal forces, and they all ran away together up the Champs-Élysées, leaving the Louvre and Tuileries palaces to be occupied by the Parisians, who struck the white flag of the Bourbons and hoisted the tricolor. Now, while this was all going on, King Charles X was at his palace at Saint-Cloud, still refusing to face the facts of the last few days. He was, after all, getting most of his advice from Prime Minister Polignac, and it still had not gotten through the king's skull that Polignac was painting optimistic pictures that came mostly from the Prime Minister's own oblivious imagination. Now, if you will recall from 2 episodes back, however, the Marquis de Semonville had literally raced Polignac to Saint-Cloud on the morning of July the 29th to try to break the king out of his stupor. Now, Polignac, of course, continued to insist, "We're fine, everything's fine, don't panic," and Semonville said, "No, this is a great time to panic. You're about to lose everything. Here is what you need to do. You have to immediately suspend the 4 ordinances, fire your entire ministry and appoint a new one, and call for the immediate convening of the chambers. This is the only way to neutralize the revolutionary momentum in Paris. Do you understand?" Now, the king, of course, resisted this advice until he learned a few hours later that Marshal Marmont had been pushed out of Paris. So, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the king did what he swore he would not do. He caved. He told Semonville, "Fine, I'll rescind the 4 ordinances, create a new ministry, and recall the chambers." And for his new prime minister, the king selected the Duc de Mortemar, who was at that point 44 years old and had grown up an émigré exile in England, but then returned to France as a teenager during Napoleon's amnesty. After a distinguished career in the army, he was appointed to the Chamber of Peers by King Louis XVIII, and was at that moment probably as qualified for the job as prime minister as anyone. But what really distinguished him at that moment was that he happened to be physically in Saint-Cloud when the king needed a new prime minister. Mortemar was as shocked as anyone to find himself thrust into the job, especially because on July the 29th, he was sick as a dog and suffering from a raging fever. So the Marquis de Semonville had by now been joined by 2 of his colleagues in the Chamber of Peers, and after the king made these promises, the 3 of them rushed back to Paris to deliver the news. But they departed in such a hurry that none of this was officially signed or documented, and most fatally, Mortemar did not accompany them. Sick as he was, he decided to stay in Saint-Cloud, draw up some of those official declarations to officially confirm the king's promises, and plan to take them to Paris in the morning. But as we have seen, the Bourbon response remains consistently 12 hours behind where it needs to be. Had Mortemar gone to Paris right away, the situation might have been salvaged. But by morning, it was going to be too late. Meanwhile, Semonville and his 2 colleagues picked their way through the National Guard checkpoints that had now been established all around the city by Lafayette. And then, once they got through those checkpoints to the center of Paris, they had to pick their way through the barricades that had been erected on every street. So it was not until 8:30 that night that the three peers finally reached the Hôtel de Ville. There, they met with the members of that little municipal commission that had self-declared itself a provisional government at the end of episode 6.5. In the timeline of the Revolution of 1830, that was all just about 4 hours ago. But lacking any kind of signed declaration from the king, and without the presence of this alleged new Prime Minister Mortemar, the 5 municipal commissioners were rightly pretty skeptical. They certainly were not going to tell Paris to stand down on the word of a few breathless peers. It was not even clear they could tell Paris to stand down. So his long day of racing around, so far coming up short, the exhausted Semonville left the meeting and went back to his own house to sleep. But his 2 younger colleagues continued on to the other center of power in Paris, the home of Jacques Lafitte. Now, Lafitte had, of course, already declared war on the Bourbons, but he was willing to at least listen if it was true that the king had caved to all demands. But again, without any proof, it's not like Lafitte was just going to stop fighting. So he told the 2 peers, go back to Saint-Cloud, fetch Mortemar, and get him here immediately. Lafitte said, we'll wait up until 1 o'clock in the morning, and if he's not here by then don't bother coming at all. So off the 2 peers went back to Saint-Cloud to fetch Mortemar as fast as they could. They finally got back to the royal palace at about midnight, and even if they had rushed in, shoved Mortemar in a bag, and then rushed back out again, it's unlikely they would have met the 1 a.m. deadline. And Mortemar was not going to get shoved into a bag. He was suffering from chills and sweats and a raging fever. Though, to his credit, he was not just lying around in bed. Mortemar was up and working on those official declarations everybody kept asking about, because he wanted to have them ready when the king woke up in the morning. So, instead of returning to Paris that night, the 2 peers and Mortemar simply hoped that Lafitte's 1 a.m. deadline would not be a sticking point if they showed up in the morning with the promised proof. Spoiler alert, the 1 a.m. deadline mattered. When the 1 a.m. deadline came and went without any sign of Mortemar, Lafitte became more determined than ever to ensure that the Bourbons went down and were replaced by the Orléans. Now, before Lafitte headed off to bed, though, he got together with Adolphe Thiers and sent the aggressive little newspaperman back to the offices of the National to write a pro-Orleanist declaration, print it, and make sure it was plastered all over Paris by dawn. Thiers, with his enough gunpowder in his personality to blow up 6 regimes, worked through the night, and on the morning of Friday, July the 30th, the posters were up everywhere. It's a pretty short declaration, so I'll just read it to you here in full. Charles X can never again enter Paris. He caused the blood of the people to be shed. The Republic would expose us to frightful divisions. It would embroil us with Europe. The Duc d'Orléans is a prince devoted to the cause of the Revolution. The Duc d'Orléans never fought against us. The Duc d'Orléans was at Jemappes. The Duc d'Orléans carried the tricolor under fire. The Duc d'Orléans alone can carry it again. We want no others. The Duc d'Orléans has declared himself. He accepts the charter as we have always wanted it. It is from the French people that he will hold his crown. Now, first of all, did you catch that man of blood rhetoric there at the top? Classic. But the most important part is the second to last clause. The Duc d'Orléans declares himself, and he accepts the charter as we have always wanted it. This is, really super not true. Again, it is now Friday, July the 30th, and no one, not Lafitte, not Thiers, not anyone, had actually spoken to the Duc d'Orléans. He had not declared himself. Nobody knew what he accepted and what he did not. So the opposition deputies, who had now morphed into this Orleanist faction, reconvened at Lafitte's house at about 8 a.m. on July the 30th, and decided, look, if we're going to keep going with this, we really ought to make sure Orléans is on board. So Lafitte dispatched Adolphe Thiers with a note for the Duke saying that Thiers spoke for Lafitte and that they had an offer they wanted to make. With Charles having lost his legitimacy in the eyes of the people, they wanted to appoint Orléans Lieutenant General of the realm to assume temporary sovereignty until they all figured out what to do next. Now, the ultimate plan, of course, was to make Orléans king, but they weren't sure Orléans was willing to go that far that fast. So off went Thiers to meet with Orleans face to face and offer him the job of lieutenant general. So, question: where on earth has the Duc d'Orléans been through all of this? Well, like everyone else with the means to do so, the Orléans family had decamped Paris in these hot summer days of late July 1830. But they had not gone far. They were residing at their chateau at Neuilly. Now today, Neuilly is just an outer neighborhood of Paris, but at the time it really was out of town, about 5 miles northwest of the center of Paris. Like everyone else in France, the Orléans clan was totally in the dark about the 4 ordinances and were shocked when messengers arrived with the morning edition of the Monitor on Monday, July the 26th. Marie Amélie, the Duchess d'Orléans, brought the paper to her husband and said, "Well, dear, they've done it. They've mounted a coup d'etat." Orléans was mortified, and he said, "They're mad. They'll get themselves exiled again. It's already happened to me twice." So the Orléans clan waited out Monday, trying to stay in contact with both Paris and their cousins over at St. Cloud, but with events moving rather quickly, it was hard to tell what was happening. Sensing a decisive moment in history, though, Orléans' sister Adelaide said that they should all return to Paris. But the Duke believed jumping the gun was a surefire way to get himself exiled again, maybe even executed, if nothing came of the unrest. So the family stayed put at Neuilly to be close to events without becoming participants. When the fighting in Paris began on the night of the 27th, Orléans got even more nervous about his position. Both running toward Paris and running away from Paris both seemed to court disaster. Then on Wednesday the 28th, the real battles began, and the family could hear the gunfire and cannons. There was a good possibility that at any moment a crowd of Parisian revolutionaries would show up on their doorstep. Said crowd might be showing up to fetch Orléans to lead them as a liberal man of the people, or said crowd might show up to execute him for being a member of the extended royal family. Both seemed equally plausible scenarios. So on the night of the 28th, the Duke moved out to a small house on the edge of his estate, and there he laid low. He would be accessible if events made it expedient to be accessible, and inaccessible if events made it expedient to be inaccessible. Now, aside from the Parisians who captured the Tuileries and the Louvre, the Orléans family was among the first to know that Marshal Marmont's forces were in retreat, because their line of retreat went right by their estate. They were in fact so close that as the troops retreated, an errant cannonball flew over the house and landed in the yard. And this apparently broke any remaining hesitation that Adelaide might be feeling. She fumed righteously and ordered her servants to gather up all the blue, white, and red cloth they could find, and then she set herself to making improvised tricolor ribbons for the family to wear. The elder branch of the royal family was dead. The tricolor would be proof that the cadet branch was alive and well. Now, being extra cautious, though, so as not to let the Duke himself become a prisoner to events, Adelaide told her brother to clear off the estate completely and ride around north of Paris to another property the family owned on the east side of the capital. So when Adolphe Thiers presented himself at Neuilly at about 10 a.m. on the morning of Friday, July the 30th, he was presented to the Duchess d'Orléans, Marie Amélie, and Adelaide. And just as Thiers spoke for Lafitte, the two women said that they spoke for the Duc d'Orléans. Thiers said, "I have come to ask Orléans to be lieutenant general, to assume sovereignty on behalf of the people of France." Thiers said events are moving very quickly, and already other options are presenting themselves. Some of the old Bonapartists were clamoring for Napoleon's son, who was at that point living in exile in Austria. Others might actually be satisfied if Charles simply stepped down in favor of his grandson. But most ominously, Thiers said if we do not move quickly, the radicals will try to push things all the way to a republic. And then he said, "To all these arguments, let me add a last one that is decisive. Thrones are obtained only at the price of difficulties and dangers. If the Duc d'Orléans comes today to the middle of Paris, declares that he is rallying to the revolution, has come to share all the dangers the French are facing, and to put himself at their head, he will have played his part in the July Revolution. I cannot hide from you that there will still perhaps be great dangers to surmount, that Charles X is at St. Cloud, and that he still has forces at his disposal. But you need perils. They are titles to the crown. The Duc d'Orléans must decide. The destiny of France must not be left hanging in the balance. Still unwilling to expose her brother to danger, however, Adelaide said simply, "If you think that the adhesion of our family can be of use to the revolution, we give it gladly. A woman is nothing in the family. She can be compromised. I am ready to go to Paris. What happens to me there is in God's hands. I will share the fate of the Parisians." And to this, Thiers stood up and said, "Today, madame, you have gained the crown for your house." As soon as Thiers departed, Adelaide sent messengers off to track her brother down at once and get him back home. While Adelaide and Thiers were conspiring to steal the crown from Charles, the king believed that he was well on his way to restoring order in Paris. He had been woken up at about 7 o'clock in the morning by Mortemar, and threw a bit of a tantrum when finally presented with the reality of having to go through with all this capitulation. But when he was done crying, the king signed the order rescinding the 4 ordinances and sent his new prime minister to Paris, accompanied by the 2 peers who had come to fetch him the night before. Like everyone else, these 3 guys had to deal with the National Guard checkpoints and had to get out and walk when the guardsmen refused to let their carriage pass. But they kept moving on foot, even though Mortemar was still very sick and had likely not slept a wink all night. The trio reached central Paris at about 10 o'clock in the morning and headed first for Laffitte's house. But by the time they got there, the morning meeting of the deputies had broken up. So the trio ran into one of the last members there, and he said, "Come to my house and we will talk." And there the deputy said, "It's too late. The last chance to save Charles came and went at 1 o'clock in the morning the night before. The question before us is no longer Charles or Orléans, but Orléans or a republic." This meeting having obviously gone nowhere, Mortemar went back to his own house in Paris, and there his doctor went nuts and told him, "You have to go to bed and get some sleep." So this isn't really anyone's fault, but it's not great that at this critical hour, the new prime minister was honestly too sick to do his job. So Mortemar handed the king's signed declaration to some aides and ordered them to get them printed and posted. But even though it was an announcement of the king's capitulation, the printers in Paris still refused to handle anything bearing the royal seal. So most people in Paris probably never knew that the king had given up. At noon, the opposition deputies reconvened at Laffitte's. Reconciled to their decision to abandon the king, they now had to move quickly to nip in the bud the one thing worse than the tyranny of King Charles, the tyranny of a republic. The class and character of the liberal opposition was strongly doctrinaire-style constitutional monarchist. They had settled on a plan to dump Charles and name Orléans lieutenant general, hopefully on the way to naming him king, but there was still the ever-present and super dangerous question of whether the men and women still manning the barricades would accept the political maneuverings they were undertaking. But if there was one man that the streets might listen to, it was the Marquis de Lafayette. As I mentioned in episode 6.1, Lafayette was pretty consistent with his own political beliefs throughout his life. His placement on the political spectrum, whether he was considered a popular hero or a reactionary monster, was defined by the times. At this moment, he was a popular hero again, and with his command of the National Guard in place, it would be a huge deal if Lafayette decided to say, "No, I don't want to replace one Bourbon with another." Rumor swirled that he was even willing to become president of France if the people called on him. But this was just a rumor. When Lafayette was finally confronted point-blank, he said, "No, Orléans shall be king as surely as I will not be." And this was not just posturing. That was his position. But he did plan to make the price of his support a guaranteed list of civil liberties. With quote-unquote everyone on board, the opposition deputies then drafted a short statement. It said, "The meeting of the deputies at present in Paris begs His Royal Highness, Monseigneur the Duc d'Orléans, to come to the capital to exercise the functions of Lieutenant General of the Kingdom and express to him the wish to retain the national flag. The deputies have been concerned, moreover, with assuring to France in the next session of the Chambers all the indispensable guarantees for the full and complete execution of the Charter." Then a delegation marched up to Neuilly to deliver to the Duc d'Orléans the good news that if he wanted to be, he could now be Lieutenant General. I mean, they hoped it would be good news. All these guys still had to go on was Adelaide saying, yeah, let's do this thing. With everyone now navigating National Guard checkpoints with difficulty, the party of deputies did not reach the Orleans estate until 8 o'clock that night. But there, by candlelight, the Duc d'Orléans, the man allegedly at the center of all this, finally shows up in person. He accepted the party and their offer and said he would come to Paris in the morning. So the delegation turned around and went back to Lafitte's to deliver the news that they had their man. But Lafitte was hopping mad, far more aware than the Bourbons that time was actually of the essence, and that waiting till morning was how revolutions were lost. He sent a messenger back to Orleans and said, no, not morning, come now. With Adelaide's helpful prodding, Orleans agreed. The family packed up and headed to Paris and arrived at the Palais Royal around midnight. As Orleans fatefully entered Paris, King Charles fatefully retreated from it. Having sufficiently recovered, Montemar headed back to St. Cloud on the evening of July the 30th to say that none of it had worked. Paris remained intractable. The scene at the palace was bitter and chaotic. After Marshal Marmont's retreat the day before, he had been relieved of his command, and the troops were given to the king's son, who, as I had mentioned a few episodes back, was now firmly convinced that Marmont had betrayed the Bourbons on purpose, just as he had once betrayed Napoleon. As night fell, though, the king concluded that St. Cloud was too close to rebellious Paris. The king said that the family would now move to a small chateau on the edge of the estate at the mostly derelict Palace of Versailles. So at 3 a.m. they all packed up and departed, leaving the king's son behind with the troops to block any potential revolutionary column coming out of Paris. The rest of the family arrived in Versailles at about 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, July the 31st. Back in Paris on that same morning, the Duc d'Orléans woke up at dawn full of doubts about what he had just agreed to. Now mostly recovered, Prime Minister Mortemar arrived to find out what exactly Orléans was up to, and Orléans apparently quite sincerely said, look, please tell Charles I don't want any of this. I do not want to be king. Basically, events are happening to me, and none of this is by design. And he was quite serious, because a few hours later, a large delegation of deputies, including all the guys we've been talking about, Lafitte and Guizot and all them, came to the Palais Royal and were shocked and horrified when Orléans said, I've changed my mind. I do not want to be lieutenant general. They freaked out and laid in the hard sell, and the official argument was that he had to do it. Why, at this very moment, the radicals in the streets might proclaim a republic, so it's either you or Madame la Guillotine. You make the call. Orléans continued to vacillate, but was apparently pushed over the edge by a short piece of advice from Monsieur de Talleyrand. Orléans sent one of his men to Talleyrand asking whether he should really accept the lieutenant generalship, and Talleyrand's reply came back in 3 simple words: let him accept. So obviously, with a great deal of reluctance, Orléans said, fine, I'll do it. The deputies already had a proclamation for him to sign that said, Residents of Paris. The deputies of France, at this moment assembled in Paris, have expressed the desire that I come to this capital and exercise here the functions of Lieutenant General of the Kingdom. I have not hesitated to come to share your dangers, to place myself in the midst of your heroic population, and to exert all my efforts to preserve you from civil war and anarchy. In returning to the city of Paris, I wear with pride these glorious colors that you have again taken, and that I myself have long carried. The chambers will meet. They will consider the means to assure the rule of law and the maintenance of the rights of the nation. A charter will henceforth be a reality. With Orléans' approval, Lafitte ordered 10,000 copies of this proclamation printed and distributed, and unlike for Charles, the proclamation was rushed off the presses and plastered everywhere, because that's what you get for messing with the printers of Paris. Orléans then sat tight at the Palais Royal while more deputies came out of the woodwork, where once there had been maybe 30 or 40 at any given meeting, there were now over 80, because these guys finally decided that it was safe to stick their necks out. This group of deputies then drafted their own proclamation to support the one quote-unquote written by the Duc d'Orléans, and then filed back up to the Palais Royal and reconvened around Orléans. In the meantime, someone had managed to procure a National Guard uniform for the Duke, and at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon he mounted his horse and put himself at the head of a procession that marched from the Palais Royal to the Hôtel de Ville. Now, as has been noted by historians ever since, this was an act that required some degree of bravery on Orleans' part. Because though we know how this all turns out, at that moment he was basically the choice of like 100 to 150 individual deputies, peers, and journalists, none of whom had actually been fighting out on the barricades. In fact, he was the member of a family that all of those people had been fighting against. Because let's face it, this was an attempt to replace one Bourbon with another. So as Orleans marched through Paris, one individual could have walked up with a pistol and ended the whole project. But no pistol emerged. When Orleans got to the Hôtel de Ville, a large crowd had gathered, and heckling did indeed start up, and lots of it was down with the Bourbons, and they were not just talking about Charles. And things might have gotten out of hand, but that is when Lafayette stepped into the picture. With the entire crowd watching, he greeted Orleans, embraced him, and together they walked arm in arm up the stairs. Once inside, all the deputies and peers and members of the municipal commission gathered to read the proclamation that by their power derived from the the people, we hereby declare you Lieutenant General. Orleans accepted and promised to guarantee certain civil liberties, as Lafayette had continuously insisted was the basic price of his support. This secured, Lafayette once again gave the entire project his dramatic blessing by grabbing a tricolor flag and leading Orleans out onto the balcony of the Hôtel de Ville. There, in front of the assembled crowd, the two held the tricolor aloft. And this was the second time Lafayette had preserved the monarchy with a dramatic balcony scene. The first, you'll remember, was the Women's March on Versailles in October 1789, when he orchestrated a similar scene with Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Now, in the future, many critics would not take kindly to Lafayette's decision here on July the 31st, especially given the future course of the July monarchy. For these critics, the balcony scene is further proof that Lafayette was either a dunce, a chump, or a two-faced hypocrite. In fact, a database on revolutionary Paris that I managed to find that marks many of the offices and houses I used to make my own map labels the Hôtel de Ville, July the 31st, 1830, with disdainful bluntness. It just says, Lafayette's betrayal. But what Lafayette thought he was doing, what he thought he had done, was captured in a conversation with Orleans he later recorded in his memoirs. He said, "You know that I am a Republican, and that I regard the Constitution of the United States as the most perfect that ever existed." The Duke replied, "I think as you do. It is impossible to have spent 2 years in America and not be of the opinion. But do you believe that in France's situation, in the present state of opinion, it would be proper for us to adopt that Constitution?" "No," said Lafayette. "What the French people must have today is a popular throne surrounded by Republican institutions. Completely Republican." "That is precisely what I think," finished Orleans. With the crown being stolen out from under him in Paris, King Charles X was at Versailles trying to figure out a way to steal it back. Despite his declaration that he had fired his ministry, all the fired ministers were still around and giving him advice. And they thought they had a plan now to get a hold of the situation. The king would move to Tours, and there establish a court, and call the chambers and diplomatic corps to attend to him there. Now this, had it happen, would have kept Charles X on the course once followed by Charles I, when he had fled London in 1642, planted his flag at Nottingham, and called Parliament and the Lords to attend to him there. But, as it turned out, it was too late to even follow the path of Charles I, which is probably not the worst thing in the world, as Charles I lost his head, and Charles X will not. Now, the reason that plan wasn't going to work is that by the afternoon of the 31st, the king's son arrived from St. Cloud with troubling news. The forces under his command had mostly mutinied out from under him. When some Parisians had approached the palace, the soldiers straight up refused to fire on them. Then, rather than follow the prince to Versailles, the Swiss guards had instead approached the National Guard and negotiated their own safe passage right out of France. It was super unclear what the rest of the army was going to do, but so far everything pointed to a complete loss of control. Most of the men were out on garrisons on the Belgian frontier, and of course, oh so ironically, a third of the army and most of the most loyal officers were in Algeria, because what had begun as a publicity stunt to secure victory in an election now deprived the king of the necessary means of defending his crown. Whoopsie-daisy. With Versailles now seeming too dangerous, the king and his entourage picked up again and moved even further, to Rambouillet, where they received word that Orléans had accepted the lieutenant generalship and was issuing a flurry of orders to all the armed forces for them to stay put until further notice. There was no confidence now that a counter-order from Charles would be followed. It probably wouldn't. Boxed in, and surrounded by rumors that a great mob similar to the one that had once captured his brother in 1789 was on the way, a deep sense of fatalism consumed the royal family. By the following day, even those in the king's inner circle counseled the unthinkable: abdication. But there was one final card for the king to play in this whole sorry, completely stupid, misplayed game that he never should have started in the first place. The king could abdicate in favor not of his son, who was himself tainted and unpopular, but in favor of his grandson, the miracle baby Henri, the Duc de Bordeaux. Now 10 years old, Henri was innocent in all this, and might actually be accepted by the people. By abdicating in favor of his grandson, there was some hope that Lieutenant General Orléans would be forced to recognize the legitimacy of his young cousin, and the crown would be kept in the Bourbon family. It was a clever gambit that would put Orléans and his backers in a tight spot. It did take one good, furious argument to convince his son to sign the letter, but when the shouting was over, both father and son signed. It took the form of a letter directly to Orléans, and said, "My cousin, I am too profoundly grieved by the troubles that afflict and could threaten my people not to have sought a means to prevent them. I have now resolved to abdicate the crown in favor of my grandson, the Duc de Bordeaux. The Dauphin, who shares my views, also renounces his rights in favor of his nephew. You will now, by virtue of your office as Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, proclaim the accession of Henry V to the crown. You will take, moreover, all measures that concern you to determine the forms of government during the minority of the new king. You will communicate my intentions to the diplomatic corps, and you will inform me as soon as possible of the proclamation by which my grandson will be recognized king under the name Henry V. I renew to you, my cousin, the assurance of the sentiments with which I am your affectionate cousin, Charles." The abdication was signed Monday, August the 2nd, 1830. It had been 1 week since the publication of the 4 ordinances. Kind of an all-time great political blunder. Back in Paris, Lieutenant General Orléans and his stable of new advisors got the abdication letter on the afternoon of August the 2nd and now had to figure out what to do with it. They agreed that it put Orléans in a tight spot, but someone, and unfortunately I do not know who to give credit for this, had a bright idea. They said, let's just keep what we like and ignore what we don't. So on August the 3rd, Lieutenant General Orléans proclaimed to a joyous Paris that King Charles X had abdicated the throne. But there was no mention of abdicating in favor of Henry V. For all anyone knew, the kingdom was now simply in the hands of Lieutenant General Orléans, who also stressed that he did not derive his powers from some last-minute appointment by an abdicating king, but by order from the people of France, from whom true sovereignty derived. So 15 years since Louis XVIII's Charter of Government made it clear that sovereignty came down from God to the king, Lieutenant General Orléans made it clear that sovereignty once again came up from the people. But as word of the abdication made the rounds in Paris, it was accompanied by a rumor that this was all a ruse, and that the king was actually planning to attack the capital. So for the first time since the capture of the Tuileries Palace 5 days earlier, the street fighters of Paris had something to do. About 15 to 20,000 of them gathered at what is today the Place de la Concorde. They were joined by companies of the National Guard to keep the whole thing kind of organized, and they all resolved to march on Rambouillet. Now what they would do when they got there was still a pretty open question, but it was also like 30 miles away, so they'd have plenty of time to think about it. And on that morning of August the 3rd, 1830, this great mob set out on the road. Now, there's two ways of looking at this march. I think it's safe to say that a few people in the crowd were Orleanist allies who had a very specific goal in mind: to use this approaching mob to force Charles to accept exile. But there's a slightly more conspiratorial theory that the entire adventure was dreamed up by the Orleanists to get the hottest of the hotheads out of Paris while they completed their little coup. Because now that the radical street fighters had done their work, it was time to literally clear them out of town for the day while the respectable liberals took over. As soon as the mob departed, a joint session of the Chamber of Deputies and Chamber of Peers convened at the Palais Bourbon. It was the first time either chamber had officially convened since Charles had dismissed them all back in March. With about 200 deputies and 70 peers in attendance, they ran around covering every fleur-de-lis in sight with the tricolor, and then, in a carefully choreographed bit of theater, a column of National Guardsmen led Lieutenant General Orleans to the Palais Bourbon, where he was invited to deliver an address to the joint chambers. In this address, partly written by François Guizot, Orleans portrayed the events of the past week as a defensive operation against the illegal tyranny of the crown. He said that he himself had accepted the lieutenant generalship to restore order and the rule of law. Then he said it was clear the charter of government needed to be revised. He specifically cited most of the problems that had led to all this. The law of the double vote had to be dropped. Suffrage needed to be increased, not restricted. The right of royal censorship needed to be abandoned entirely, and of course the infamous Article 14 needed serious revision to avoid something like this happening in the future. While Orleans and the chambers discussed revising the charter of government, the Parisian marchers kept tromping on the road to Rambouillet. When they reached the town of Trappes, still about 15 miles from their destination, a few of the Orleanist leaders convinced the mob that this was a good place to stop and rest. 3 of them would ride on to scout what lay ahead, but their real plan was pretty clear. When they got to Rambouillet, they knocked on the ex-king's door and asked for an audience. By now night was falling, and they found Charles angry and agitated, which, yeah, that sounds about right. But the 3 Orleanist messengers had news that made him even more agitated and angry. Intentionally inflating the danger, they said, look, somewhere between 60 and 80,000 Parisians are marching here as we speak. There is no time to lose because, frankly, we don't think we'll be able to control them if and when they get here. So you have to leave. Charles, as was now his lot in life, fumed and raged and refused to budge, and then when he calmed down, he recognized that he had 2 choices: leave France or fall into the hands of a mob and share the fate of his brother. So he said, fine, I'll go. As the royal family packed up, the 3 representatives rode back to Trappes, where the mob continued to sit idle. And when they got there, they said, look, everything is cool now. Charles is being escorted out of the country as we speak. There's no reason for us to keep going. A few, no doubt, tried to keep the march moving forward, but after a day of wandering through the French countryside, most everyone was tired. And, like I said, still 15 miles from their destination. So they decided, okay, we'll turn around and go home. By 11 o'clock, the last of the marchers had turned around. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, Charles and his family told the few royal guard left, escort us to the coast, and from there we will sail away from France. The end of the July Revolution and beginning of the July Monarchy played out in Paris over the next few days. There was some talk of calling a constitutional convention to draft a whole new charter of government, but the inner circle of the liberal opposition, who were now officially the Orleanist faction, rejected the idea as too unpredictable. Best to make the revisions to the charter we think necessary, and ram them through before anyone can say no. They still needed to address whatever Lafayette demanded to keep his support, and so it was not until August the 6th that the revised charter was buttoned up and ready to go. The entire preamble of the old charter was dropped, with it any hint that the charter was a gift from the king. It also took care of the most pressing issues. In addition to dropping the double vote, the property requirement for electors was reduced, and the voting base of France doubled. Now, we're still only talking about maybe 150,000, 200,000 people top, so it's not like this was a Democratic move or anything. But still, more voters, not fewer voters, was the order of the day. The language of the odious Article 14 was also severely curtailed to granting extraordinary powers to the king only in times of extreme national emergency. The right to initiate legislation was also given to the deputies, as was the right to impeach ministers of state. But as this was being presented to the chambers, a crowd gathered outside, and they were not happy about what they were hearing. Yes, this revised charter was probably better than the old one, but it did not go as far as they wanted. It all seemed designed to benefit the comfortable liberals who had mostly hid out in their homes and offices during the 3 glorious days, and promised very little to the men and women who had fought and died in the streets. The July Revolution had been won by their blood, not the proclamations and resolutions of well-dressed bankers in fancy apartments. As the chamber session of August the 6th wrapped up, Lafayette felt obliged to go out and speak to the crowd and tell them, no, this is all good and fine. France is now on firm constitutional grounds. Further reforms should come and would come in time. The crowd still grumbled, but they accepted Lafayette's promises and dispersed without further trouble. On the morning of August 7th, the chambers met again for the final debate and vote on the revised charter. And one final amendment was added before the official vote was taken, that the tricolor flag would fly now and forever over France. This final amendment added, the deputies then called Lieutenant General Orleans to the throne. They said, on condition of the acceptance of these requirements and propositions, the Chamber of Deputies declares finally that the interest of the French people calls to the throne His Royal Highness Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, Duc d'Orléans, Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, and his descendants in perpetuity from male to male by order of primogeniture to the perpetual exclusion of women and their descendants. In consequence, His Royal Highness Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, will be invited to accept and to swear to the clauses and engagements stated above, and observation of the constitutional charter and the changes indicated, and, after having done so, to take the title King of the French. The final vote in the Chamber of Deputies was 219 to 33, with 150 not showing up. The deputies then took the revised charter over to the House of Peers, who promptly voted 89 to 10. 14 in attendance abstained. More than 200 peers did not show up for the vote. So this new constitutional monarchy was founded with reservations from the more radical circles and the complete non-participation of old-style conservative royalists. But it was going through. Lieutenant General Orleans humbly accepted the charter and invitation to the throne by saying, I receive with deep emotion the declaration that you present to me. I regard it as the expression of the national will, and it appears to me in conformity with the political principles that I have professed all my life. Then, once again, he and Lafayette appeared on the balcony together, and it was later said that the July monarchy was sealed by the Republican kiss of Lafayette. But this was not quite the end of it. This was still merely the invitation to take the crown, not any official coronation. So the next day was spent working out all the details. Among the most pressing was figuring out how the new king would style himself. To confirm the historical break with the old absolutist Bourbons and reject their conception of absolute monarchy forever, they settled on Louis-Philippe I, rather than Louis XIX. And then, of course, most important, he accepted that he would not be the king of France. He would be king of the French. His sovereignty was not by and for some chunks of geographic territory that he laid claim to by God-given right, but rather by and for the people of France, because it was the people, not the land, who made up the nation of France. Finally, on August the 9th, 1830, a joint session of the chambers hosted the coronation of Louis-Philippe I. It was an understated affair compared with the grand coronations of Charles X and Napoleon and the whole line of Bourbon kings before that. Louis-Philippe dressed in the uniform of a general, and he sat in the throne. After everything was read again, Louis-Philippe rose and said, I accept without restriction or reserve, the clauses and engagements embodied in this declaration and the title King of the French that it confers upon me, and I am ready to swear to observe it. So, the King of France is dead. Long live the King of the French. The resulting celebrations in Paris stood in marked contrast to the sad procession of the deposed Bourbons still slowly making their way towards the coast. Charles was intentionally moving at a snail's pace, just in case, by some miracle, events took a dramatic turn and he was recalled. But there was no dramatic turn of events. In each town the family passed, the tricolor now flew, and National Guardsmen lined the streets. By August the 16th, even their snail's pace could not stop them from eventually reaching the docks. Louis Philippe had hired 2 American ships to ferry his cousins across the English Channel to exile in England. As they boarded the boat on the afternoon of the 16th, tears abounded, but there was little send-off. There were no throngs of loyal subjects mobbing the docks and begging them to stay. The last King of France departed for exile, and it was far more good riddance than goodbye. So this concludes our series on the July Revolution of 1830, which has now birthed what we call the July Monarchy of Louis Philippe I. But fear not, I am not going to abandon you for another long hiatus just yet. For the next few weeks, I'm going to knock out a few one-off supplementals to round some things out. For example, there is a revolution that's about to break out in Belgium. Gotta talk about that. And then, as you die-hard fans of Les Mis know, there's an aborted revolt in 1832, once the more radical students of Paris realized the July Monarchy ain't all it was cracked up to be. So I've got a few of these plans as we start laying the groundwork for 1848. But first up, next week, we will answer the question that I have gotten many times since the start of the Three Glorious Days, and that is, what on earth did the rest of France think about the July Revolution? Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.8b, The Belgian Revolution. So we wrapped up last week with a brief discussion of how the rest of Europe reacted to the July Revolution in France. As we saw, the other great powers, Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, were none too happy about the abrupt regime change in Paris, but by September of 1830, everyone had gotten over it and extended recognition to Louis Philippe I, King of the French. But just as the courts of Europe were like, okay, we put this thing to bed and it's time to move on, an even bigger threat to the peace and good order forged at the Congress of Vienna erupted on the far side of France's northeastern border. When the southern provinces of the Kingdom of the Netherlands found out about the July Revolution, they did not respond with annoyed resignation, but rather jubilant ambition. Just about 2 weeks after the coronation of Louis Philippe, those southern provinces staged a revolution of their own. One that would end in the creation of a brand new blob on the map of Europe, the Kingdom of Belgium. So to set this all up with some broad historical strokes, we here at the Revolutions podcast were first introduced to what will become Belgium in episode 3.22, War. Once known as the Spanish Netherlands, this territory had become the Austrian Netherlands in 1715, and then become a front line in the early years of the French Revolutionary Wars. In fact, the course of the early French Revolutionary Wars was simply the French moving into and out of the Austrian Netherlands. But once the levée en masse got rolling by 1794, the French drove the Allies out of the Low Countries entirely. Now, while the Dutch United Provinces were rebranded as the Batavian Republic, the first of France's sister republics, the former Austrian Netherlands were afforded a higher honor, direct annexation into France. The region then stayed a part of France all the way through until the fall of Napoleon, when they once again found themselves on the front lines in the war between France and the Allies, because there's nothing Europe likes doing more than beating the crap out of each other in Belgium. And in case you didn't know, Waterloo sits right smack dab in the middle of what will become, by the end of today's episode, the Kingdom of Belgium. Now, as Napoleon's empire collapsed, the question of what to do with the former Spanish Netherlands / former Austrian Netherlands / former northeastern departments of France was a pretty big deal at the Congress of Vienna. None of the Allies were interested in letting France hang on to it, but the Austrians sure didn't want it back, and you couldn't just give it to the Prussians, so a consensus formed around the idea of folding it into an independent buffer state that would be called the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This basically was just taking the old United Provinces and mashing them together with the old Austrian Netherlands. Now, to rule this new thing called the Kingdom of the Netherlands, both the British and the Russians sponsored the Dutch Prince William of Orange. And everyone said, okay, that sounds great, let's do it, next item of business. And thus did Prince William of Orange become King William I of the Netherlands. Now, when he had been born, William was on track to become the next stadtholder of the United Provinces. But at the age of 25, he had been forced out of the Netherlands when the Batavian Revolt erupted in early 1795. He had then spent the next 7 years fighting alongside the British until the Peace of Amiens came along in 1802. During that year of peace, William went to Paris and actually became friends with First Consul Bonaparte. But when the war started back up and Emperor Napoleon started pushing east in 1805 and 1806, William joined the Allied cause. He fought through the Napoleonic Wars and in 1813 met and befriended Tsar Alexander, who then supported William's claim to the new Kingdom of the Netherlands at the Congress of Vienna. After Waterloo, King William I took full sovereign possession of his new kingdom, but he found himself faced with a demographic mess. The new Kingdom of the Netherlands was a mashed-together hodgepodge of languages and religions. The northern part of the kingdom was staunchly Protestant and spoke Dutch. Their politics and economics were heavily oriented towards trade, banking, and commerce. Now, it would be nice and easy if we could say that the southern provinces were all staunchly Catholic and spoke French and oriented towards traditional agriculture, but though that is partly true, it's not quite that easy. Inside the territories of what would become Belgium, yes, there was a population of Walloons who were indeed French-speaking Catholics, but they only made up about 40% of the total population. The other 60% were Dutch-speaking Flemish. Okay, so they oriented towards their northern neighbors, right? Well, linguistically, yes, but most of the Flemish were Catholic, not Protestant, so that left a huge gulf between them and their neighbors to the north. Now, there were also Dutch-speaking Protestants in the southern provinces, and that population would complicate things still further, as would the fact that within the Catholic population, there was a divide between traditional conservative Catholics and a new breed of reform-minded liberal Catholics, both on the French and Dutch side of the linguistic line. It's really quite a convoluted mess, and it would take deft leadership to navigate all these groups successfully. But though King William was a fairly enlightened guy, he was not going to provide said deft leadership. After a lifetime fighting against France, he naturally favored his Dutch subjects over his French subjects. And also, being strongly Dutch Reformed Church, William naturally favored his Protestant subjects over his Catholic subjects. He was also an advocate of modern industrial revolution-style manufacturing and free trade over traditional styles of agriculture and protective tariffs. Now, I don't think it would be fair to call William a tyrant who actively set out to oppress the French-speaking Catholic population of the southern provinces. It's just that he did not follow Louis XVIII's warning to not be the king of two peoples. William was the king of Dutch-speaking Protestants. They are who he listened to, favored, and supported. The French-speaking Catholic population of the South, not unreasonably, felt ignored. So the southern provinces were treated to an early indication of how William planned to rule in July of 1815, just about a month after Waterloo. The Kingdom of the Netherlands would be a good constitutional monarchy with the standard representative assemblies divided into an upper house and a lower house, and various civil liberties guaranteed. But very much like the Charter of Government then being rolled out over in France, the Constitution concentrated power in the hands of the king and his ministers. The members of the upper house would all be appointed by the king, and the lower house only had a few limited opportunities to actually participate in government. Mostly, power concentrated in the executive branch, the king and his ministers, who would rule the whole country from the capital in Amsterdam. To give this constitution the veneer of popular sovereignty, though, it was presented for approval in public referendums, with ratifying assemblies convening in both the North and the South. And the northern provinces approved it overwhelmingly, but in the Assembly of the Southern Provinces, well, they rejected it, 796 to 527. Undeterred by this little hiccup, King William responded by declaring that all abstentions and non-votes would be counted as a yes, and thus the Constitution was accepted. So, that is how it was going to be in William's Kingdom of the Netherlands. During the next 15 years, the king made it pretty plain to the people of the South that they were there to be ruled by Amsterdam, not participate in government. For one thing, though they made up fully 60% of the total population of the kingdom, the southern provinces were only allotted 50% of the seats in the lower house. On top of that, while the Constitution laid down the principle of religious equality and freedom of worship, in practice, if you were Catholic, you were not going to get very far in politics. No Catholic would be invited into the ministry or hold high rank in the army, and that was where all the real power lay. Then there were William's economic programs. The king wanted to modernize the economy of his new kingdom by embracing industrial manufacturing, and especially by tapping into the kingdom's coal deposits, all of which were in the South. So over the next decade and a half, the South saw rapid industrialization, which you might think, well, hey, economic development, that's a good thing, right? Well, not really if you lived there. Traditional ways of life in the South were thrown over in favor of large-scale manufacturing and mining, and that caused a huge amount of unhappy disruption and dislocation. And all of that might have been okay if the profits of these new enterprises benefited the southern communities, but all the profits headed north. Almost all the owners, directors, agents, managers, bankers, traders who profited from the southern industrialization were all northern Dutch Protestants. Now, it really wasn't William's intention, but his policies took the form of the North putting the South to work and then keeping the profits for themselves. Adding to all of this was William's effort to extend and entrench the Dutch language as deep as possible in his kingdom. Now, he never went so far as to try to force all the really French parts of the kingdom to learn Dutch, but in any area where Dutch was the majority language, William pursued a policy of making it the sole language of law, administration, and justice. Which, you might ask, what's wrong with that? Well, the elites in those regions by now uniformly spoke French, and even if they were a numerical minority, they wielded quite a bit of influence locally, and they were not happy with William's attempt to eradicate French from the public sphere. Then on top of all of that, no Catholic was happy, whether they spoke Dutch or French, that William was also trying to push aside Catholic education in favor of Protestant education, both in primary schools and the universities. Now, these last initiatives were not entirely successful, nor pursued with single-minded vigor, but all of it combined to convince most people in the South, especially the French-speaking Catholics, that King William was not their king. It was as if William ruled the South like an overlord who had conquered them, rather than a leader who balanced the interests of all his subjects equally. William was, in short, the king of two peoples. So discontentment in the southern provinces slowly built into the late 1820s, and it manifested along two parallel tracks. One track stretched way back deep into the traditional roots of the country and found expression through Catholic opposition to the modernizing Protestants that were wreaking havoc with the old ways of doing things and preventing any Catholic from ever having a say in anything. The other track, though, came from a new kind of modern liberalism that was then emerging all over Europe. The liberals were less concerned about protecting the privileges of the church or clinging to old ways of life, but they were deeply offended by the disenfranchisement of Southern interests, that all profits from the Southern economy were heading up to Amsterdam, and that the principle of religious liberty and equality was running into the face of these brazenly anti-Catholic policies. There was plenty of overlap between these groups. There were liberal-oriented Catholics and Catholic-oriented liberals, and those guys spent a great deal of time and effort trying to bend these two tracks into a serviceable alliance that could confront the North with a united Southern opposition. The thing that finally bound them together was the shared principle of equal representation in the national government and greater power for local governments. Only in the wildest dreams of a few radicals was outright secession even considered as a realistic objective, and even among those in the French Catholic South, where secessionist tendencies ran hotter, many actually sought re-annexation back into France. So even in early 1830, very few members of the Southern opposition saw secession and independence as their end goal. But as so often happens with these things, events swiftly took on a life of their own, and the partial trigger for everything was the July Revolution in France, which had just taken the world by surprise. As we've discussed, those in power were not at all thrilled by the shocking news from Paris, but those who were in the middle of being denied power in their own country thrilled at this example of the people rising up and overthrowing an oppressive monarch. Both liberals and Catholics in the southern provinces of the Kingdom of the Netherlands had their imaginations fired by the possibilities the July Revolution opened up. But no less than in France, the Belgian Revolution of 1830 began spontaneously and took almost everyone by surprise. There wasn't even some heinous trigger for it like the Four Ordinances. It was just 15 years of slowly boiling discontentment finally blowing the lid off the joint. So the famous date for the beginning of the Belgian Revolution is August the 25th, 1830, what has since become known as the Night of the Opera. In honor of King William's birthday, the city of Brussels hosted a number of events, among which was a performance of the popular opera, The Mute Girl of Portacy. The Mute Girl of Portacy was among the most successful grand romantic opera of the era. It had huge sets, lavish design, it was epic in scope. Of particular relevance, though, The Mute Girl of Portacy was set during Masaniello's famous revolt that temporarily established the Republic of Naples in 1647. Ironically, the opera had been banned by the Dutch authorities in the wake of the July Revolution for fear that it would stir up revolutionary passions at home, but with the performance for the king's birthday long in the works, the authorities decided to make an exception. And as it turns out, they were not just being weirdly paranoid about the effects of a grand opera. According to the traditional story, though these things are always painted with a romantic brush, the fourth act of the opera ended with a stirring nationalistic and patriotic song called The Sacred Love of the Father. The audience was driven into such a frenzy that they stormed out of the theater and into the streets shouting patriotic slogans and generally running amok. Now, this was not mere spontaneous rapture over a night at the opera. The demonstration had been planned in advance by opposition leaders looking to pressure King William into making political concessions. But the demonstrations of the night of the opera led to clashes with the local authorities that then spilled over into the communities of the unhappy industrial workers who had their own pile of grievances to vent over. Pretty soon, these guys were smashing up machines and shops in Brussels, and the city was in the throes of a full revolt. Demonstrators and activists then seized control of key government offices, and just like that, Brussels was in the hands of rebels. To deal with this crisis, King William ordered his son Prince William, who had long taken a lead in the South, to deal with the crisis. Prince William was told by the men who had seized control of Brussels that the only way to keep the Kingdom of the Netherlands united was to decree administrative separation between North and South. The prince took these terms to his father, but King William rejected them outright. Demands for de facto self-government were out of the question, so King William decided that a couple of swift punches to the face would bring this nascent revolt to its knees. At the end of September 1830, Prince William returned to Brussels, but this time he was at the head of an 8,000-man army. Now, King William was not wrong to believe that this would be an overwhelming show of force, and that it would probably break the opposition, because so far as I can tell, at that moment the Belgian rebels were only able to scramble together about 2,000 militiamen to defend Brussels. But we wouldn't be here talking about this if the Belgian Revolution was crushed as quickly as it began. On September the 23rd, Prince William's army arrived at Brussels and breached the northern gate. Entering the city, the army discovered the same piles of barricades that had caused so much havoc for the French army in Paris. Then, as the army cleared these barricades, they were harassed by street fighters who attacked from rooftops and windows and darted in and out of buildings. The army managed to push its way all the way to the Parc de Bruxelles in the center of town, but there found itself exposed and open to sniper fire from the buildings surrounding the park. Now, while all of this fighting was going on, Belgian patriots, if I may take leave to call them that, were establishing a thing called the Administrative Commission in the Brussels City Hall on September the 24th. Over the next few bloody days of fighting, street clashes continued, and it became clear that the great show of Dutch force was not exactly cowing Brussels into submission. So Prince William ordered his forces out of the city on September the 26th. Now, this was a great victory for the southern opposition for sure. But to be fair, it was a strategic retreat, and a conscious decision was made to not force a violent conclusion to the affair. King William had concluded that the uprising would likely burn itself out, and that a touch of enlightened benevolence might actually do the trick. And so he magnanimously extended a general amnesty to anyone who had taken part in the fighting, accepting only the principal leaders and any foreigners caught under arms. The Dutch army then withdrew, and King William waited for his people to come to their senses. But they did not come to their senses. After the Dutch forces retreated on September the 26th, the Administrative Commission rebranded themselves the Provisional Government. And then on September the 28th, this Provisional Government appointed a small central committee to act as a combined executive and legislative body to direct all future affairs. With their demands for regional autonomy within the Kingdom of the Netherlands rejected, these more radical Southern opposition leaders moved on to the next logical step. On October the 4th, 1830, the Central Committee issued a Declaration of Independence. With this Declaration of Independence issued, the Central Committee then called for elections to a National Congress and ordered that Congress to convene as quickly as possible. Over the next few weeks, about 30,000 electors voted 200 representatives to this National Congress, who convened in Brussels in the first week of November 1830. And setting the stage for the future course of Belgian politics, this Congress was of course heavy on French-speaking Catholics, but also kind of represented the demographic mess that was the Dutch speakers and the French speakers, the Protestants, the Catholics, the liberals, and the conservatives. All of them were there. Some favored independence, some wanted to reconcile with King William, and others sought re-annexation back into France. When the National Congress convened, the self-declared and self-appointed Central Committee relinquished its sovereignty to this body, but the Congress then used their own self-declared and self-appointed sovereign authority to give power right back to the Central Committee. So, the committee continued to take the lead in day-to-day administration of what was now a full-blown struggle for independence, while the National Congress set to work on the task of drawing up a new constitution for whatever this thing was that they had just declared the independence of. Okay, so pulling the lens back a bit, having just navigated France's July Revolution, the other European great powers now faced another dangerous threat to the complicated peace that had been forged at the Congress of Vienna. And given that the revolt in Belgium seemed so very French and was coming so hot on the heels of the installation of the July monarchy, that it was very hard for the rest of Europe to believe that this new crew of liberal French nationalists running France were not the secret hand guiding events in Belgium, the end goal of which would of course be to re-annex the whole territory. Now, the other European powers may have reluctantly accepted Louis Philippe, but nobody wanted France to extend her borders. Not the British, not the Prussians, not the Austrians, not the Russians. But whatever the other European powers believed, the new July monarchy was just a few weeks old and still trying to get a handle on the aftermath of its own revolution, and they were as caught off guard as anybody by events in Belgium. It's not like they were happy to have this full-blown international crisis to wade through. So though their own legitimacy was only recently established, though, they did feel like they had to forcefully confront the matter. If the other powers intervened on behalf of King William, enemy forces would once again be poised on the French frontier. Who knows? Maybe they would use it as a staging point for a third Bourbon restoration. So into these treacherous waters stepped Talleyrand, for the last major act of his diplomatic career. Certainly the most experienced and eminent and knowledgeable of all the men surrounding Louis Philippe in the early days of the July monarchy, Talleyrand was convinced from the moment the Belgians went into revolt that the French needed to convince the British of the wisdom of mutual non-intervention by all the powers of Europe. To effect his proposal, Talleyrand convinced Louis Philippe to appoint him ambassador to Great Britain in mid-September 1830, marking this as the sixth different regime Talleyrand officially served over his long and wily career. That would be the Ancien Regime Bourbons, the Constitutional Monarchy of 1791, Bonaparte's Consulate, Napoleon's Empire, the Restored Bourbons, and now, finally, the July Monarchy. So Talleyrand's basic pitch to the British was simple. You don't want France to extend her borders all the way to Antwerp, but if you sanction intervention, the Belgians will run to the French for help, the French will help them, and the likeliest result will be re-annexation into France. But if everyone agrees to just stay out of it, we might be able to hammer out a more agreeable diplomatic solution to the crisis. Securing British approval for this basic principle of non-intervention, the five major powers then came together in London at the end of December 1830 for what would be dubbed the London Conference. While the British and French came to support non-intervention, Austria, Prussia, and Russia were less willing to go along with this latest affront to the international order. The Russian ambassador said the Tsar was ready to commit 60,000 troops, and the Prussians said they would not tolerate another revolutionary government on their western border. But this was all mostly tough talk. As it turned out, the Russians were at that very moment getting bogged down by the November uprising in Poland, because remember, Poland is always the key to everything. The Prussians, meanwhile, had no interest in provoking a new war with France, and I like to imagine the Austrian ambassador showing up just to make sure that nobody tried to make the region the Austrian Netherlands again. Above all, though, the five major powers shared the goal of preserving the peace and the balance of power. So, to the angry shock of King William, the men who gathered at the London Conference agreed that mutual non-intervention was the best solution. Talleyrand then presented his grand partition plan to the other powers, where France would absorb French Catholic Wallonia, the eastern chunk would go to the Prussians, and a new free state of Antwerp, under the military auspices of the British, would exist in between. But this was too much for the other powers, and instead they settled on a plan to allow this thing called the Kingdom of Belgium to take root and be recognized. And that would hopefully be that. Though there was still one pretty big question left hanging out there. Who would be the King of the Belgians? This was a question that did not just vex the rest of Europe. It also vexed the Belgians. On February the 7th, 1831, the National Congress finished its work and promulgated a new constitution, a constitution that laid out a constitutional monarchy that was built along the same lines as the revised charter of the July monarchy, which was itself heavily indebted to the British Constitution. So freedom of the press and religion, association, education, all the other liberal civil liberties were in there, built into a confederal government, with the king as chief executive and head of state, but not all-powerful ruler. And though amended and revised over the years, the Constitution of 1831 is the Constitution of modern Belgium. But when the Constitution was promulgated, the Belgians still did not have a king. Now, a small list had been drawn up with a lot of momentum actually rallying to the second son of King Louis Philippe. And Louis Philippe would have been happy to have his son sitting on the new Belgian throne, but it would have been a diplomatic disaster had they gone through with it. None of the other European powers would have tolerated such a close French union. In fact, any French candidate likely would have caused an uproar. So, after crossing a few more names off the list, everyone arrived at Leopold, who was Duke of a very small German principality. Leopold had been born in 1790, and so he was still just a teenager when Consul Bonaparte became Emperor Napoleon and then steamrolled east over Leopold's little principality. Leopold had been briefly folded into Napoleon's imperial court and even offered a position on the emperor's military staff, but Leopold declined and instead headed far east and joined the Russian service in the fight against Napoleon. But though he was a capable young officer, The Napoleonic Wars were over before he was 25 years old. Now, the thing that recommended Leopold above all the other random princes of Europe was that in May of 1816 he married Princess Charlotte, the only daughter of King George IV. Now, unfortunately, Charlotte then died due to complications of childbirth in 1817, but despite the death of his wife, Leopold continued to live in London, where he was a popular member of high society. Offering Leopold the crown was a surefire way to secure ongoing British support for the Kingdom of Belgium, and given Leopold's various connections to all the other royal houses of Europe, he really did seem like a perfect fit for the job. So on April the 22nd, 1831, a delegation approached him in London and offered him the job. Leopold hemmed and hawed a bit, but after receiving assurances from the other major powers that he would be supported, he agreed. On June the 4th, 1831, the National Congress formally approved Leopold's appointment to the monarchy, and on July the 21st, 1831, Leopold was sworn in. And in keeping with the new spirit of liberal, popular constitutional monarchism, Leopold would not be the King of Belgium, he would be the King of the Belgians. So you are now asking, I'm sure, what did King William I think about all of this? What did he think about everyone conspiring to steal more than half his kingdom? Well, he did not like it. He did not like it one little bit. He did not accept the Belgian Declaration of Independence, he did not accept whatever the London Conference had decided, and he did not accept this new Belgian constitution. And rather than accept any of it, he instead massed 50,000 troops on the border with what he still considered to be his southern provinces. Now, the king said it was merely to defend against possible encroachment, but really he was just waiting for a suitable provocation. And when Leopold was sworn in on July the 21st, 1831, King William said, "That's it, that's the one." Once again, putting the operation in the hands of his son Prince William, the Dutch army crossed the frontier on August the 2nd, 1831, beginning what is called the 10 Days Campaign. The 10 Days Campaign was marked by a uniform run of success for the invading Dutch army. The newly crowned Leopold only had about 25,000 troops to command, and those were a mix of militia and regular army, and they were split into two main bodies. Not to put too fine a point on it, but when the Dutch crossed the border, they fanned out and streamed south without difficulty. Skirmishing gave way to pitched battles, but everywhere the outnumbered and overmatched Belgian forces retreated. One of their armies was decisively beaten on August the 8th, while the other was decisively beaten on August the 12th. There was really at that point nothing to stop the Dutch army from conquering this alleged Kingdom of Belgium, except that there was. As soon as it was clear his own forces would not be enough, Leopold sent urgent requests for help to London and Paris. Now, despite supporting Leopold and Belgian independence, the British were even more committed to the principle of non-intervention, and they declined to send forces. But the French did not hesitate. On August the 12th, the same day the Dutch won what appeared to be a decisive victory, the French army crossed the frontier and stopped the 10 Days Campaign from lasting any longer than 10 days. Not wanting to get into a full-blown war with France, and under heavy British pressure to withdraw to preserve the international peace, the Dutch army retreated as soon as they heard the French army had entered the country. It was a good try, but it had come to nothing. The Kingdom of Belgium yet lived. But that was not quite the end of it. When the Dutch retreated, they refused to give up the citadel of Antwerp, and for the next 15 months a Dutch army occupied the fortress and occasionally bombarded the city. With all negotiations going nowhere, the French army was once again invited into the Kingdom of Belgium in November of 1832, and they surrounded Antwerp. A 24-day siege finally brought the Dutch general to his knees, and on December the 23rd, 1832, he surrendered and evacuated Antwerp. But despite the rest of the world recognizing the Kingdom of Belgium, William continued to hew a One Netherlands line and refused to recognize Belgium as anything but a collection of provinces in revolt. It was in fact not until 1839 that King William was finally persuaded to accept reality. After being ceded some territory back, a concession that proved very controversial in Belgium, William signed the Treaty of London, where he recognized the Kingdom of Belgium, a territory that conformed to the boundaries of the old Austrian Netherlands as they had stood in 1790. This treaty was then signed by all the other powers of Europe, and most important for the Belgians, and for the course of world history, the 1839 Treaty of London guaranteed Belgian neutrality. It was, in fact, this very treaty that the Germans would dismiss as a mere scrap of paper in 1914, a scrap of paper that no one would actually risk another mass European war to defend. But that is all another 75 years down the line. For our purposes here, the Treaty of London represents the end of the Belgian Revolution. And the Kingdom of Belgium is now officially a thing. The same thing that it still is today, a messy hodgepodge of languages, religions, and political beliefs. But as we will see when we get to the great year of revolution that is 1848, the ruling families of both Belgium and the Netherlands would be able to ride out the great year of revolution by getting out ahead of events and offering reforms before events overtook them. The descendants of Leopold and William both continued to reign in their respective countries. So that marks the end of the Belgian Revolution. Next week, though, we will go back in time once again to that all-important Congress of Vienna that set up the international framework under which all of these events are unfolding and against which the revolutions of 1848 will be waged. An international system forged by the great conservative Austrian foreign minister Clement von Metternich. And yes, I will bow to my German fans and not call him Metternich. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.8c, Metternich. So now that we've spent a lot of time minutely focused on events in and around 1830, I want to pull back and do a broader survey of European international relations in the years after Napoleon's fall to provide some much-needed context for what is to come in 1848. And I think the best way to conduct that survey is through the eyes of the great arch-enemy of revolution, Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich. His career is remarkable for its length. He was appointed Austrian Foreign Minister in 1809 and served in that capacity until his fall in the revolutionary year of 1848. Along the way, Metternich orchestrated the conservative reaction to the revolutionary forces of liberalism and nationalism that had been unleashed by the French Revolution and conquests of Napoleon. The international framework Metternich helped forge, and the political tactics he employed, both at home and abroad, were primarily designed to do two things: stamp out revolution and reduce conflict between the great powers. In the end, all you can say is that Metternich failed to stamp out revolution and reduce conflict between the great powers, but it was certainly not for lack of trying. Metternich was born in Koblenz in 1773, the son of a count and countess who were among the minor German nobility that held estates in the Rhineland, territories that made up one of the bajillion components of the Holy Roman Empire. Though far removed from the inner circle Austrian nobility who ruled the empire from Vienna, Metternich's father had a satisfactory career in the Imperial Foreign Service, even if no one considered him particularly impressive, influential, or brimming over with talent. The second child, but eldest son of the family, young Metternich was groomed to follow in his father's footsteps, and he attended university first in Strasbourg and then Mainz from 1788 to 1792, so just as the French Revolution is getting going. When school was not in session, he was attached to his father's staff as an apprentice clerk of sorts, and by the early 1790s, his father was plenipotentiary to, that's right, the Austrian Netherlands. So Metternich cut his teeth drafting administrative memos in the future Kingdom of Belgium. But his formal studies were cut short by the outbreak of war in April 1792. Though he was a teenager, and thus possibly prone to idealistic flights of fancy, it's safe to say Metternich never had much use for the French Revolution. It seemed to him, even at this young age, an unnatural abomination that would do far more harm than good. He spent the next few years dodging French armies, and then in late 1794 received what appeared to be an auspicious promotion to succeed his father as plenipotentiary in the Austrian Netherlands, except this is the moment the French pushed across the Belgian border permanently, and the Austrian Netherlands ceased to exist, so there was no job for him to take up. To go along with this career setback, the Metternich family then suffered personal disaster, as further French expansion forcibly absorbed all the family estates in the Rhineland. Without office, property, or frankly even a home, the Metternich clan decamped for the safety of Vienna. Now the family managed to bounce back a bit in 1795, as they arranged for Metternich to marry Eleanor Kaunitz, the granddaughter of the great Prince Kaunitz, who had been state chancellor for 40 years and was about as inner circle Austrian nobility as it gets. The marriage into the Kaunitz family brought Metternich money, but more importantly, access to the highest rungs of Viennese society. Still a young man, Metternich glided easily amongst these higher aristocrats, even if he always was something of a Rhineland outsider. He earned himself a bit of a reputation during these years. He was never faithful to his wife, he enjoyed a good party, and he was almost comically vain about his appearance, all of which left many with an impression of fundamental superficiality about his whole character. But this growing social reputation never grew to outrageous proportions, and certainly did not derail his burgeoning diplomatic career. He attended the Congress of Rastatt that we talked about in episode 3.48 that was meant to settle a final peace between Austria and France. Then when war broke out again, Metternich found himself posted to Berlin, which left him with the unenviable task of trying to convince the Prussians to join the War of the Third Coalition. Failing to crack Prussian neutrality, the Austrians and Russians had to face now Emperor Napoleon alone, and we all know how that went. In December of 1805, Napoleon trounced the Austrians and Russians at Austerlitz, and the whole of Europe lay at Napoleon's feet. The subsequent Treaty of Pressburg was so punitive that it destroyed the Holy Roman Empire forever, as Francis II relinquished his title as Holy Roman Emperor to become simply the Emperor of Austria. But by this point, Metternich himself had a reputation as a fairly competent diplomat to go along with his reputation as a womanizing, well-dressed rake, though even he was shocked when he found himself named to the critical position of ambassador to France in 1806. Metternich would remain in Paris until 1809, enjoying all that Imperial Paris had to offer, including an affair with Napoleon's own sister. When Napoleon's Spanish ulcer started bleeding in 1808, though, the Austrians took a stab at escaping their unhappy subjugation and launched a surprise offensive in April of 1809, only to get trounced at Wagram in July. Now this was a disaster for the Austrians, but for Metternich personally it proved to be the opportunity of a lifetime. With the senior ministers of state resigning and discredited in the wake of Wagram, Austrian Emperor Francis II needed a new foreign minister, and he tapped Metternich, even though he was still only 36 years old. Metternich would not relinquish this post for 40 years. With Austria once again a quote-unquote ally of France, new Foreign Minister Metternich did what he could to promote Austrian interests, and he scored an early victory when he helped negotiate the marriage of Napoleon to the Austrian princess Marie-Louise. Now, in general, Metternich was not actually opposed to Napoleon per se. He actually admired a lot about Napoleon, especially how he had tamed the French Revolution. But what Metternich couldn't abide was Napoleon's constant push to expand his empire, to make himself master of the whole world. In Metternich's view, there was a natural order to things and a balance to great power relations that were disrupted when one power tried to rise above the rest. Metternich approved of a strong and healthy France, but one with borders that stopped at the Rhine. It was all this going over the Rhine business that he found so intolerable. So through the years of 1809 to 1813, as Austria played France's ally, Metternich did whatever little things he could to position Austria to join a new anti-French coalition should one form. Again, not with the object of crushing Napoleon and partitioning France, far from it, just to get the emperor to accept that his dominion stopped at the Rhine. With Napoleon's disastrous invasion of Russia seeming to provide Austria another opportunity to put the French back into France, in the summer of 1813, Metternich steered Austria into whatever it was, the 57th anti-French coalition. But upon joining the Allied coalition, Metternich's primary focus moved seamlessly from how do we defeat Napoleon to how do we not defeat him too badly. As soon as the Allies had the French on the run, Metternich officially became concerned about Prussian and especially Russian expansionism in a post-war world. With these new concerns in mind, Metternich engineered in November 1813 the famous Frankfurt Proposal that none of the other coalition partners really wanted to make. The proposal was that France would retain its natural borders, that is, those leading all the way to the Rhine. Napoleon would be left as Emperor of France, and the war would be over. But likely believing that accepting such a proposal would be the end of his regime at home, Napoleon rejected it, only to realize a few months later that the military situation was actually hopeless. And when he tried to accept the Frankfurt proposals in early 1814, the other allies were like, hell no, you had your chance and you blew it. With Napoleon finally put on a boat to Elba in the spring of 1814, the Allies got together in Vienna, and as host of this post-war Congress, Metternich finally had the chance to guide Europe out of the horror that was a generation of revolutionary war. And Metternich was down to his very core an anti-revolutionary. It would not be fair to say that he was some pig-headed reactionary trying to take Europe back to what it had been in 1788, but he certainly believed that there was a legitimate and an illegitimate way to wield power, and revolution was inherently illegitimate. Now, I don't know how much he read, or even needed to read Burke, but the conservative Burkean philosophy that change and progress was possible only if it came in slow, careful, and orderly progressions, and even then only if it was directed by legitimate social and political institutions, was deeply held by Metternich himself. The clean, swift breaks and radical changes promoted by revolutionaries of any stripe were dangerous affronts to nature. In Metternich's New World Order, the virus of revolution would be identified, quarantined, and then destroyed. Amongst the least legitimate of the new revolutionary forces unleashed by the French Revolution, and then stoked by Napoleon's occupation of Europe, was nationalism. Metternich looked at Germans and Italians and Poles talking about their national right to self-government and was like, no, that is insane. Some are born to rule, others to serve, and that is the way of things. So even though many went to the Congress of Vienna thinking that something like a unified Germany and Italy would emerge, Metternich did all he could to arrest those nationalist impulses. For him, it was a positive good that the legitimate masters of Europe, the Habsburgs and the Bourbons, would once again be ruling international empires composed of people unfit to do the job for themselves. But while Metternich absolutely believed that the old ruling dynasties should reclaim their rightful place at the top of the European pyramid, the single greatest threat to international peace was one of the powers trying to do what Napoleon had just attempted, to make themselves the sole master of the whole continent. So as negotiations in Vienna unfolded, Metternich, along with British Foreign Secretary Castlereagh, who shared his basic worldview, worked to make sure that a true balance of power was put in place. They worked round the clock to counter first Russia's over-ambitions in Poland, and then Prussia's over-ambitions in Saxony. And that was to say nothing of trying to make sure that the France that emerged from this Congress was still healthy and strong. Because without France keeping a check on the Prussians, who knew what would happen? To this latter end, Metternich was among those who supported Talleyrand's bid to get a seat at the big boy table, because though Talleyrand and Metternich did not much like each other personally, they shared the goal of establishing a balance of power in Europe, where each power saw their own individual interests as dependent on defending the Vienna settlement. That way no one would want to disrupt the general accord, because said disruption would hurt their own interests, and draw the wrath of all the other powers. But of course, Metternich was not just there to advance his belief about conservative, legitimate empires existing in a natural and stable balance of power. He was also there to represent the Austrian Habsburgs. And though there was never any attempt to reforge the old Holy Roman Empire, Austria did walk away from the Congress of Vienna with broad expanses of territory in Hungary and Italy and Germany, and wider dynastic connections to many of the smaller Italian kingdoms. They also secured the presidency of a new thing called the Confederation of Germany. Now, after the collapse of the Holy Roman Empire, many Germans were ready to abandon the myriad little principalities that pockmarked the map of Central Europe and join them all together in a single unified German state. To head that off, Metternich built instead a confederation of 34 principalities and 4 free cities, who would then send representatives not of the German people, but of the German courts. With Austria as president of this new confederation, Metternich believed he had deftly undermined the push for German unification, while simultaneously re-establishing Austrian Habsburg hegemony in the region. In the midst of all these negotiations, of course, Austria magnanimously gave up their claim to the Austrian Netherlands, which, as we saw last week, was folded into the Kingdom of the Netherlands. But though this looked on the outside like a gesture of goodwill, it's not like the Austrians wanted to keep the Austrian Netherlands. Now, everything that had been hammered out at the Congress of Vienna was nearly derailed by the 100 Days. But the Allies once again rallied and Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo before Metternich was even able to leave Vienna to join what he thought would be another long war against France. He was delighted by how quickly things had been nipped in the bud, but frustrated that it necessarily led to harsher terms imposed on France in the Second Treaty of Paris. Like I say, he wanted France to be strong and healthy, just as long as they stayed in their place. So to defend this new map of Europe drawn up at the Congress of Vienna, the great powers of Europe entered into 2 somewhat overlapping alliances in the wake of Waterloo. The first was put forward by Tsar Alexander in September of 1815 and was dubbed the Holy Alliance. Having fallen hard for an evangelical brand of mystic Christianity, Tsar Alexander wanted the royal families of Europe to agree to rule Europe on the basis of, quote, justice, love, and peace, and in accordance with good Christian morality. The other, more cynical European diplomats, Metternich chief among them, didn't quite know what to do with this proposed alliance of piety, nor how it would work in practice. But Tsar Alexander was critical to the good order of the new order, and he was not to be alienated lightly. So Metternich took a hand at redrafting some of the specific language in the Holy Alliance to make sure that the opposite of justice, love, and peace were things like liberalism and secularism and nationalism, things that Metternich himself would be happy to have everybody join forces to combat. And this was clever enough, as it might actually tend to restrain Alexander's own liberal impulses, and nearly every power in Europe, save the British, eventually signed on to the Holy Alliance. Now, the British may have refused to sign on to that treaty, but they did sign on to the other treaty going around, one that reaffirmed all the previous treaties that had been signed by the British, Prussians, Russians, and Austrians. In November of 1815, the Big Four all signed the Quadruple Alliance, which was primarily an agreement to come to each other's aid if France tried to break out of France again. But there were also some more general clauses in there about the peace and good order of Europe, though those were vague and open to interpretation. There was also a clause in there that was near and dear to Metternich's heart, where the powers would come together in regular summits to discuss and address matters of European concern. Metternich was convinced that the powers had to work together and get used to working together to avoid another repeat of the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. So everyone walked away at the end of 1815, committed to the basic principle of great power cooperations, and nobody wanted to go back to war, but everyone had their own version of what all of this meant. The British read everything as narrowly as possible, and were only going to go back to war if a huge threat to the continental balance of power emerged, like literally Napoleon coming back for a third time. But other than that, they planned to retreat across the English Channel and not get involved anymore in continental affairs. Meanwhile, Tsar Alexander was going through this phase of semi-liberal idealism, and he wanted everyone to take an active role everywhere. And at that moment, he was talking about providing a constitution for Poland, which is the opposite of what a guy like Metternich wanted. All of this gave Metternich heartburn, as he was worried about over-aggressive Russian ambitions and under-aggressive British reticence. The big question, though, would be what happened when some major threat did emerge. Would the great powers be able to work together to quell a threat to the general peace? Now, luckily for Metternich, no such threats emerged prior to the first of the hopefully regular summits of the great powers. And we talked about this first summit in episode 6.1. Held at Aix-la-Chapelle in the fall of 1818, This is when the other powers got together to agree on final payment terms for the French indemnity, a timetable for withdrawing the occupation forces from France, and formally inviting France to retake its rightful place as one of the 5 great powers. This is when the Quadruple Alliance became the Quintuple Alliance. Now, so far so good for Metternich, as this was all in keeping with his vision for a balanced and conservative Europe, but it also became clear at the meeting that this balance was tenuous. Tsar Alexander proposed what he called the Alliance Solidaire that would bind the powers to help each other even against threats that could only be described as purely domestic affairs. This proposal the British rejected outright, as they were not going to make themselves one of the constables of conservative Europe. So the rifts that would wreck this Congress system of international diplomacy were already visible, though for the moment Castlereagh and Metternich played good cop bad cop against Alexander and forced him to drop the scheme. Metternich's hope was that the question of foreign intervention into another power's domestic affairs would never come up, as each power would hopefully be able to deal with their own internal problems. And he certainly had theories of how to manage things in the reborn Austrian Empire. Metternich had a carrot and stick plan for the subjects of the new Austrian Empire, but unfortunately, the stick stuff was implemented, and the carrot stuff, not so much. And Metternich may have been conservative, but he said that stability was not immobility, and he did have new things he wanted to try in the Austrian Empire, because the best way to stop the spread of revolution was to diffuse its causes. So, for example, Metternich was a believer in Montesquieu's theories on political geography, that different climates created different peoples, and that what worked in one place might not work in another. So he devised a system of chancelleries that would each have power over the different ethnic segments of the Austrian Empire. And this was not meant to just be an Austrian version of the representatives on mission sent from Vienna to lord it over the natives. Metternich advised letting the Italians participate in Italian government, Hungarians in Hungarian government, Germans in German government. He also wanted to invite provincial subjects to the capital to participate in the central imperial government, so that they would feel empowered and represented at all levels. To make them say, hey, we're members of this larger Austrian Empire, but it's not so bad, you know? But all of this was too much for the Emperor Francis, who literally stuck Metternich's folder of recommendations in a drawer in 1817, and then spent the next 18 years apologizing for not having read them yet. So the carrots never really dangled. That left only the stick part of the plan, which was Metternich being 100% cool with political repression. He was opposed to liberalism. He was opposed to nationalism. He was opposed to any form of revolutionary idea about anything. And he did not think there was some natural right to free speech, especially not when that speech threatened the natural order of things. Metternich thought the 3 most destabilizing discoveries in the history of Europe was America, gunpowder, and the printing press. Now, he couldn't undiscover America, and he couldn't wave a wand and make people forget about gunpowder, but he could, as much as possible, control the spread of printed ideas and punish those who tried to spread the wrong ideas. So inside the Austrian Empire, Metternich established intricate networks of secret police, and he established an imperial postal system so that mail could be easily read. It did not take much money to buy off servants and coachmen, innkeepers, copy boys, whoever, to report anything they heard that might be considered seditious. And more than anything, Metternich planned to keep an eye on the middle-class bourgeoisie, who he had identified long ago as the principal authors of revolutionary mania. Most people in the world wanted peace and good order and to just go about their lives. But this rising middle class, newly educated and newly prosperous, they were fired with revolutionary ambition. So Metternich made it his mission to disrupt their attempts to organize politically and punish them if they got out of line. Shortly after the Congress at Aix-la-Chapelle, a wave of liberal challenges to the conservative European order broke out. Across Greater Germany, student groups became hotbeds of liberal nationalism, and in early 1819 one of these radical students murdered a conservative writer who was rightly suspected of being in the employ of Russia. This assassination sent a wave of panic amongst the various courts of the German Confederation as they feared the growing networks of student revolutionaries. They turned to Austria and Metternich for guidance. And Metternich was happy to provide that guidance, and he steered the members of the German Confederation to the Carlsbad Decrees of September 1819. Mutually agreed to by all the constituent parts of the Confederation, the Carlsbad Decrees first required pre-approval for any printed work less than 20 pages. Publications over that size were already subject to local censorship laws. Second, they placed universities under strict political supervision. Teaching or propagating prescribed ideas were grounds for expulsion or termination, and then further it was decreed that any student expelled from school or professor fired from his post was forbidden to be enrolled or hired in any other university in the German Confederation. Third, a central tribunal was established to identify and punish activist and revolutionary leaders and lead to fines, exile, or getting tossed into a political prison. Finally, the principal danger was identified as movements favoring people's participation in government and popular sovereignty. Executed far less ineptly than the 4 ordinances that would be dropped on France a decade later, the Carlsbad Decrees crushed freedom of speech and the press and severely curtailed academic freedom in Germany, as political agents now monitored and reported and punished everything. The push for national German unification and liberal revolution was effectively forestalled. For now. But Germany was not the only place facing liberal activists in 1819 and 1820. As we discussed in episode 5.17, the mutiny in Cadiz broke out in January of 1820 and quickly blew into a full-blown liberal revolution in Spain that saw the formerly desired one, King Ferdinand, forced to accept the liberal constitution of 1812. The problem of Spain was a big test for Metternich's system, but matters were complicated considerably for him. A similar revolt broke out in neighboring Portugal, and then a few months later, another revolution broke out against the Bourbon ruler of the Kingdom of Two Sicilies in July of 1820. This last was of direct concern to Metternich and the Austrians, as it was literally right next door to their empire, and, by secret treaty, the king of the Two Sicilies was a client king of Austria. Now we'll talk more about this aborted Italian revolution next week, as it was fomented and executed by the Carbonari, that secret Italian revolutionary society that I've mentioned a few times now. The revolt in southern Italy, though, inspired action in northern Italy, and suddenly, despite all his repressive measures, Metternich was facing his worst nightmare: liberal revolution inside Austrian domains. All of these threats would ultimately be quelled, but they exposed the fatal division inside what was now the Quintuple Alliance. The great powers met at Troppau in October of 1820 and approved Austrian military intervention into Italy, except not really. The British were now so opposed to great power intervention into the internal affairs of other states that they did not even send an official representative to Troppau. Instead, they sent merely an observer. France, too, looked like it planned to consider the matter outside the scope of its foreign policy and sent merely an observer, not a full ambassador. So it was really down to Austria, Prussia, and Russia supporting action against the liberals in Italy. This little three-way Eastern coalition invited the King of the Two Sicilies to submit a request for intervention, which he did at the follow-up meeting at Laibach in January of 1821. This request made, the Austrians prepared for war, and the Tsar pledged to put 100,000 troops along the Austrian border just in case the Austrians needed help. In the spring of 1821, the Austrians marched south and successfully suppressed the liberal Italian revolutionaries. But this still left the matter of Spain out there, which further exposed divides inside the concert of Europe. The British considered Spain to be something of their personal protectorate after years of blood and sweat in the Peninsular War, and they rejected anyone's right to intervene in internal Spanish affairs. Now, the Eastern powers may have wanted to get involved, but with Italy flaring up, it's not like the Austrians could send troops to the Iberian Peninsula, and Prussia, for her part, was unwilling to shoulder the burden alone. Now, Tsar Alexander, now returning to a conservative line after his years of flirting with liberalism, offered to march 150,000 troops right across Europe and deal with these upstart Spaniards, But Metternich, now Chancellor of Austria in addition to being foreign minister, thought that Russians being loose in Western Europe was an even greater threat to the good order of things than liberal Spaniards ruling Spain. So that left only France, who the other powers cautiously agreed to support if France decided to intervene. Now, as we saw in episode 6.1, the French did indeed intervene in 1823 and restored Ferdinand to the throne. And then to everyone's great relief, King Louis XVIII did not make any grand proclamations about, annexing Spain. But the whole incident made it clear that there was a limit to how far the great powers could actually work together. On the one side, you had the British refusing to intervene in anything, and on the other, you have the Russians volunteering to intervene in everything, and the other powers balking at giving the Russians a thin end of the wedge to ram through greater territorial claims. So no matter how hard Metternich tried, it was impossible to turn these two rigid squares of self-interest and general interest into a harmonious circle, even as he kept insisting that that harmonious circle was the natural order of things. But though it was clear the great powers were retreating to their own self-interest, the flare-ups of liberal revolution around 1820 were successfully beaten back, with only one major exception, and that was the Greeks. Now, I have managed to somehow successfully avoid talking about the Greek War of Independence, and that's because the run of events from 1821 to 1832 are on their own worth an entire, 15 to 20 episode series, but since I'm not going to cover it, I have been trying to keep the can of worms from erupting in my face. The bottom line, though, is that the Greeks revolted against Ottoman rule in 1821. The cause of Greece became a political and social flashpoint across Europe that threatened to undo all that Metternich had worked for, because here you had a bunch of nationalists declaring independence from their legitimate imperial masters. It was the opposite of what he believed in, and he worked very hard to prevent intervention on behalf of the upstart Greeks. But in the matter of Greece, Metternich found himself isolated, as the other powers viewed the Greek revolt through the lens of their own self-interest, not the larger conservative balance of power. When it came to Greece, Metternich was no longer guiding events, but helplessly watching as everyone ignored him. So the other powers of Europe intervening not to defend the conservative order, but to help a nationalistic fragment gain independence was depressing as hell for a guy like Metternich. And then his morale drooped further in 1830 and 1831, as he was forced to acquiesce first to the July Revolution in France, and then the Belgian Revolution in what was supposed to be the Kingdom of the Netherlands. As I mentioned at the end of episode 6.7, Metternich accepted the July Revolution only because it was the lesser of two evils, the greater evil being the return of the hated French Republic. And then he accepted Belgian independence as also the lesser of two evils, the greater being annexation back into France. So for all his beliefs about a natural order of things, Metternich was frustrated that everyone kept acting in what was allegedly an unnatural way. It might actually make one wonder what in all of this was natural and what was not, because Metternich's system demanded the other powers of Europe, and the other people of Europe, do very unnatural things, like not prioritize their own perceived interests. By 1830, it was clear that the system wasn't working, and in the end it wasn't going to work, and Metternich himself would eventually be consumed by the revolutionary virus he had spent his life trying to eradicate, because it's only going to get worse from here. So we will leave Metternich there in the early 1830s, because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. And next week, I actually want to go back and dig a little deeper into the liberal revolts of 1820, because the Carbonari movement is a great chance to explore how a revolutionary secret society functions in practice. Because if you remember all the way back to the French Revolution, in those early days, events were improvised, and it wasn't until Danton and the insurrection of August the 10th that something like professional revolutionaries came into being. Well, now one full generation later, professional revolutionaries and professional revolutionary societies now exist, and the Carbonari are a great early example of the phenomenon. So next week, we will go through the secret initiation rites and gain access to the inner circle of a secret society dedicated to the liberation of Italy. welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.8D, The Carbonari. So last time, we did some big picture anti-revolutionary surveying through the eyes of Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich? However you want me to say it, I'm not doing it right, and I apologize for all of you who yelled at me about it. I've got a bunch more German coming up in 1848, so I'll get working on it. Anyway, today what we're going to do is focus on one of the secret revolutionary societies that would have been concerned to Metternich, and why he and his secret police were reading the mail and jailing dissidents and clamping down on freedom of the press. But despite all of his repressive tactics he encouraged everyone else in Europe to adopt along with him, Metternich could not stop the spread or rise of revolutionary secret societies. And as we discussed both in last week's episode and back in episode 6.1 and also way back in episode 5.13, 1820 saw an array of liberal revolutions break out across Europe. And in the kingdom of the two Sicilies, that revolution was carried out by the Carbonari. Now, before we initiate ourselves into the secretive mysteries of the Carbonari, let's set the scene a little bit. Now, the kingdom of the two Sicilies covered the island of Sicily and then also the southern part of the Italian peninsula. Technically, the kingdom of the two Sicilies, like the kingdom of the Netherlands, was a creation of the Congress of Vienna. But that said, it was not just mashed together at random. The kingdom of the two Sicilies was meant to restore to the map of Europe a kingdom that had existed off and on going all the way back to the 1100s. The original kingdom of Sicily covered much of the same territory, but a bunch of deadly political intriguing and civil wars broke out in the late 1200s, which led the mainland part of the kingdom to break away. But though the mainland part of the kingdom of Sicily was now based in Naples and had no power over the island of Sicily, the guys who ruled from Naples never relinquished their claim to be the legitimate rulers of the Kingdom of Sicily. And they called their domains the Kingdom of Sicily. Even though nobody today calls it that, historians all call it now the Kingdom of Naples, so this doesn't get too confusing. But for the record, this is where the whole two Sicilies business comes from. The territory stayed split through the screwy twists and turns of medieval politics until the rising Spanish came along in the 1500s and conquered both kingdoms. And if I'm reading this right, then joined them together under the personal union of a monarch without technically unifying the kingdom, the same way that the Stuarts ruled both the kingdoms of England and Scotland in the 1600s without England and Scotland themselves being a united kingdom. Now, after the War of the Spanish Succession in 1715, the two Sicilies were transferred to the Austrian Habsburgs. But the new branch of Spanish Bourbons were unhappy with the settlement and conquered it all again in 1734 and 1735. The man who pulled off this conquest was named Charles, who then ruled as King of Naples and Sicily until the death of his childless brother in 1759. What is significant about that death, you ask? Well, let us turn in our hymnals to episode 5.2, because this very Charles slides over and becomes King Charles III of Spain. He, of all the enlightened Bourbon reforms we talked about when we were setting the stage for Spanish-American independence. Taking his eldest son to Spain along with him to be his heir, the newly crowned King Charles III of Spain abdicated the thrones of Naples and Sicily in favor of his younger son Ferdinand, who was at that point all of 8 years old. After taking up this throne, Ferdinand then ruled in relative tranquility for the next 40 years. Now, if you remember back to the French Revolution series, southern Italy was pretty far removed from the front lines as Europe was consumed by the French Revolutionary Wars. Most of the fighting was in Belgium and along the Rhine, and the Italian theater was famously a neglected backwater. That is, until young General Bonaparte came along. But even after his successful Italian campaigns, Bonaparte never extended French hegemony south of the Papal States. Having more important things to worry about, he left King Ferdinand in place. But then, as we discussed in episode 3.50, the adventurous French general Championnet decided to channel his inner Bonaparte in 1799 and launched an unauthorized invasion of the Kingdom of Naples. He drove Ferdinand to the safety of Sicily and established another sister republic called the Parthenopean Republic. Now, this briefly forced King Ferdinand to give up his mainland claims, But 6 months later, under pressure from the British and Austrians, and unsupported by the French Directory who had never wanted Championnet to do this in the first place, the Parthenopean Republic collapsed and Ferdinand reclaimed all his domains. Now, the brief interlude of the Parthenopean Republic, though, remained a disconcerting warning shot, and Ferdinand ruled uneasily for the next 5 years. The other shoe finally dropped in December of 1805, after Napoleon's victory at Austerlitz led to his reorganization of Europe. Emperor Napoleon pushed Ferdinand aside and placed his own brother Joseph on the throne of the Kingdom of Naples. But critically, the victory at Austerlitz had been matched by the French defeat at Trafalgar, so, guarded by the British Navy, King Ferdinand was able to once again retreat to Sicily and rule there as a de facto client king of the British for the rest of the Napoleonic Wars. And if you remember from our little tour through the life of Louis Philippe, remember how in 1809 Louis Philippe married the Sicilian princess Marie-Amélie? Well, that is Ferdinand's daughter. So yes, Ferdinand is Louis Philippe's father-in-law. He's also the uncle of the desired one, King Ferdinand VII of Spain, and also the uncle of the Austrian Emperor Francis II, in case you were wondering how interrelated and or inbred the European royal families really were. The arrival in Naples of King Joseph Bonaparte in 1806 finally gets us to the actual topic of today's episode, because the people of southern Italy did not take kindly to the expulsion of their king, nor the arrival of French imperial rule. Now, nothing like the Peninsular War ever broke out, but for the duration of French rule, there was resistance that the French were never able to stamp out. Resistance that was organized and directed by the actual topic of today's show, and about whom we will now turn to, the Carbonari. Now, as we'll see in a second, the origins of the Carbonari are wrapped in mystery and myth and secrecy. But like the Freemasons, the Carbonari likely originated as a trade guild and mutual aid society. Carbonari means literally charcoal burner, and charcoal burning was, like masonry, just a job that you could have. These are the guys who did the necessary and strenuous work of turning wood into coal so that it can be used as a source of fuel. It's an occupation that dates back to the mists of prehistory, but by the time of the Middle Ages it was a profession that existed at the margins of society. Carbonari inhabited the dense woods of Europe and were either shunned or ignored by more respectable farmers and city dwellers. Out on the edges of civilization and outside the realm of regular law, the Carbonari were threatened by both unscrupulous lords and criminal bandits, so they probably came together to pledge each other support, mutual defense, and assistance. It was a very much you watch my back and I'll watch your back type of situation out in the forests of Europe. Now, the transformation of the Carbonari from actual charcoal burners to a secret society of revolutionaries is kind of a hard thing to pin down. It's hard to say when and where this transformation began, and how that transformed version of the Carbonari then spread. There is some notion that in the distant past, dissidents opposed to whoever happened to be the ruling regime at the time would take up residence in the forest, and probably come to view the Carbonari associations as a good way to stay in contact and recognize each other. So all the pledges and oaths and secret signs started to mean less, you're a charcoal burner and I'm a charcoal burner, so we should help each other, to I'm a political dissident and you are a political dissident, and so we will help each other. But that is all just speculation, because by the time modern historians encounter the Carbonari, everything has been filtered through multiple levels of propaganda, deceit, and self-aggrandizing myth. Just like the Masons like to date themselves all the way back to King Solomon, the Carbonari like to claim that their order was founded by Philip of Macedon of all people, the father of Alexander the Great. But when they weren't name-dropping Philip of Macedon, the more direct and repeated claim places a great deal of emphasis on Saint Theobald, who was born in northeastern France in 1033 and died in 1066. Now, Theobald was the son of French nobility, but he wanted no part of the family business of war, politics, or managing landed wealth, and instead he became obsessed with ascetic Christianity, abandoning his inheritance to live as a pilgrim and hermit and dedicating himself to pious poverty. During his wanderings around Western Europe, Theobald allegedly came into contact with the forest-dwelling Carbonari, who were themselves basically poor hermits, though they weren't slumming it like Theobald was, and he promised to become their protector. And though he died of a horrible skin disease at the age of 33, he was later canonized by Pope Alexander III. And by the time the version of the Carbonari that interests us comes into existence, St. Theobald was their patron saint, and a portrait of him hung in every meeting house. The other benevolent protector that the Carbonari liked to tell each other about was King Francis I of France, the great Renaissance king who reigned from 1515 to 1547. The story was that King Francis had been out on a hunt one day, encountered the Carbonari, took a liking to them for some reason, and became enrolled as one of their members, and then put them under his benevolent protection. In particular, the Carbonari liked to say that Francis exempted them from all taxation. This was something they liked to especially repeat to people who were thinking about becoming members. Now, all of that is for sure made up. I mean, we don't even know if a real Carbonari society existed before they start showing up as another player in the milieu of secret societies that emerged in the early 1700s. If the Carbonari did exist, then it was around this point that they joined the interconnected throng of secret mystical societies and took on heavy doses of the symbolism that pervaded those secret societies. Since individual members of these groups would often join multiple groups, influencing, infiltrating, and transforming each other, the Carbonari wind up as an associated branch of the Rosicrucians and the Knights Templar. Some said they were started by the Freemasons, who then retconned a history for them. Others explicitly said that they were a branch of the Bavarian Illuminati. But it's impossible to tell what from which, since every secret society one might care to research will eventually be linked by someone to the Rosicrucians, the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, and the Bavarian Illuminati. It all goes back to Atlantis, just heads up. But there is no doubt that our Carbonari were heavily influenced by the brand of Freemasonry that emerged in the early 1700s as the Enlightenment got going. But how and why just opens a flood of questions we don't have answers to. But if you ask me, and I knew you would, the veneration of Theobald, a French saint, and Francis I, a French king, makes it likely that the Carbonari originated in France, though I have also seen it traced back to both Britain and Spain. Certainly the most plausible of all the competing stories that I've read, though, says that the Carbonari secret societies originated in the mountains of eastern France along the Alpine border with Switzerland. Swiss mercenaries who originated from the same area probably adopted the Carbonari language and organizational structures and brought them with them to southern Italy, where it expanded and took local root. After the French began to expand in the late 1790s, the Carbonari lodges understandably became a focal point for anti-French dissidents. And in this way, the Italian Carbonari remind me of the South American Freemasons, who likewise needed a secret way to recruit and communicate with each other, and found the secret Carbonari networks a good way to do it. So it's as much that political dissidents joined the Carbonari and made the group revolutionary, as it was the Carbonari being a group of revolutionaries turning its members into dissidents. But in short order, the feedback loop makes the distinction pointless. So because the organizational structure is really the important thing here, let's talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts of it all. So first of all, yes, this was a secret society, and secrecy was amongst its most important aspects. It was drilled into new members from the minute they entered, and then reinstilled as they rose up through the ranks. This is definitely the first rule of the Carbonari is you do not talk about the Carbonari. The second rule of the Carbonari is you do not talk about the Carbonari. But that said, they did like recruiting new members, so eventually you have to talk about the Carbonari, and a candidate for enrollment would be identified by an existing member and invited to join. The minimum age for initiation was 33 1/3, which was reckoned to be the age of death of Jesus. But other than that, nothing but upright morals and trustworthiness were necessary preconditions for enrollment. Princes and peasants alike both joined, and would become equal Carbonari, and among themselves they called each other not brothers, but good cousins. So a new initiate would be brought blindfolded to the Carbonari meeting house, which, in keeping with the theme of we're a bunch of charcoal burners, these meeting houses were often converted barns or huts out in the woods. The secure and safe interior space of the meeting house was called the Vendita, and it would be decorated with the Spartan aesthetics of St. Theobald. bare white walls, simple benches for sitting. Even the Grand Master of a particular lodge sat on a simple carved block of wood. Still blindfolded, the new initiate would face his future Carbonari good cousins and be asked his name, religion, age, and place of residence. Then he would repeat some rehearsed formula about how he had been in the woods kindling a fire and wanted to bring faith, hope, and charity to all good cousins. He would then be told by the Grand Master that he must be sincere and docile and ready to face any challenge. Then the initiate would be sent out briefly into the woods on a symbolic journey, where symbolic obstacles would be placed in his path. When he returned to the meeting house, he would be told that the journey represented the weakness of mortals, a weakness that could only be overcome by good works guided by reason. Then he would be sent on a second symbolic journey, this time through fire, which he was told was the flame of charity that he must keep kindled in his heart. Upon return, he swore a solemn oath never to betray the secrets of the Carbonari, and then finally his blindfold was removed. He would then be shown a hatchet that would kill him if he betrayed the Carbonari, or protect him if he was faithful. He would then also be shown the sacred tricolor symbol of the Carbonari, which was red, blue, and black. And on one level, red was for fire, blue for smoke, and black for the charcoal. But on a higher level, red was for charity, blue was for hope, and black was for faith. Now, after swearing all of these oaths not to betray the secrets of the Carbonari, the newly enrolled apprentice was given no special passwords and entrusted with no actual secrets. They were, however, given the secret sign, which is pressing the middle finger against the right thumb. That's the Carbonari gang sign. Now, at this most basic level, the apprentice level, there was nothing that was out of step with traditional Catholic values or symbols or rhetoric. Faith, hope, and charity, obedience, good works. I mean, the Carbonari are recruiting from across southern Italy, and though skeptical atheism and sneering at religious superstition pervaded the elites and the educated bourgeoisie, that was not going to fly if you were recruiting from the lower classes of southern Italy. The historian John Rath, who wrote the paper from which I'm getting these initiation details, makes the point that all of this was not to turn Carbonari into good Christians, but to turn good Christians into Carbonari. Most enrolled Carbonari never made it beyond the apprentice grade. They were totally in the dark about what it was really all about, and simply did their best to live by these basic values and do what they were told when they were told to do it. But if they stuck with it over time and proved their fidelity, they would be invited to become a master. The initiation rite for the masters went really heavy on Christian symbolism. It had the candidate playing the part of Jesus in a mock trial, with the Grand Master as Pontius Pilate. An elaborate ritual unfolded of rehearsed lines and explaining that Jesus was the first Carbonari, and that the 12 apostles, the first good cousins. The initiate was told Jesus was the perfect man who had been victimized by tyranny. His crime was bringing enlightenment to the people and trying to free them from their slavery. As the ritual initiation unfolded, the candidate had a crown of thorns placed on his head, and throughout, sacrifice was emphasized again and again, as was spreading the good word. Again, all of this is in keeping with Christian themes. But now there was also a heavy emphasis on opposing tyranny wherever it resided. The sacred words for the master were honor, virtue, and probity, and they were now given a special password, Fern Nettle, whatever that means. The newly enrolled masters would then be told that they must use reason to bridle their passions, to be obedient without asking questions, and that they must sacrifice themselves like Christ before they betrayed their fellow good cousins. Now, above the rank of master, it's unclear how many more ranks there were. As secret societies go, the Carbonari were fairly decentralized, and some lodges likely only had the two grades, master and apprentice. But as time went on, and their purposes became more sophisticated and dangerous, there were probably as many as 7 or even 9 total ranks. The highest officers, either in the individual lodge or in the whole movement, were called the Great Lights. Again, this is mystical enlightenment jargon that was common to most secret societies of the day. Only these Great Lights knew what the score really was, and even an average master knew only that he needed to obey the orders of his superiors, protect the secrets of the order, and try to recruit other worthy candidates. So what was really the score? What did the Great Lights know that the average apprentice or master did not? Well, the answer is, it depends on what time period you're talking about. There appears to have been a lot of change in specific aims and political leanings over the years, but after the arrival of King Joseph Bonaparte in 1806, there were a few constants. The first was the embrace and spread of Italian nationalism. Long a fractured peninsula of small kingdoms and city-states, often used by the other powers of Europe as a military playground, whose people would then be doled out to satisfy the ambitions of those foreign powers at the next big diplomatic summit. The arrival of the Napoleonic Empire permanently kindled the dream of Italian national independence. In the early days, what really bound the Carbonari good cousins together was a shared hatred of the French and desire to expel them from the peninsula. But beyond Italian nationalism, there was also a persistent hankering for constitutional government. The dream of a constitution, whatever the details of it were, is always appealing to those outside of power, because a constitution is a way to bind the hands of those who have power over you. So I think it's fair to say that by about 1808, the Carbonari were Italian nationalists who wanted a constitutional government, preferably one run by the Italians themselves. But beyond these basic principles, there was a lot of flexibility at play. As you may recall from episode 5.6, when Napoleon forced the abdications of Bayonne in 1808, he plucked his brother Joseph out of Naples and made him king of Spain. So to replace Joseph in Naples, Napoleon elevated Joachim Murat, one of his most able marshals, who had been with him since Italy, served with him through Egypt, had been one of the Brumaire conspirators. He had married Napoleon's sister. After taking over Naples in 1808, Murat's relationship with the Carbonari was ambiguous. Far from trying to stamp them out, he appears to have helped shield them from the more Catholic and conservative authorities. Murat's police commissioner was himself a Carbonaro, which explains a lot on that front, but Murat also genuinely seemed sympathetic to many of their aims. But when things started going badly for Napoleon after the invasion of Russia, Murat took a turn against the Carbonari. He now saw them as a force working against the Bonaparte imperial dynasty, of which he was still a member. But as Napoleon's star continued to fall, Murat elected to look out for number one. He cut a side deal with the Austrians that would allow him to stay on the throne in Naples, even if Napoleon was defeated. The Carbonari, however, could now smell blood in the water, and most of them seemed inclined to support the return of King Ferdinand and the rejoining of Sicily and Naples under Bourbon rule. Murat then got the tip-off that the guys at the Congress of Vienna were inclined to go in this direction, whatever their promises had been, and so when Napoleon came back for the 100 Days, Murat redeclared for his old chief. He raised an army to hopefully attack the underbelly of the Allies from Italy while Napoleon fought their main armies in Belgium, but this left him way out on a limb that he could not retreat from. The Austrians defeated him handily in May of 1815, and shortly thereafter, King Joachim Murat was captured and executed. So the defeat of Murat, the defeat of Napoleon, and then the signing of the Congress of Vienna meant that there was now a restored order of things in southern Italy, and King Ferdinand was recast as Ferdinand I of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. But upon his return to Naples, Ferdinand appears to have misunderstood what the Carbonari were about. Assuming that they were like radical Republican Jacobins, he did not thank them for supporting his restoration, and instead set out on a mission to exterminate them. But this effort backfired, as it coincided with a turnover in Carbonari membership and a shift in its specific aims. Most of the more conservative members departed after 1815, and they joined the restored Bourbon monarchy, while those who had been opposed to the Bourbon restoration stayed in the Carbonari, and those who maybe were outside of it before but who now saw their influence threatened joined. So the Carbonari remained a revolutionary secret society, except they now operated in opposition to Ferdinand rather than in support of Ferdinand. But it was not all Ferdinand's fault that the Carbonari had been provoked into hostility to his restored regime. The basic program of Italian nationalism and constitutional government remained unsatisfied in the post-Napoleonic world. Italians of all stripe had gone to the Congress of Vienna trying to secure the creation of a unified and independent Italy, and had been soundly rebuffed. The vision of the diplomats at Vienna was to move Italy back to its old medieval order rather than forward to its modern destiny. And then, adding insult to this injury, Ferdinand refused to grant the subjects of the Kingdom of Naples a constitution, which, they didn't even get a charter of government like even Louis XVIII was just then giving France. And this was all the more obnoxious because while Ferdinand had been ruling Sicily under British protection, the British had forced him to promulgate a constitution for the Sicilians. So the Neapolitans naturally assumed that they would get a constitution too, but there was zero hint that one was coming anytime soon. So many of those who had embraced the return of Ferdinand quickly realized their error and returned to the Carbonari fold. Now, not too long before the re-arrival of Ferdinand, the mostly decentralized Carbonari organization had started to coalesce into a more unified hierarchy. A supreme lodge based in Naples called the Alta Vendita claimed for itself the power to pass new laws, adjudicate disputes, issue charters for new lodges, and punish transgressions by members. In many ways, they were establishing a state within a state, as individuals would submit themselves to the Carbonari laws far more readily than to regular municipal authorities. It was in fact a law that a standard legal dispute between two Carbonari would not take place in regular court, but rather they would appeal to their good cousins. But after the return of Ferdinand, the authority of the Alta Vendita in Naples was challenged from below by the allegedly subordinate lodges, who turned on the quote-unquote authorities in Naples, who not unjustifiably were seen as now straying from the more rigorous adherence to Carbonari principles, because the guys in Naples were getting into bed with Ferdinand. So a lodge in Salerno, down the coast from Naples, sent out a call to other Carbonari lodges asking them to send representatives to a new assembly that would then issue its own rules under the guise of this secretive Western Lucanian Republic, another state within a state within the Carbonari state. These guys were even more militant about adhering to Carbonari principles and more militant about being militant. There was a requirement to stay under arms at all times and adhere more than ever to Carbonari government rather than Ferdinand's government. And with administrators, judges, lawyers, military officers, average workers, and even priests all enrolled as Carbonari, this was no small thing that was going on. But even still, as 1820 approached, there was little hint at revolution. Yeah, there was some liberal agitation across Europe, but King Ferdinand certainly had no inkling of a problem until word came over from Spain about the mutiny at Cadiz. There was a lot of contact back and forth between Spain and southern Italy, and news of the mutiny, and then the growing revolution that culminated with the formerly desired one, King Ferdinand VII, accepting the old liberal constitution of 1812. This got the Carbonari in Italy fired up, and they rallied around the simple belief that the time had finally come for King Ferdinand, their King Ferdinand, to promulgate a constitution. A belief that was now almost unstoppable, because to maintain his own sideways claim to the throne, King Ferdinand I, King of the Two Sicilies, swore to uphold the Spanish Constitution to make sure that he didn't get booted out of the line of Spanish succession. So he had now sworn an oath that the Spanish would get to keep their liberal constitution if he ascended to the Spanish throne, but he couldn't deign to give one to his present Neapolitan subjects. It was infuriating. So word of the mutiny in Cadiz set off a flurry of Carbonari recruitment. They probably numbered somewhere between 50 and 100,000 in January of 1820. But with opportunity at hand and a population hungering for constitutional government, the Carbonari membership exploded. The largest and overstated number puts them at 600,000 by July of 1820, but it was probably more like 300,000, but still, that's at least a threefold increase. And all of those new recruits remained apprentices, where it was driven into them that the thing to do was to follow orders, not ask questions, and, more importantly, not answer questions if the authorities came round. At the center of this new round of revolutionary plotting was a general named Guglielmo Pepe. Both a high-ranking Carbonaro and a high-ranking military officer, Pepe was in prime position to effect a Carbonari mutiny/coup/revolution, but as sedition picked up in May and June of 1820, General Pepe hesitated a bit to jump into revolution with both feet and started counseling caution to his good cousins. A revolt that had been planned for the end of May was called off at the last minute, and it seemed like maybe nothing was actually going to come of this, but then the senior Carbonari's hand was forced by a lodge embedded in the military garrison at Nola. The Grand Master of this lodge was a priest named Minicini, and he conspired with two officers, Giuseppe Silvati and Michele Morelli, to organize the beginning of an armed uprising. They called out the other Carbonari in their garrison, 127 cavalrymen plus 20 civilians, and they all marched out at midnight on July the 1st, 1820 on their way to Avellino, which was the military capital of the region. But as they neared the town, the gates of the city were shut, and the small band of Carbonari insurgents had to fortify a position practically just on the side of the road, though it was damn near impregnable. They occupied some pretty sweet high ground. Now from there, they sent out a call for all good cousins to flock to the blue, red, and black. The following day, a government council in Naples nearly sent General Pepe to quell this uprising, which would have been pretty funny, but his loyalty was rightly suspected, and Pepe was instead ordered deep into the south of the kingdom, and a colleague ordered to take his place. Though his colleague was suspiciously slow in getting started, he waited a full day before leaving Naples with his troops, and even then only after he was directly ordered to do so. Then, as he approached the band of insurgents with 600 men, he refused to engage. All of which is very suspicious, but you have to remember, incompetence and conspiracy are often indistinguishable to those of us on the outside. But then the good cousins inside the garrison at Avellino exerted their own influence and had the gates of the city thrown open, giving the Carbonari a proper headquarters and rallying point for the now thousands of good cousins streaming to the blue, red, and black. Their arms long kept ready. When word went out, they walked out of whatever they were doing, grabbed their gun, and made their way to Avellino. Now, other regular army regiments in the region were supposed to now go subdue this little insurgency, but every regiment had a Carbonari lodge in its midst, and none of them could be trusted to fight. Most of them would probably defect at the first opportunity. Those that did march out found every town in the region suddenly waving a blue, red, and black flag as if they had been made overnight, and hostile to any attempt to break the insurgents. On July the 4th, the Carbonari issued their formal demands: promulgate a constitution, convene some kind of parliament, and refrain from anything resembling political repression. General Pepe, meanwhile, finally decided that the revolution was in fact at hand, whether he wanted it or not, and he slipped out of Naples on July the 5th to go take full command of the situation. And by now the situation was that the Carbonari were numbering some 20,000 armed men. This is just within a few days of the word going out. Scared that this state within a state was erupting from underneath his feet, and seemed very well armed, King Ferdinand capitulated. Kind of. A proclamation was posted in Naples on July the 6th that said, "To the nation of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The general wish of the nation of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies having been expressed in favor of a constitutional government, we consent of our full free will and promise to publish its bases within 8 days. Until such time as the Constitution is published, the old laws will remain in vigor. Having thus satisfied the public desire, we order that the soldiers do return to their regiments, and every man to his ordinary occupation. Ferdinand, Naples, July the 6th, 1820. But this was not enough for the Carbonari, who believed that there was no need to waste time with this 8 days business. I mean, the Spanish Constitution of 1812 is right there for the taking. All you have to do is adopt it. I mean, for crying out loud, you've already accepted its legitimacy for the Spaniards. All you have to do is do that for us. Why is this so hard? So, the next day, a menacing crowd gathered at the palace gates in Naples, and in response, the government said, fine. a decree enacting the Constitution of 1812 was posted. Now, just as kind of a funny aside here, the British ambassador in Naples noted in the middle of all this that so far as he could tell, no one in Ferdinand's government, nor any of the people outside shouting bloody murder, had ever actually read the Spanish Constitution of 1812. It was just this thing they were all fighting over, even though nobody knew what was in it. So even with the Constitution now declared, General Pepe sent word down to Naples that he was marching on the capital. The government said, okay, fine, you can come, but when you enter, please only bring 2,000 men with you. General Pepe ignored this, and on July the 9th, 1820, led fully 14,000 armed Carbonari into Naples, there to be greeted by their fellow good cousins inside the city. As if by magic, the blue, red, and black now flew everywhere. Pepe kept his men in perfect order and under strict discipline, marched them to the palace, and presented himself, declaring his ultimate loyalty to the king, God, and the Constitution. And because everybody loves a good balcony scene, this all comes with a balcony scene. Now, King Ferdinand had taken to bed and refused to come out, but the crown prince appeared on the balcony wearing the Carbonari blue, red, and black. The revolution was complete, and not a single drop of blood had been spilled. But as we've seen roughly 1 jillion times so far here on the Revolutions podcast, nothing sows dissension like success. And even the faithful Carbonari were not immune to the entropy of victory. There were among the Carbonari those who wanted a constitutional government, and now had one, and so were ready to go along with whatever the new program was. But more radical members, some Republican, some with simply more democratic impulses, wanted to level the old government still further. And as is also often the case, it would appear that the senior leadership skewed conservative in this regard, and they wanted to adapt the very liberal Spanish constitution into something more fitting for the southern Italians who might not be ready for it. So over the next few months, as elections for the first parliament got underway, the Carbonari fell into infighting. Some radicals were purged, and others broke away and founded a new group called the Prometheans, dedicated to more radical egalitarian principles. Now, all the while, King Ferdinand was, in contact with the members of the Holy Alliance, saying, hey, a little help down here? So, Foreign Minister Metternich arranged for a 60,000-man Austrian army to mobilize in northern Italy. But even this threat of imminent foreign invasion could not pull the Carbonari back together. General Pepe led an army north, but when it finally came time to face the enemy, he only had about 3,000 regulars and 9,000 militia. Another flanking army was supposed to be supporting him, but instead the general of that flanking army was cutting terms of surrender with the Austrians. So General Pepe launched a somewhat reckless advance on March the 7th, 1821, but his army was easily repulsed, sent into retreat, the retreat turned into a flight, the flight turned into total disintegration. The other army then likewise disintegrated, though they didn't even fire a shot. On March the 23rd, 1821, the Austrian army entered Naples, restored Ferdinand to his throne, canceled the Constitution, and that was that. A couple of other revolutionary uprisings then got going in northern Italy at the same time. This was all supposed to be taking place at the same time, but those two were quashed under the boots of the Austrian army. So that's the ignoble end of the Carbonari, right? Well, yes and no. The revolutions of 1820 in Italy had failed, and the Carbonari networks were mostly shattered, but you can't keep a good secret society down, especially not when there are still secrets to be kept. And though this most public expression of the dream of Italian independence and constitutional government had been crushed, that did not mean that the dream was dead. Far from it. The Italians were in fact just getting started. And in the end, all of the revolutions of 1820 and these initial Carbonari revolts were just a prelude. And when we get going on the revolutions of 1848, we will return to the Italian peninsula to keep those dreams alive. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.8e, The June Rebellion. Of what is revolt composed? Of nothing and of everything. Of an electricity disengaged, little by little. Of a flame suddenly darting forth. Of a wandering force. Of a passing breath. This breath encounters heads which speak, brains which dream, souls which suffer, passions which burn, wretchedness which howls and bears them away. Does any of that sound familiar? No, it probably does not, but it's from the beginning of Volume 4, Book 10, Chapter 1 of Les Miserables, just as Victor Hugo is getting ready to climax his massive tome with the tragically unsuccessful June Rebellion of 1832, a rebellion which he then recounts in vivid detail for the next 100,000 words or so. Now, this little insurrection, would probably have been forgotten entirely had it not been for Hugo's decision to make it the centerpiece of one of the great novels of the Western canon. As far as I can tell, he plucked the June Rebellion from obscurity for two reasons. First, the end of Les Mis really needed a tragic backdrop, not a triumphant one. But probably more importantly, Victor Hugo was there. In 1832, he was 30 years old and had just recently come into his own as the leading figure of French Romantic literature after the publication of The Hunchback of Notre Dame in 1831. On June the 5th, 1832, Hugo was sitting in the Tuileries Gardens when he heard the rapid-fire crackle of gunfire coming from the east. Now, doing something that you should never ever do, the curious young author got up and walked toward the gunfire. After observing frantic rebels building barricades, he pressed deeper into the center of Paris and was soon trapped on a street with insurrectionaries on one side and an advancing column of troops on the other. He had to duck into a shop and hide out as the two sides exchanged gunfire. So the end of Les Mis is not just a flight of romantic fancy, though it is a flight of romantic fancy. It is also an eyewitness account that deserves a measure of historical legitimacy as a primary source document. Now, as Hugo understood it, the June Rebellion of 1832 was the tragic coda to the July Revolution of 1830, when it became clear once and for all that the Orleans monarchy was an agent of conservative order, not revolutionary liberation. So, we too will use the June Rebellion as the coda to our run of episodes on the July Revolution, and at the conclusion of this episode, I will take a 6-week hiatus to fully prepare to feed this story into the wider explosion that is the revolutions of 1848. So to begin this coda, let us return to where we left off in episode 6.7 in August of 1830 with the coronation of Louis Philippe I, King of the French. And you will recall from our run of episodes through the Three Glorious Days that the Revolution of 1830 was really two revolutions running parallel to each other. One was led by students, workers, army veterans, and the people of Paris out in the streets. This was the barricades, and the fighting, and the dying. The other, though, unfolded in the apartments and salons of the liberal opposition, the journalists and lawyers, and the liberal bourgeoisie. Guided by men like Jacques Lafitte, Adolphe Thiers, François Guizot, and Casimir Perier, these respectable members of the liberal opposition had closed ranks around the Duc d'Orléans, and ensured that the result of the fighting and the dying and the barricades was the elevation of King Louis Philippe. Now, if you will also recall, in the chaotic aftermath of the Three Glorious Days, it was not at all guaranteed that the Parisian street fighters would accept that their fighting and dying had been in the service of simply exchanging one bourbon for another. But at the critical moment of truth, the Marquis de Lafayette had lent his name, reputation, and most importantly, command of the National Guard to the Orleanists, and sealed the creation of the July monarchy with his Republican kiss. Now, Lafayette believed he had secured promises from Louis Philippe that the new regime would be a monarchy surrounded by Republican institutions. But if Lafayette did believe it, he was soon disappointed, as were many of the younger and more radical street fighters who were at that moment still catching their breath from 3 days of fighting. As the smoke cleared and life went back to normal in the summer of 1830, many of these younger and more radical activists, charged by their time on the barricades, resented the new regime's unwillingness to move France in a more Republican direction, and really resented that the memory of their sacrifice was now being used to prop up the July monarchy. The new party line was that the 3 glorious days had always been about the people rising up to put the Duc d'Orléans on the throne, as if that wasn't some last-minute maneuver that wasn't even brought up until the Parisians had already seized control of the capital. But as the new regime sought to cement its legitimacy and rewrite the history of the July Revolution, it spared no expense honoring the martyred dead and ensuring that the widows and children of the heroes of July received pensions and scholarships and special treatment. In October of 1830, the great romantic painter Eugène Delacroix painted Liberty Leading the People, one of the most famous of all revolutionary paintings, which showed the personification of liberty leading a mix of social classes over the barricades and into freedom. You know the one I'm talking about. Google Liberty Leading the People, you'll instantly recognize it. Well, in early 1831, the government bought this painting and intended it for display in the throne room, but, we'll come back to the fate of Liberty Leading the People at the end of today's episode because I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Inside Paris, the grumbling about this wholesale appropriation of the memory of the martyrs of the 3 glorious days was most loudly heard in a new Republican club called the Society of the Friends of the People. As you might guess from the name, these guys, mostly students and young clerks, did not look back at the First Republic with terror and dread. They positively revered the names Robespierre, Marat, Danton, men who had stood for true liberty and who had refused to compromise their principles. The Society of the Friends of the People was founded on July the 30th, 1830, so just after Marshal Marmont's troops had been driven out of Paris. These were the guys who would have heckled Louis Philippe as he led that procession to the Hôtel de Ville. These are the guys who would have been only reluctantly mollified by Lafayette's promises about Louis Philippe's promises as he became king. It is not accurate to say that they were ever disillusioned with the July monarchy, because that would imply that they had once been illusioned in the first place. But the rest of the summer of 1830 passed without incident as Louis Philippe's new regime found its footing. And as you might expect, he was surrounded by the men who had conspired to put him there. Among them Jacques Lafitte, François Guizot, Casimir Perrier, all of whom had places in his ministry. Lafayette, meanwhile, still ran the National Guard and remained, for the moment, steadfastly loyal to the new government. But the initial honeymoon period was ended by the question of what to do about former Prime Minister Polignac and 3 other senior ministers from the regime of Charles X who had been captured in the wake of the 3 glorious days. Now, Louis Philippe's new government would have been happy to have just let them get away, but Polignac and his 3 colleagues had been captured, were presently in custody, and needed to be punished. If not for reasons of justice, then simple political expedience. The people would not accept a slap on the wrist for the authors of so much criminal bloodshed. But the king and his ministers agreed that the death penalty would be too harsh. They refused to inaugurate their new regime by presiding over the return of Madame la Guillotine. But how were they going to get Polignac through this with his head attached to his body without triggering another revolution? That was a tricky question, because, for example, the Society of the Friends of the People wanted blood for blood. These ministers had committed treason. The enormity of their crime demanded the ultimate penalty, but the government seemed to be visibly flinching from doing the job. After keeping the prisoners in an indecisive limbo for a few months, in late September, the Chamber of Deputies voted to move the trial of the ministers to the more conservative Chamber of Peers. And then came word that prior to the start of the trial, a bill was being prepared to abolish the death penalty entirely, so it wouldn't be that Polignac was getting special treatment, just that the new order of things would be kinder and gentler. But many in Paris did not want a kinder and gentler order of things, and there were protests that bordered on riots on October the 9th. Now, this appears to have forestalled the general ban on the death penalty and left the regime still trying to deal with this dilemma of not wanting to execute Polignac while the streets of Paris really super wanted to execute Polignac. On October the 17th, the 4 prisoners were formally indicted on charges of treason in the Chamber of Peers, and while that was going on inside, a large crowd gathered outside the Luxembourg Palace, which is where the Chamber of Peers met, and more small-scale rioting broke out. Rioting that soon migrated over to the Tuileries Palace, where for a few tense hours the royal family lived under something resembling a siege. Now that brief crisis resolved itself with the coming of darkness, but that was not the end of it. The very next day, October the 18th, what can only be described as a lynch mob gathered in the center of Paris. From this central meeting place, they then marched 6 miles east to the fortress of Vincennes, where Polignac and the other ministers were being held. The idea was to dispense the justice the government seemed so determined to avoid dispensing. But when they arrived at the fortress, they were greeted by the general in charge, a grizzled old veteran of the Napoleonic Wars. Unintimidated by the mob, the general told them, "Hey, did you know this fortress is also an armory and has a massive cache of gunpowder in it? If you try to force your way in, I won't hesitate to blow us all to hell." And he said then, quote, "We can all meet in the air." Not detecting a hint of bluff in this threat, the crowd dispersed. All this marching to and fro took all day, and the mob wasn't back in the center of Paris till well after midnight, but again they dispersed without any full-scale rebellion breaking out. But though no rebellion had broken out yet, the government was understandably nervous about what would happen when the Chamber of Peers inevitably returned a verdict of guilty of treason, but sentence of life imprisonment rather than death. The trial was unfolding slowly, though, and the verdict was not due to be delivered until December the 21st. In a final anxious meeting the night before the verdict was due to be handed down, the ministers finally settled on a plan. The defendants would be secretly removed from the Luxembourg Palace and returned to the fortress at Vincennes before the verdict was handed down. That way, when the inevitably hostile crowd inevitably looked to hang Polignac from the nearest lamppost, he would be nowhere to be found. Now, the ministers had tried to keep Lafayette out of the loop on this final plan, but the general of the National Guard managed to push his way into the final meeting, though when he got there, he agreed with the proposal and agreed that only regular troops of the line should be stationed in the garden of the Luxembourg Palace. Members of the National Guard might not be so keen to go along with this secret plan to save the hated Polignac. So it came as quite a shock to the ministers the next day when Lafayette went ahead and allowed companies of the National Guard into the gardens anyway. He later said that these companies had insisted and that their honor would be besmirched if they were not allowed to do their duty, but the other ministers felt betrayed. With the chamber set to retire for their final deliberations at 1 p.m, they now had to think fast. Suddenly one of them remembered that there was a little-used side door that they could access, and so, just as the trial adjourned, Polignac and his 3 co-defendants were successfully hustled out the back, and no one was the wiser. The whole rest of the day then passed in idleness, with the peers not coming back with their verdict until 11 at night, and it was the expected provocative verdict, guilty of treason with a sentence of life in prison. This was greeted by howls, but most people had gone home, so the verdict was not generally known in Paris until the next morning, by which point both the army and National Guard were out in force to keep order. A few hundred gathered in protest, but despite the fear of some, and the hope of others, that the verdict would spark another rebellion, most people were ready to shrug their shoulders and move on. So these guys spend the rest of their lives in prison. So what? I'm not going to risk my life just to make sure Polignac gets his head chopped off, you know? So the crisis passed, though the more dedicated radicals added it to their list of bitter grievances. The incident over the trial, though, did fatally rupture the accord between Lafayette and the regime. It was not just that many inside the government now did not trust Lafayette because he had let his National Guard into the Luxembourg Gardens. It was also that the National Guard had then done, well, nothing. They had done nothing. I mean, they had helped keep the peace the very next day. The belief that Lafayette was so critical to keeping the Guard loyal to the regime was now shattered. So on December the 23rd, allies of the government and the Chamber of Deputies announced that they were going to start enforcing Article 50 of the revised Charter of Government. What is Article 50? Article 50 says that no National Guard commander could lead anything larger than a single commune. This rule, which was a part of the Charter of Government, had been purposefully overlooked on Lafayette's behalf, and since July he had operated as commander-in-chief of the whole program. But that was now over. If Lafayette was going to remain at his post, he would only be the commander of the troops in Paris. Now, Lafayette still thought that he was indispensable, and he threatened to resign unless certain demands were met, demands that included Louis Philippe's promise to dispense with hereditary rights for the peers and also expand the franchise. But really what happened is the king accepted Lafayette's resignation on the morning of December the 26th. To Lafayette's surprise and the delight of the government, the National Guard did not make any great show of protesting his departure. I mean, they were all upstanding bourgeois citizens. They were gonna be loyal to a regime that promised peace, prosperity, and order. So Lafayette remained a deputy, but the unique and independent power he had wielded for the last 6 months was now at an end. With the ouster of Lafayette, it became clear that the more conservative elements within the July monarchy were winning the internal battle for the July monarchy, and the politics of the day began shaking out into two broad parties, the Movement Party and the Resistance Party. And this was all pretty informal, but the Movement Party was led by Jacques Lafitte, who believed that the July Revolution was a step in the right direction, but only a step in the right direction, and that the king should continue to champion further democratic reforms to make it a monarchy surrounded by republican institutions. The Resistance Party, meanwhile, was led by Lafitte's banking rival Casimir Perier, and backed by doctrinaire liberals like François Guizot. They believed everything that needed to be accomplished had been accomplished, and that further reform was both unnecessary and dangerous. Lafitte had achieved a brief leg up on his rivals as he was appointed prime minister in November of 1830, but he was soon outmaneuvered. Baited into overcommitting himself on whether the regime should support the rising liberals in Italy, Lafitte threatened in March of 1831 to resign if the government did not assist the Italians, and when his advice was not followed, he had to resign. A few days later he ran into Lafayette, who said to him, "Admit that you have been a great idiot." Whereupon Lafitte retorted, "I do, but if I'm idiot the first, you're idiot the second, so we're even." Now the upshot of all this for our purposes here today is that the July monarchy had just purged its two most prominent left-leaning members. And what's more, King Louis Philippe tapped its most conservative member, Casimir Perier, to succeed Lafitte as prime minister. All of this was denounced by the men who frequented the Society of the Friends of the People. And granted, Lafitte and Lafayette were not going to pass any Republican purity tests, but they were by far the best of a bad lot. And with them gone, and Perier on the rise, it was clear that the July monarchy planned to be as hostile to the left as they were to the right. Now, in April of 1831, the government followed through on one of their promises to lower the tax minimums to stand for election to the Chamber of Deputies. They moved it from 1,000 francs to 500, and then they also lowered the voting minimums from 300 to 200. But this was still pretty thin gruel. This wasn't like universal suffrage or anything. Slightly meatier chunks came when the regime went ahead and intervened in Belgium in August of 1831. Obviously, you remember we just talked all about that. And that was very popular in the streets of Paris. But most of this goodwill was then handed back in October and November, when silk workers in Lyon, angry over poor economic conditions and insecure wages, took to the streets in November of 1831. To subdue the Lyon workers, Casimir Perier convinced the king to send in the army, which brought the budding insurrection to a screeching halt. Now, there was no overt bloodshed in Lyon, but the willingness of the government to send in troops to defend the interests of rich manufacturers against poor workers was further proof where their loyalties really lay. So, by the beginning of 1832, the left wing of French politics was getting pushed completely off the map, and so the Society of the Friends of the People began to engage in some active plotting. All they needed now was an opportunity to strike. And that opportunity presented itself in the spring of 1832, and not from some dramatic confrontation with the government or unpopular policy, but rather the scourge of cholera. Now, I'm not a medical historian, but this appears to have been a part of a worldwide cholera pandemic that started in South Asia in 1829 and then followed trade and shipping routes up through India and into Russia and over into Europe before making its way across the Atlantic to the eastern coast of North America. Cholera patients started showing up in Paris hospitals in March of 1832, showing signs of the deadly infection. The cholera spread rapidly through the less sanitary parts of the city before consuming everyone in a cloud of death. Anyone rich enough to do so abandoned the city, as every day thousands took ill and hundreds died. In one memorable incident, a society ball became an epicenter of infection, and women got sick and died before they even changed out of their dresses. The lower classes were, of course, hardest hit of all, and the bodies of the sick and dying and dead were everywhere. In this fevered haze, Paris became paranoid, panicked, and angry. They accused the king of intentionally poisoning the wells to kill them all, which is of course nuts, but a few lynch mobs did kill some government officials. I mean, when the enemy is both omnipresent and invisible, you have to blame something tangible. By the end of May, the death toll in Paris was approaching 20,000. The two most famous victims of the cholera pandemic of 1832 were, first of all, Prime Minister Casimir Perier. Making a rather daring tour of the hospitals in mid-May, he contracted the disease, displayed symptoms, took to his bed, and then died on May the 15th, 1832. But the second and more famous death was General Jean-Maximilien Lamarck. Now, unlike Perier, Lamarck had long been a popular figure in left-leaning populist circles. His father had been a Third Estate delegate to the Estates General, and young Lamarck had joined the army in 1791 and then fought all the way through the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, earning repeated praise and promotion. He was one of those poster boys for the French army success, coming in part thanks to rapid promotion of men of merit. Throughout his career, Lamarck also displayed left-leaning, egalitarian, democratic, and republican principles. When the Restoration came, he briefly went into exile, but then returned in 1818 and spent the next decade reforming and modernizing his own properties until he joined the Chamber of Deputies as a member of the Liberal opposition in the wave elections of 1828. After the July Revolution, he remained on the far left of politics and was probably the most popular general in the French army, at least among the common people. With Casimir Perier having received a grand state funeral, Louis-Philippe fell under heavy popular pressure to give the same treatment to the people's champion, General Lamarck, who, after all, was one of the most dedicated and popular officers in the French army. So the king granted permission, and with the recent death of Perier leaving the government in a kind of leaderless confusion, the Society of the Friends of the People decided to use the funeral of Lamarck as a launching pad for an armed insurrection, one that would complete the work begun in July of 1830. They were going to overthrow the monarchy and inaugurate the Second Republic. Where the 3 glorious days of July 1830 had been a completely spontaneous affair, with the Parisians improvising their way to victory, there was much more active planning in 1832. Most of the participants had played some role in 1830 and reckoned that a better organized version would work even better. So word went round from the society to other adjacent groups to prepare for the call to arms on the day of Lamarck's funeral, and a total of about 3,000 men committed to action. The plan seems to have been to seize control of the procession and take Lamarck's body to the Pantheon, and then another group would simultaneously grab Lafayette, spirit him to the Hôtel de Ville, and there likely declare a republic with Lafayette as president. So on June the 5th, 1832, Lamarck's funeral procession moved from the late general's house through the streets of Paris, eventually winding up on the right bank across from the Austerlitz Bridge, where a stage had been set up and speakers scheduled to deliver eulogies. Most prominent among these eulogists would be Lafayette, and as the morning progressed, it was already rumored that Lafayette was going to use the occasion to proclaim a republic. But whether this was a spontaneous rumor or an idea deliberately planted by the conspirators, it was not even remotely true. Lafayette planned to give a stirring speech, but he had no interest in proclaiming a republic, and had nothing at all to do with this brewing insurrection. But when the funeral procession arrived at the Austerlitz Bridge, Lafayette did indeed give a stirring speech, but he wanted no part of what happened next. Shouts started coming out of the crowd. Down with Louis Philippe. Down with the monarchy. Then apparently a man dressed all in black rode through the crowd on a horse, bearing a red flag that said liberty or death. The deliberate commotion created by the insurrectionaries sowed confusion in the crowd, and suddenly a group of dragoons attached to the funeral procession were fired on, and 6 of them dropped dead. This led to more direct shouts of "to arms" and "to the barricades." And then, of course, everyone simultaneously broke out in unified song that somehow everybody knew the lyrics to, even though they had never rehearsed. And then music started playing, even though there was no orchestra, and no, I'm just kidding about all that. But there was a lot of yelling and sporadic gunfire. Unfortunately for the insurrectionaries, though, their initial aims were stymied. They were unable to effectively get Lamarck's body across the river to the Pantheon, and Lafayette made himself scarce before anyone could grab a hold of him. The old Marquis escaped being drafted into leading a Republican rebellion he wanted no part of. But though their initial aims had been stymied, the insurrectionaries still had the drop on the authorities, and a group headed for an arsenal at what is today that big old Châtelet metro station. There, they successfully liberated 4,000 guns, while their comrades erected barricades that would soon give them effective control of central Paris, between Châtelet and the Place de la Bastille. The insurrection now underway, the young Republican rebels hoped that it would follow the same pattern as July 1830, with the rest of the Parisians joining in the fight, opposition leftists in the Chamber of Deputies rallying to the cause, and then most especially, the National Guard defecting away from the government en masse. The reason the June Rebellion is so little known today is because not one of those 3 things happened. But that said, by the evening of June the 5th, they were pretty well entrenched, and there was still reason to believe this was all on track for victory. But the young radicals were not the only ones who had learned from 1830. The men who ran the military and the government knew what mistakes Charles had made in July of 1830, and they did not plan to repeat them. Now, as coincidence would have it, the king was at Saint Cloud when he got word of the insurrection, where Charles had been when he found out about the insurrection of 1830. And unlike Charles, as soon as Louis Philippe found out about it, he got on his horse and rode to Paris as fast as he could. Now, the reason this is so critical is that he then rode around to all the various National Guard companies to personally thank them for their loyalty, which had the effect of securing their loyalty. The National Guard was not going to go over to the rebels, and the rebels now faced a combined force of Army and National Guard that numbered anywhere from 20,000 to 40,000 men, depending on the source you read, and that alone was practically the ballgame for the rebellion of 1832. Now, just as the National Guard was deciding not to join the insurrection, so too were the respectable left-wing opposition members of the Chamber of Deputies. Despite having been shuffled to one side, Jacques Lafitte was still a deputy and still had some influence, and he went with a small delegation to visit the king. Lafitte did encourage the king to defuse the crisis by making concessions to the left, but the king would not hear of it, and when pressed, Lafitte and the other delegates refused to do what they had done in 1830, and that is throw their lot in with street fighters. So there would be no assistance from the politicians, and there would be no assistance from the National Guard. And then the rest of Paris pretty much refused to join the fight too. Not feeling particularly threatened by the July monarchy the way that the Four Ordinances had seemed so sinister, most Parisians refused to lend the insurrectionaries a hand, right down to specifically saying, "No, you cannot have my desk for your barricade, get out of here." So on the morning of June the 6th, 1832, the insurrectionaries held their barricades, but the spark they believed they had struck the day before had clearly not caught fire. An air of tense desperation blanketed the men and women manning the barricades. The giddy rush of rebellion was now giving way to the ominous realization that it was probably likely they were all going to die and nothing was going to come of it. At around midday, the combined columns of National Guard and regular army units began their assaults on the barricades. And though the fighting was intense, the weight of their numbers was too great, and the rebel fortifications were breached. In some places, resistance crumbled as the rebels took flight, but the diehards kept up an intense last stand on the Rue Saint-Marie, where it finally took heavy artillery to mow down the last pockets of resistance in something resembling a massacre. By about 6 in the evening on June the 6th, the fighting was over. 150 lay dead, more than 500 were wounded. The sudden June rebellion was over as quickly as it had begun, and like so many other aborted, broken off, and crushed insurrections that have disappeared down the memory hole over the centuries, the June Rebellion of 1832 disappeared down the memory hole. Now, the great epilogue to all of this is that in the wake of this rebellion, the plan to hang Liberty leading the people in the throne room seemed a bit unwise. Like, it was one thing to come to power thanks to an armed insurrection, but now that the July monarchy had been forced to beat one back, the idea of glorifying the people crying to arms and to the barricades, the idea that they were led by the literal personification of liberty, that simply would not do. So the government instead kept the painting hidden in a back room, and then later returned it to Delacroix. He would then give it to his aunt, and it would not see the light of day until 1848, when it would once again become time to celebrate liberty leading the people. So that is where I will leave you. I will return for the revolutions of 1848 on July the 16th. But the last thing I want to mention before I leave, and probably the first thing I'll mention when I get back, is that The Storm Before the Storm, the beginning of the end of the Roman Republic, my book, it has entered production, and it is right now available for pre-order at Amazon. So, if you're just sitting around twiddling your thumbs for the next 6 weeks, by all means, take 30 seconds and go pre-order it. You can get it right now for the low, low price of just $16 American. That is not that much. So just go do it. It's a good book. I'm very proud of it, and more than anything else, I need your help. I need your help to fulfill my dream of being introduced at parties as New York Times best-selling author Mike Duncan, which you got to admit has a nice ring to it. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 6.8a, The Fait Accompli of 1830. So last week, we wrapped up the official narrative of the Revolution of 1830. And as I said, we're now going to take the next few weeks to discuss some adjacent revolutionary topics that pop up in the era between the fall of Napoleon in 1815 and the great year of revolution that is 1848. So today, we will discuss what the rest of France thought about the July Revolution. Then next week, we will cover the Belgian Revolution that will break out just a few weeks later and resulted in Belgian independence from the Netherlands. Then after that, we will step back to cover the architect of the European order against which these liberal revolts are taking place, the great Austrian foreign minister Metternich. And I have in fact seen this whole era described as the Age of Metternich. Then I want to go back and say way more about the Carbonari, who were the Italian revolutionary groups that briefly popped up in episode 6.1 because their methods and organizing tactics spread to France during the failed revolt against Metternich-style conservatism around 1820. Then we'll come back and wind up athwart the barricades of Paris again for the June Rebellion of 1832. That's the one that no one would even remember were it not the backdrop for the climax of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Once we're done with all of that, I will then take my standard 6-week hiatus and we will come back for the slow and steady march through 1848. So, 5 supplementals, then a break, then 1848. Got it? Good. So we will begin this week by answering a question that has been posed by various listeners over the past few weeks. What did the rest of France think about the abrupt royal switcheroo? Did everyone really just accept replacing the Bourbons with the Orleans? I mean, the last time the Parisians got all riled up and expelled the Bourbons, it led to a bitter conflict throughout France and a generations-long war against the rest of Europe. So, as the new July monarchy was establishing itself in the first weeks of August 1830, were they going to face a similar response? Well, as the title of this episode might suggest, no, they did not. So what we're going to do here today is trace how the rest of France discovered the July Revolution, what their reaction was, and why on earth rioting Parisians were able to overthrow a government with little more than a shrug from the rest of the country. So let's rewind our clocks back to the morning of Monday, July the 26th, 1830. As we discussed in episode 6.4, the infamous 4 ordinances were published in the morning edition of the Monitor, and by 10 a.m., most of Paris knew about the decrees. As we also discussed in that episode, the July 26th edition of the Monitor was then carried out of the capital by regular delivery drivers and special couriers, causing a great ripple of surprise that spread out in a circle over not just the next few hours, but the next few days. Everyone was shocked by what they read. As we saw, the Orleans family got the news in the late morning of the 26th and said, "Holy crap, these fools are staging a coup." Over in Saint-Cloud, Marshal Marmont got a copy of the paper by the afternoon and said, "Holy crap, these fools are staging a coup." And that was pretty much the reaction wherever the 4 ordinances hit. But though everyone had the same reaction, that does not mean everyone had the same reaction. Because there were different groups saying, "Holy crap, these guys are staging a coup." First, of course, you had members of the liberal opposition. Each local department had their own version of the clique of liberal journalists, businessmen, electors, and deputies that were busy carrying out the revolution in Paris. These guys were all linked to each other by that help yourself and heaven will help you political club, and they had all spent the last few months organizing and executing the recent election to the Chamber of Deputies. Having won that election decisively, these guys were quick to conclude that the 4 ordinances were King Charles's attempt to reverse his defeat. Wherever the July 26th edition of the Monitor landed, the local members of the liberal opposition were quick to get together and plot a response. Now, on the opposite end of the political spectrum were the conservatives. Some were, of course, ultra-royalists who were as surprised by the 4 ordinances as everybody else, but pleasantly so. They were thrilled that Charles was finally laying down the law on the Jacobin anarchists who were trying to illegally usurp the king's power. But unfortunately for Charles, there were just not that many true ultra-royalists. The vast majority of the conservatives were some version of centrist. They supported the Bourbons, but had watched with a mix of dread and exasperation as Charles had pursued an increasingly reactionary agenda. From the moment the king appointed Polignac, they had warned both each other and, when possible, the king, that he was going to provoke a revolution. So they too were shocked by the 4 ordinances, but rather than nodding approvingly or rallying to form a resistance, they sighed and shared the reaction of Orleans and Marmont. Basically, my God, it's like these idiots want to get overthrown. Now, a specific subset of the conservatives who we need to talk about are the government officials, administrators, and local garrison commanders, the representatives of the crown out in the departments. These might be departmental prefects, mayors of cities, town councilors, judges, prosecutors, and the generals in charge of the internal military districts. Now, of course, all these guys were conservative of one stripe or another. All of them were royal appointees. But as I mentioned in episode 6.4, none of them had been alerted to the coming promulgation of the 4 ordinances. Like everyone else, they had been forced to read about it in the newspaper. Now, without warning or guidance, they had to go out and enforce the ordinances. Very few of them were happy to have drawn this assignment. So with those generalities out of the way, let's turn to a circuit of the country to see what specifically happened as the wave of shock that rippled out of Paris hit the various departments. Now, the first city I have a good, reliable account of the action for is Rouen, which sits about 100 miles northwest of Paris. The fateful Monday morning edition of the Monitor arrived probably at the end of July the 26th. As it spread across Rouen on the morning of the 27th, a scene similar to the one that had unfolded the day before in Paris played out in Rouen. Liberal journalists got together with their lawyers to discuss how they should respond, with the liberal lawyers saying, "This is all illegal, it violates the charter, and you should feel free to resist." 2 of the local papers in particular were strong supporters of the opposition, so they stayed up through the night preparing a response that they would publish on the morning of July 28th. Now, the local government, of course, was caught off guard and had to scramble their own response. And knowing that they had 2 opposition presses in their midst likely to defy the ban, the police commissioner sent down units at dawn on July the 28th to shut them down. Again, following the pattern of Paris, the editors of the liberal papers locked up their offices and refused the order to shut down. So the police called in a locksmith to open the door, but the journalist convinced the locksmith that he was being used as a tool of tyranny, and the guy said, "I quit," and walked off the job. So the police brought in a second locksmith, but the journalist inside said, "Buddy, you are being used as a tool of tyranny," and he too walked off the job. So in comes the third locksmith. By now, a crowd has gathered and was getting awfully hostile to the police, so before the third locksmith could even do anything, the police commissioner said, "Forget it, let's just pull back and regroup." As soon as they were gone, even more supporters of the opposition came down, and some of them were now armed. These guys further fortified and barricaded the newspaper offices and waited for what they assumed would be the police returning in greater numbers. But to their surprise and relief, the authorities did not come. So by now, we're at the end of Wednesday, July the 28th. Back in Paris, street fights are now underway at that very moment as the Parisians fought Marmont's 3 ill-fated columns. News of this full-blown eruption of resistance, dare we say revolutionary resistance, arrived in Rouen the next morning. This led to even more concerted organization by the opposition, specifically on 2 fronts. Again, all on their own, the people of Rouen followed the pattern of Paris. First, the liberal journalists, electors, and leading supporters, all of whom were already linked by the Help Yourself Club, remember, gathered and formed a provisional municipal commission to direct resistance. Second, they called out the National Guard to assume responsibility for the maintenance of law and order. Real law and order, mind you, not the king's illegal ordinances. Now, as we're about to see, this pattern of the liberals forming a provisional government and calling out the National Guard will be followed across France. Though Rouen did have one unique twist. Being so close to the capital, they called for volunteers to march in support of their brothers in Paris. A large gathering on July the 30th became a recruitment drive, and eventually 500 men signed up to go fight. Of course, unbeknownst to any of them, the fighting in Paris was already over. Now, the response to all this from the official government of Rouen was supremely muted. The police never did come back to the opposition presses to enforce the order. The regular troops, they just stayed in their barracks. The prefect of the department and mayor of the city both showed zero interest in triggering the kind of open street fighting now being reported out of Paris. So while the liberal opposition was a flurry of activity, the official defenders of the regime were inert and passive. By either the end of July the 30th or the morning of July 31st, word came that the Royal Guard had abandoned Paris and the king was in flight somewhere southwest of the capital. The mayor of Rouen and other royal officials decided that they were not going to die fighting for a fugitive king, and they all resigned on July the 31st. The self-declared provisional government took over administration of the city, and they hoisted the tricolor. There had been no bloodshed, hardly even any conflict. When official carriages started arriving the next day bearing official dispatches from Lieutenant General Orléans, the provisional government of Rouen was seamlessly integrated into the new system as the July monarchy planted its first roots. Outside the immediate vicinity of Paris, the first major city to learn of the 4 ordinances was Lyon. Now, even though Lyon is about 300 miles southeast of Paris, it was at this point the second city of France, and thus linked to the capital by speedy communication and delivery lines. The people of Lyon woke up to news of the 4 ordinances on the morning of July the 27th. And as in Rouen, about 75 prominent opposition leaders met to discuss a response. But with the local royal officials not taking any stern measures to enforce the 4 ordinances, all of July the 28th passed with just an uneasy calm hanging over the city. On the 29th, though, spontaneous demonstrations broke out in the center of town. The opposition members then sent a delegation to the mayor and prefect to discuss the crisis, while simultaneously calling out and taking control of the National Guard. The mayor of Lyon, meanwhile, called in the regular infantry to come down and guard Lyon City Hall, and by the end of July the 29th, those troops were facing a large crowd that heavily outnumbered them. But rather than a violent clash breaking out, negotiations produced a peaceful resolution. The National Guard and regular infantry would share responsibility for maintaining order in the city. The crowd then dispersed without further incident. With the combination of censorship and street fighting slowing traffic out of Paris to a thin crawl, it was not until August the 1st that Lyon learned that the king had abandoned Paris and a provisional government had established itself in the capital. With this news in hand, the local liberals formed their own provisional government, and the royal administration simply stepped aside without a fight. So when the agents of the Orléans arrived a few days later, they found Lyon, too, a very hospitable ally. Now, while Rouen and Lyon had the four ordinances in hand by the morning of July the 27th, the rest of France was still mostly in the dark. It was not until July the 28th, for example, that the Monitor reached the city of Metz on the northeastern frontier. So as Paris was getting ready to enter the street battle phase of the July Revolution, the people of Metz are just now finding out that anything is even amiss. Now, the region around the city was generally known for being Bonapartist, and they had never fully accepted the Bourbons. Nearly all their deputies were members of the liberal opposition, so even more than in Rouen and Lyon, the royal officials in Metz knew the tenor of the local inhabitants and didn't even wait for the National Guard to form of their own volition. The mayor himself called them out to keep order in this time of uncertainty. The mayor then entered into negotiations with that mix of liberal electors and lawyers, merchants and students who formed the opposition and agreed to a semi-formal power-sharing agreement until they could get some definitive answers about what the heck was going on back in Paris. The liberals insisted on raising the tricolor, which the general in charge of the local garrison objected to. But on August the 2nd, 4 students finally arrived from the capital bearing the incredible news that Paris was now in the hands of the Parisians and the king was in flight. Upon receipt of this news, the general dropped his objections and ordered his men to stay in their barracks. The mayor of Metz then resigned and power transferred to the liberal provisional government. Okay, so far, the July Revolution has been spreading without any fight at all from the local royal officials. Is that the way that it was everywhere? Well, not entirely. Down on the Atlantic coast in Bordeaux, the 4 ordinances also probably arrived on July the 28th, though I can't confirm the exact time. But when the Monitor arrived, the mayor closed the port and ordered the various wholesale and retail shops to suspend operations. Then he swiftly ordered police to identify opposition presses and shut them down before anyone could defy the press ban. But all of this triggered a backlash, especially among the more radical students in the city. In retaliation for shutting down the liberal presses, a group of these kids broke into the offices of the government presses and smashed them to bits. And then they went a step further. A gang of these young radicals tracked down the prefect himself and managed to take him hostage. Then bands went around to all the tax offices that enforced the import-export duties and smashed them to bits too, leading to a few days self-declared tax holiday for goods coming in and out of Bordeaux. But the same class of respectable bourgeois liberals who made up the more conservative branch of the opposition intervened. They ordered out the National Guard and negotiated the release of the prefect. As in Lyon, the regular infantry and National Guard then joined together to police the streets, and when a crowd tried to force their way into the city hall, a few cavalry companies cleared out the area. Fresh off of a few hours of being a hostage, the prefect was then happy to recognize the self-declared liberal provisional government, and when they all got word on August the 3rd that Paris had fallen to the Parisians, the prefect stepped aside and let the provisional government take over. So the tricolor now flew over Bordeaux. So there was some violence in Bordeaux, right? But it mostly took the form of vandalism and intimidation. But Bordeaux, too, accepted the revolution without bloodshed. So that leaves us with 2 places where real actual violence broke out. That is Nantes and Nîmes. The former, I think, was actually fighting over the July Revolution, the latter just using the revolution as an excuse to go back and settle some old scores. So Nantes, as you may recall from our episodes on the French Revolution, is situated on the Loire River on the north side of the Vendée. So this is old Catholic and Royal Army territory, where some of the worst atrocities of the Reign of Terror had been committed, right? This is where they loaded the priests up on boats and sunk them. So you might expect it to erupt at the idea of blasphemous Parisians once again expelling their beloved Bourbons. Well, yes, there was fighting and bloodshed, but not in the way that you would imagine. The city of Nantes had, as most urban centers did, a goodly collection of liberal-minded merchants and lawyers who were, like their brethren across France, appalled when they learned about the four ordinances, though it was not until July 29th that Nantes finally heard the news. That evening, a crowd gathered in the center of town looking for more news from the capital. But unlike in other areas of France, the mayor, prefect, and general of the local garrison were all honest-to-God ultra-royalists who thought the four ordinances a splendid response to Republican terrorism. So they called out the cavalry and mounted police to disperse this crowd that was gathering, and amidst some good old-fashioned rock-chucking, 16 were arrested and 6 injured. The next day, and we're at July the 30th now, the prefect announced an 8 p.m. curfew would be in effect. But until then, crowds continued to gather in the center of town, yearning for news out of Paris. When a coach finally arrived bearing the incredible news that the capital had gone into revolt, they're just now learning that the capital has gone into revolt, more radical liberals in Nantes said, right, now it's our turn. They ransacked a couple of gun shops and managed to procure more than 500 muskets and small arms. Rumors then started swirling, true as it turned out, that infantry units were coming up from the south to help keep the peace in the city, so a few intrepid souls went off to barricade all roads leading up from the south. A collection of merchants then petitioned the mayor to call out the National Guard, but being a good ultra-royalist, the mayor refused. But the mayor was about to have his hands full, because 300 armed men soon congregated in the center of town demanding the release of the 16 prisoners who had been taken the night before. Guarding the building holding the prisoners were just 180 armed infantrymen. Crazy enough, though, there was no immediate clash. The soldiers did not want to fire on the civilians, and the civilians did not want to fire on the soldiers. But then we get another one of those bunch of armed dudes in a confined space and someone fires a shot but no one knows who incidents. Someone fired a shot and no one knows who. It was probably an accident, but the results were predictable. Both sides opened fire on the other, and pretty soon 7 civilians and 6 soldiers lay dead, with more than 50 total wounded. The response to this clash of arms, however, did not lead the royal officials to crack down even harder, even though they were all ultra-royalists. In fact, they backtracked immediately. Not only were the 16 prisoners released, but the army was ordered back to its barracks. Now, I have nowhere read why they backtracked so quickly, but probably, even though they were ultra-royalists, that did not mean they wanted to be the authors of, like, a civilian massacre. But also, this is now the end of July the 30th, and one can't help but wonder if maybe a few military couriers hadn't shown up with more advanced information about what was going on in Paris, that Paris had been lost the day before. But that's just me speculating. Whatever the reason, there were no more clashes in Nantes on the 31st, and then on the morning of August the 1st, it was widely known even amongst the civilian population that the Parisians had won, a new provisional government was in place, and the king was on the lam. The general in the region decided to lead his men out of town entirely, and he withdrew south into the Vendée. The mayor and the prefect soon followed, and a provisional government established itself and raised the tricolor. Outside of those killed in Paris, the dead of Nantes were the only other reported deaths in the whole of France during the July Revolution. So I'll wrap this up with a brief discussion of events in Nîmes, because Nîmes is a bit of a special case. Southwestern France had been the epicenter of the great Catholic and Protestant wars of religion way back in the 1500s, and neither the local Catholics nor the local Protestants had ever gotten over it. The Protestants had been an oppressed minority for the 200 years following the wars of religion, until the French Revolution came along and unlocked the iron bars of Catholic supremacy. After the Revolution, the Protestants had come out of hiding, and many had since become prosperous merchants. When the Restoration came, though, battles that were ostensibly over politics really boiled down to religion. The new White Terror that had followed the Restoration usually took the form of Catholics attacking their Protestant neighbors. And after the Second Restoration, the Protestants forever skewed liberal opposition, while the Catholics forever skewed royalist conservative. When the July Revolution hit, the news of the fighting in Paris put everyone on edge, as Nîmes followed the basic pattern that had unfolded in the rest of France. The people found out about the four ordinances, the liberal opposition formed a resistance, the local officials mostly did not stand in their way. It was all pretty subdued during the 3 glorious days period of the July Revolution, and it wasn't until word came that Louis Philippe had indeed taken over and was now issuing orders that the Protestant liberals felt super emboldened and the Catholics super threatened. The tricolor cockade and Bourbon white cockade were not so much symbols of liberal and conservative, but Protestant and Catholic. August 15th and 16th saw street brawls, but no deaths, just injuries. And then 2 weeks later, another round of fighting started up, and this time local Catholics took to the countryside and raised close to 2,000 peasants with stories of Protestant atrocities and sacrilege, and saying we have to go defend the honor of God and the king. But by that point, a new general loyal to the July monarchy was in place. He declared martial law, the peasants prudently went home, and nothing much happened. That was that. Now, Nîmes would remain hostile to the Orléans, but it rarely got above the level of provocatively sneering at the tricolor cockade. Dreams of a third Bourbon restoration remained powerful in the region, but never went anywhere. So that was pretty much that. I mean, that's a decent circuit of the country, and nowhere did anyone fight what was going on in Paris, not even in areas where you would expect staunch opposition. So the question is, why? There are a couple of good reasons, I think. First is the speed of events. Outside of Paris, everyone was a few days behind what was actually happening. The local population would hear about the four ordinances, then that there's fighting in Paris, then the fighting is over and the king has lost, and then boom, he's abdicated the throne. They would get all this in the span of just a few days. The switch from Bourbon to Orléans came so fast that even had there been unshakable Bourbon loyalty out there, they had no time to organize a response before the official carriages from Paris started bearing the seal of Louis Philippe rather than Charles X. Without any counter orders from Charles, the local officials had no choice but to acquiesce. I mean, what else was there to do? The July Revolution was as quintessential a fait accompli as it gets. Which leads to the second key point. There were unshakable Bourbon loyalists out there. They're about to be called the Legitimists, but none of them had been warned or prepared for the surprise drop of the four ordinances. They hadn't even been given the courtesy of a few hours' notice. All the prefects and mayors and generals of garrison were as in the dark as everyone else. And for the most part, when faced with such a drastically uncertain situation, they all erred on the side of going along for the ride and accepting whatever happened, rather than trying to hold the line at all costs. And a lot of it, I think, might have come down to individual emotion. I mean, let's say you're in charge of a military district. You can't be too happy that nobody bothered to tell you about this incredibly provocative thing, nor offer any real guidance about what you were expected to do or how far you were expected to go. Why fight for people that won't even bring you into their confidence? So to a man, the local royal administrators declined to fight when local opposition leaders took the initiative. Which seamlessly leads to my third point. I love it when that happens, which is that while the conservatives and royal officials were caught flat-footed, the liberals were quick to spring into action. All these guys who instantly and independently of one another formed local provisional governments and called out the National Guard were members of the Help Yourself and Heaven Will Help You Club. They had been organizing politically for years, and if you can believe it, we are still just a few weeks removed from that Chamber of Deputies election, which they had all decisively won. These guys were organized, they knew each other, they knew what they wanted, and given all the shenanigans of the Polignac ministry over the past year, they were surprised, but not shocked by the four ordinances. They had been expecting something like it ever since Polignac had come into office. So when the long-awaited royal coup finally hit, it did not take more than a few minutes to get over their surprise and get going on an organized resistance. And they were not the only ones who had spent the last year waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except for the most ultra of the ultra-royalists, most conservatives in France were not at all impressed with Polignac nor his conduct as prime minister. But their principal complaint was that if Charles and Polignac weren't careful, they were going to provoke another revolution. And when it finally came, a lot of them were like, well, yeah, that sounds about right. What a bunch of dunces. Can't believe they brought this down on themselves. I mean, think about a guy like the Marquis de Semonville, a conservative centrist. He ran around like crazy on July the 29th trying to save the Bourbon dynasty. But when Charles refused to help himself, Semonville was like, well, I'm not going down with you. I'm actually just going to go to bed. The universal conclusion was that Charles had done this all to himself. And when Louis-Philippe made it clear that the point here was the continuity of law and order and preventing the slide to a terrorist republic, what the hell? The King of France is dead. Long live the King of the French. Now, the last point I'll make to help answer the question of why the July Revolution came off with barely a hitch is the power of French nationalism. French nationalism had been unleashed by the Revolution and then been forced into unhappy hibernation by the restored Bourbons. It's certainly the thing that bound together the respectable liberals of the Salon and the Paris street fighters. I mean, those Napoleonic veterans did not come out to man the barricades because they wanted laissez-faire economics, nor were any of them ever going to qualify for a vote. What they fought for was the tricolor and the national honor of France, which they believed the Bourbons had continuously besmirched. The return of the National Guard was more an expression of patriotic nationalism than it was an expression of adherence to liberal ideology. And in fact, for the most part, the July Revolution should be considered a national revolution rather than a liberal revolution. With Louis-Philippe embracing the tricolor and the idea that power came from the nation, not from God, well, that went a long way towards papering over any internal divisions amongst the opposition members and suppressing any great urge on the part of moderate conservatives to defend Charles. Because those conservatives, no less than the liberals, remembered a time when they were citizens of a great nation, rather than subjects of a petty tyrant. So, the fait accompli of 1830 was not challenged anywhere, because France was being restored. So I'll wrap this up by taking a brief look at the response of the rest of Europe to all of this. Now, when France had last staged a revolution, the rest of Europe had joined together to combat the revolutionary menace. And here again, radical Parisians are overthrowing the Bourbons, who, I will remind you, the Allies had hand-picked for the job of ruling post-Napoleonic France. Well, the response of the rest of Europe was basically the response of the rest of France. A general shrug of the shoulders. The British, for example, were not thrilled at the idea of recognizing Orléans, but they had also not been thrilled with Charles's conduct. They disapproved of Polignac and hated that they had annexed Algeria. So when word came that the Bourbons had been overthrown, they were like, well, okay. It's not like they didn't know Orléans. They could work with him. So on August 31st, the British ambassador presented his credentials to the July monarchy. Austria followed a similar line. Foreign Minister Metternich was not happy at this liberal challenge to the conservative order he had forged, but at this point Charles's blundering had left Europe with a choice of a liberal monarchy under Orléans or anarchy under a republic. Metternich chose the lesser of two evils and instructed his embassy in France to extend recognition to Louis-Philippe. Prussia then followed Austria's reasoning and accepted Orléans as a check against any further slip towards real revolution. Russia contemplated rejecting the new regime, but with everyone else lining up, they ultimately concluded, what's the point? So they too recognized the July monarchy. The last important power to get on board was the Vatican. Naturally wary of French revolutionaries, the Pope waited until back-channel negotiations assured him that Louis-Philippe had no intention of nationalizing the church and the Concordat of 1801 would be respected in full. Upon those assurances, the papal ambassador extended recognition in September. And that was that. The fait accompli of 1830 was accepted, and life went on. Now, though the acceptance of the July Revolution in France was mostly met with a shrug of the shoulders, what was actually causing the other European powers a major headache in the summer of 1830 was a concurrent revolution that had broken out in what had once been the Austrian Netherlands, and then become an annexed part of France, and then been placed inside of a new thing called the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but was full of people who did not want to be a part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And we'll talk all about that next week. It's the Belgian Revolution.